Is everything all right? People talk or say things.
Hello?
Why didn't you tell me it was out of order? I suppose you think that's funny.
I'm not allowed out the front door.
Who says you weren't?
Them.
Who?
Them.
It was terrible out there. I could hear breathing.
We told you.
Are you worried about the man?
They hate us. That's the truth. They want to kill and torture every one of us. You can see it in their eyes.
Come now, Frederick. Do you dream about unholy things?
I really don't like what's going on here. There's something wrong, and that's a fact.
Wait. What did you dream last night? This manifestation of evil. You must be delivered from evil.
Outside in the warm Miami air, Winchell turned to me.
What was your name again, kid?
It's still Heller. Nathan S. Heller.
Aren't you gonna spell it?
Look, I don't want to be in your story.
Good, because you're not. You're Chicago, right?
Born and bred.
What do you make of that, in that cell back there?
You're in New York. What do you make of it?
It's horseshit. I think that little bastard hit Cermak. I think he thinks he's dying from that stomach of his, and the mobsters probably promised to support his family back in Italy in return for him taking Tony out, and for his silence. What do you think?
I think you're right on the money. But if you print it, nobody will believe a word.
What's the guy to do? Bullshit they'll believe. Take it from me. Facts only bore 'em.
Although edited for television, tonight's thriller contains scenes of suspense and violence which may be unsuitable for young viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your sommelier of sci-fi and cinema, your evangelist of the imagination, and of course, the perhaps never to be defined Robert Meyer Burnett, moi. I am robcasting at you members of the Post-Geek Singularity community, you imagination connoisseurs that tune in faithfully and support this show in all the different ways you do. This is, of course, Robservations, episode number 1075. This is kind of a different show. It's not something you normally get from me, but I'm not going to opine about Star Trek. I'm not going to talk about James Gunn's DC Universe. I wanted to talk to you, perhaps about myself. On this Thanksgiving in 2025, I can't help but be a little reflexive about things. I have had both a very great year and a very terrible year. And I've always said to people that life is a continuum. The very best things are happening at the same time as the very worst things. And all the things that are happening in between. To quote Almost Famous, it's all happening. Bowie's here. One of the greatest movies ever made, by the way. And I identify with it, especially the longer version. But I thought it would be an opportune moment to just stop and take a pause with everything that's going on. And just to maybe give you a little bit of insight into myself. A lot of you just know me as I opine on both the John Campea show and on this show. But I assure you I'm a normal human being with a life and all kinds of craziness that goes along with it. But this year has brought many highs and it's brought the lowest of the lows to me, and I'm sure to a lot of other people. And that's not just because of the current administration. Sorry, I don't want to trigger anybody. That was a joke. But, you know, the funny thing about me is I guess I was always sort of keenly aware that life was a continuum, as I've always called it, with all these things happening at the same time. So it's never a good year. It's never a bad year. In my mind, it's always a relatively good year if you live through it. Because I've always believed that existence in itself, in the great cosmic infinitude, is a miracle. That's why when I read Alan Moore's Watchmen back in the mid-'80s, when Dr. Manhattan, I think it's in episode 4, talks about the thermodynamic miracle of life and the fact that any of us exist at all, it really resonated with me. Because for the most part, I was lucky to be born in the time that I was born. As an imagination connoisseur from an early age, I've lived through a wondrous time. And in terms of a lot of people could say, well, what is pop culture? Why do you care? But the thing is, pop culture to me is art. I've looked at it as inspiration. As a child, I've talked and opined about how much I loved discovering Planet of the Apes and Twilight Zone and Star Trek all around the same time. Not because they were TV shows or movies, but because they were filling me with ideas, new machines on X, new ideas, new things that I had not experienced before. And it made life exciting. And all of this stuff, the action figures are just representations of the work. You know, why do I have a little band there? I like music. I've always liked music. And, you know, Hendrix, Freddie Mercury, Prince, you got Elvis back there, John Lennon, Eric Draven, the Crow, and Bowie. You know, would I like to have gotten Kurt Cobain from Blitzway? Yes. Didn't pre-order Kurt. Do I want to get that in-art Michael Jackson? Yes. Do I need a drummer? Yes. Do I need a bassist? Yes. Doesn't matter. I'm surrounded by things. All these totems, this whole place is filled with just totemic joy. It's all about an exuberance and an excitement about sharing what human existence is. And, you know, right now I've been enjoying Pluribus. And again, seeing somebody like Vince Gilligan, who is doing something new with the medium of television after I first discovered his work on the X-Files, and to watch his career through Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, starting with the X-Files, maybe he worked before that, I don't know, and then making something like Pluribus. The guy's got 30 years of providing me with enjoyment. And I've never met Vince Gilligan. All I know is whenever I've seen him, I was watching an interview with him today earlier when he was talking about how he was a Luddite when it came to video gaming. And that delighted me, you know, as does most things. Most things delight me. I'm interested in most things. But, you know, for me personally, from a creative standpoint, this year was pretty terrific. It saw the completion and release of our audio drama, True Noir, The Assassination of Anton Cermak, and one of the byproducts of that is I got to work with our amazing cast, first and foremost with Michael Rosenbaum, but I got to work with and direct Anthony LaPaglia, you know, Katie Sackhoff, David Strathairn, amongst all the other people. Bill Smitrovich, who I mean, you know, Bill Smitrovich, you're sly, but so am I. Bill Smitrovich, who's just been in a number of great things that I've loved, everything from Crime Story to Deep Space Nine to, I mean, you name it. And to be able to work with him, go to San Diego Comic-Con with him, well, that was last year, it's been a total joy. And to become friends with Max Allan Collins and Phil Dingledine. Max Allan Collins, who feels like a brother from another mother, as does my friend Alvaro, who wrote Equimedian. If you want to read a mind-blowing science fiction novel, read Equimedian. My ongoing friendship with Bill Hunt. And of course, my business partner, Mike Bodden, who's pulled me out of more fires than I care to imagine, who made True Noir possible. And to have finished it this year, and because some of it was supported by you guys through a Kickstarter campaign, and I'm working on all those perks, and we recently sold it for worldwide distribution, which means hopefully in 2026 you can all listen to it if you haven't listened to it already, but you can still buy it at truenoir.co. I'd never made an audio drama before, but it was something that I had very strong feelings about, having grown up listening to things like NPR's Star Wars audio drama, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. When I was a child in elementary school, I was obsessed with the CBS Radio Mystery Theater with E.G. Marshall, which you can listen to online. There's hundreds of episodes. I really, fantastic to contribute to that legacy of things that I loved, which is the audio drama, and people have been very kind, and people have told me how much it blows away anything they've ever heard, which that was kind of the point. I mean, but I'd never done it before, so was it going to be any good? I had a methodology and a thought behind it, and I want to give a big shout out to Mike McDonald and his lovely wife Robin at Private Island Studios. I'd worked with Mike for a long time. Mike and Robin took me took me to JPL for my birthday. I don't know, a long time ago. I've been to JPL a couple of times, but they took me the very first time. And working with Mike, just hand in hand, creating this audio drama was an amazing experience. He's such a talented guy, and he really believed in the project. And how could I not, with Max Allan Collins writing the scripts he wrote? What a gift to work with one of the great mystery novelists, a Mystery Writers of America Grandmaster, and to become friends and very close to Max Allan Collins, and he's become one of my best friends. What a wonderful man. You've seen him on Let's Get Physical Media. My ongoing friendship with Dieter Bastian. My friendship with Mark Altman and Darren Doctorman and Ashley Edward Miller, the Inglorious Trexperts. They invited me out to Vegas this year to speak. We talked about free enterprise. I hadn't been on a stage at a Creation Star Trek convention since 2014 when I was promoting the Star Trek The Next Generation Blu-rays. That's been terrific. My ongoing friendship and business relationship with Gabe Bologna, the director of Tango Shalom, a.k.a. Forbidden Tango, and now White Devils, and that entire crew, and everybody, his lovely wife, ZZ, and working with him on White Devils, our second movie together, and hopefully prepping a third. We have a film I'm incredibly excited about called Carol of the Bells, that is Oscar bait historical drama. I don't know if we'll ever raise the money to make it, but it's incredible. And to be able to have his continuing friendship has been amazing, along with his mother, Renee Taylor, who's an Academy Award nominee. And there's been a lot of people, Rob G, getting to be better friends with Rob Gluso, who did the Icons of Fright book. And we have long conversations, and then about movies and the business, and he's a huge fan that I admire because he's a great musician. He's a great filmmaker. I encourage all of you to check out his film Analog Love, about making mixtapes, believe it or not, and also the Psycho Legacy documentary. He put those out, and if you look up his website, it's terrific. Alvaro Zynos Amaro has become, he's the brother from another mother, the brother I never had. And I met him at a theatrical screening of For All Mankind, the end of the fourth season. I met him at a screening of that. And we're definitely birds of a feather, peas in a pod. A friend that I could talk to for hours and hours and hours. I've been sort of missing friends like that. So it's been a good year. The continued support that I've been given by my partner, Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell, and seeing her, I encouraged her to get her master's degree, which she went and did. She went to Art Center and then graduated from the Claremont Colleges with a master's degree in art. Now she's a professor at La Sierra College, and seeing that has been amazing. And, it's been great. But on the other hand, I lost my sister this year, who she was 2 years younger than me. She was born July 1st, 1969. We were both adopted at birth. My mother couldn't have children. She gave birth to a stillborn child, and we were adopted. We always knew we were adopted. I was cool with it. I was never really particularly interested in finding any biological links to myself. My sister was more interested in that, but surprisingly, you might know, of course, I found out I had a 100% biological sister who was 14 months younger than me, also put up for adoption. I never knew she existed because she was younger than me. She knew that I existed and had been looking to me for years. And Colleen Rainey and her son Zach, who are wonderful people. And, my sister, man, it's nice. But my sister that I grew up with, Susan Bess Burnett, passed away last month. And it was, to be honest, one of the worst things ever. Somebody that young. My sister was a very, very bright light. She had two sons, Peyton, who's 17, and Logan, who's 23. Wonderful kids. Peyton's going to turn 18 next month, or in January, and he's going to graduate from high school. And Logan is working and he's going to school. And he's a terrific kid. He's traveled all over the world getting tattoos, and he's gone to Europe. He's gone to Bali. He's come here. I took him him and his great friends to Joshua Tree. And their mother, I'm sorry to say, is gone. And my mother, my adoptive mother, Nancy Bess Burnett, her health is declining. And that area and what happened to my sister, she was caught in the throes of addiction, which she was able to sort of run away from for a long time. But over the last couple of years, it really caught up with her, and she just didn't want to be here anymore. And she made sure that happened. And to be honest, to be in a place where you are looking at a sibling and you have to decide, the decision wasn't mine, but I was there in Seattle and we had to decide to take my sister off life support, was a very difficult experience. And you go through a lot of things. And I want to thank Logan's father, Brian Hovey, who unfortunately, I feel I have been remiss in not continuing or having a relationship with him. He's actually a great guy. And a shout out to Sean, Peyton's dad, as well. And we were all there, and Megan, my sister's best friend, was there, or Megan, pardon me, was there. Megan, who I've known for decades, and you can't not love Megan. She's a force of nature, but we were all there, and we had to take my sister off life support. And to be honest, I haven't totally processed that. I've shown pictures. It's funny because I have these two pictures of my sister and I guess my mom has extensive photo albums of us as kids, but I have these two photographs of my sister that you've probably seen if you follow me on Instagram, that were taken in New York City. I'd never been to New York, and my grandmother, Sissy Schoenfeld, was appalled. She was from New York. She was my step grandmother because my mom's mom died. And my grandfather remarried Sissy, and Sissy was terrific. And she just couldn't believe we hadn't been to New York. And I said, no, I wanted to go to New York my whole life. And in 1990, my grandmother, who, she was very well-to-do, she sent my sister and I to New York for, I think it was 10 days. It was 2 weekends and the week. And she got us Broadway show tickets. She put us up at a great hotel. She gave us each $1,000 in spending money. And this was 1990, so $1,000 went a long way. And my sister and I had the best time ever. And the first morning that we were in New York, I said to Susie, where do you want to go? And my sister was a force of nature. She said, let's go to Harlem. And I said, fuck yeah, let's go. And so, but we were sitting at this cafe, just, I was having coffee, a little breakfast, and you might have seen these pictures. So some random guy came up and took these photos. So here's my sister and I sitting at the cafe. And by the way, I had black and white film in my camera because I wanted to take black and white photos. So this was the one picture he took of us sitting there. And then this was another picture that he also took. And these two pictures I've carried around with me since 1990. I had them blown up. And these two pictures were actually hanging in my father's house. I made them for him, and these are his copies of them. And when he passed away in 2006, they were something I took back. But, you have to process dealing with grief. And it's a hard thing to do because with my mother's declining health, and she's frankly suffering from dementia, and my sister gone, in a way it leaves me kind of an orphan. And one of the things that has really hit me hard that I wouldn't have expected is that my sister was my only tie to my childhood. Like, I have other friends that are still alive that we grew up together, but there's things that only a sibling would know, and things about the family and what it was like, and things we did together, and things with my grandparents, my aunts and my uncles, and mom and dad. And there's now no record of that. There's nobody left in my life that I have a connection to my childhood with, not like what a sibling has. And it's been, you have to come to grips and think about being an orphan in a way. An orphan in the sense that my mom doesn't remember much about our childhood either. And that was something that I didn't anticipate, didn't know that was something that would happen. And there is an emptiness that's left, call it your heart, your soul. There's an emptiness that is, you can't fill it. It's just there. And look, it's a function of age. As you get older, you lose people. I've lost an inordinate amount of people that I think were close to me, that I, through early demise, that I think about often. My best friend, Sean Fanning, an old girlfriend of mine, Daria Birdie, who left us way too young. My ex-wife's, my sister-in-law, Julia, who was my assistant and got killed in a freak traffic accident, way too young. But this is life. These are the things that happen, and it's not unusual. But when it happens to you, I think you have to sit and stop and wonder, or not wonder, but take stock, or really stop and think about, well, how do I feel about this? You have to stop. And for me, there's so much stuff that I love. I'm surrounded by people and everything that I truly love in this world. And there has been such joy that has been given to me. I mean, movies, cinema was my jam. But it's because cinema is a reflection of life. And cinema was, I learned all about the world. And movies instilled in me, and I'm not talking about just movies, I'm talking about world cinema. I'm talking about movies from all around the world, every film everywhere. And it instilled in me, and everything I liked. Star Trek, the idea of boldly going, not into space, but into your own life. Boldly go where you haven't gone before. I mean, that's something that I've used, that's a mantra. By the way, this is a mason jar full of White Russian. So if you're a fan of the dude, if I finish this on this stream, God knows what I'm going to say. And by the way, for anyone interested, I'm gonna bring you on. if you want to come in and you've got a camera and you've got a microphone and you want to talk to me on this Thanksgiving night, tonight is once again your opportunity. I used to bring what we call randos on all the time. Tonight, my friends, it's a night of randos, but I need you to have a decent camera and a decent microphone, and you need to hook up with Google Chrome. Use Chrome as your browser. But for the most part, there are so many people in my life that I am thankful for, and so many people that have helped me and given me opportunities and encouraged me. Michael Davis, the director of Shoot 'Em Up, has done so much for me in my life. He's been a mentor. He's been somebody I admire. I was able to do the special features for Shoot 'Em Up on Blu-ray when it came out, which was fantastic. I have to give a very special thanks out to Gary and Edmund Enton, two filmmaker friends of mine that they came to work for me 20 years ago, and now they're doing very well in the industry. And their mother, Lois, who's amazing. The two of them and their ongoing friendship has meant a great deal to me. Brian Singer has been a great friend to me. He's hired me to do 4 big special feature jobs. X-Men, X-Men 2, The Usual Suspects I got on my own, Brian. Actually, he's hired me for 3. And Superman Returns when he demanded I go to Australia for a year. Gosh, Brian, I don't know if I can make it. You know, and I'm a huge fan of Brian's. I think he's very misunderstood. But I'll tell you something, if I was found, I've said this often, but if I was found in a hotel room with a butcher knife, a bloody butcher knife in my hand and a dead hooker in the bed and cocaine everywhere, and I completely pleaded that I was innocent, if I had one phone call, I'd call Brian Singer. And I think he would spring me from the pokey, but on the way home, he'd be like, "Did you do it?" But even so, and of course, I want to thank his former assistant turned producer in his own right, Jason Taylor. Adrian Iscaria, has been a good friend. I want to thank producer Roy Lee, who first contacted me, and I didn't believe it was him. And he corrected me about something I said on the air. And I was already a big fan of his, but I'm even a bigger fan. And yes, people have asked me, where's the Roy Lee, the full Roy Lee interview? I got a little sidetracked right when I was going to drop it. You will see it this weekend. You can watch a clip about the Long Walk. And by the way, as an aside, have you seen the fucking Long Walk Steelbook? That shit is dope. So, you never know. Brian Fuller. So proud of Brian Fuller. I've been such a fan of his for so long. He wrote and directed his first movie this year, Dust Bunny. I'm going to see it at USC at an alumni screening. He'll be there Monday after the John Campea show. I want to thank everybody at the John Campea show. I've been streaming with John Campea for 10 years. And John has always been there. John has been a straight shooter. He's helped me out. He's given me an opportunity. I know sometimes I'm a pain in his ass, but he has been there for me for 10 years. And I'll tell you something. One of the things I admire most about John is he tells you what he thinks. If there's a problem, there's a problem. There's no bullshit with John. And I want to thank him for being direct and keeping me around. And Jonathan Voico, who has been incredible to work with back since the Collider days. I want to thank Chris Carr, who I met through the John Campea show, who's one of the most delightful people I've ever met. So smart, so funny. Her husband, Logan, is a lucky man. She is one of the highlights of True Noir. She's amazing, and she's somebody that it's funny, she used to delight me with her talent, and I don't think she quite understood how delighted I was by her talent. So here it was, doing True Noir. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars it costs to make True Noir. And I gave her one of the lead roles, and I knew she could do it. I never wavered from that idea. And we recorded her entire performance twice, because the first time we did it before we'd cast Michael Rosenbaum. But once we cast Michael Rosenbaum, I brought her back in, we paid her again. And I said, I want to see them act together. I want to have that, and knocked it out of the park. And everybody. Corey, who came in, who I met working with Roger Lay Jr. on the Blu-rays of Star Trek The Next Generation and Enterprise, Corey Landis came in and I said, Corey, I can't record True Noir without an actor acting with every person. He was never going to get a part. You know, I didn't hire him to have a part on the show. I just hired him to read with other actors because I liked him. That guy crushed it. Did every part on the show. And he did the part of Walter Winchell, and when he was reading it, I'm like, bro, you got to be in the show. And, I mean, that guy showed up every day with bells on. I would hire Corey Landis for anything I was going to do ever. What an amazing talent. He can do anything. He has his own band. He's an incredible piano player. He's a great songwriter. But he's also a great fucking actor. And it was great to work with him. It was great to work with Chris Carr and the entire cast. Who would have thought? You know, there's so many people in my life that I'm thankful for. And I just think that, you know, no matter what happens in life, every single day or every single week or month or year, there are great things that are going to happen and there are bad things that are going to happen. And that's just it. You know, you could be, I don't want to go back and go, it's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you get hit and how you can keep getting up off the ground, or whatever the Rocky quote is. I also want to thank members of this community, the Post-Geek Singularity, has been incredible. People like Roberto Suarez and Major Chai Chai and everybody, you know, Julian Mushkin, Modesty Maltese. I can't name everybody. I forget everybody's name, but we have the best community on YouTube, and everybody who shows up at the member chats and sends in letters. I mean, I've developed friendships that have gone on now. Some, for the better part, we're closing in on 7-8 years. Dieter Bastian, who, again, an amazing guy who I met during the pandemic, and we just finished doing 5 years of shows together. An amazing guy I've never met in Meat Space. A guy that I've only seen through the interwebs, through this screen. And we've done over 200, almost 220 shows talking about our passion for physical media. And there's so many other people. I mean, I didn't make a list. I just thought I would freeform it or freeball it, raw dog it. Let's have some more, you know. I mean, I don't know if I have anything profound to say. I mean, I don't know. You know, I might lose my house, which we're getting very close. Pre-foreclosure, you know, all that, because things didn't materialize when they were supposed to. That's bad. But, you know, you just keep going. You keep going. We've got White Devils that hopefully will come out theatrically in certain cities in January. More about that later. I'm still doing the Blu-ray perks. My God, the Alexander Bornstein, who did the great soundtrack for True Noir. It's fantastic. I mean, we're going to start the short story competition. Yeah, so I just wanted to get on this stream and thank everybody who views this channel. And look, do I go back and forth with people on Twitter? Yeah. Am I a staunch Zionist? Yeah, unapologetically so. You know, it's so weird to have been, like, I found out my biological mother was Jewish, but I was raised Jewish. I had a Jewish education. People might say I went to a very reformed temple, Temple D. Hirsch. Shout out to Temple D. Hirsch. Earl Starr. Cantor Colbert. I learned Hebrew. And I have to say that being a Jew in America in the last 2 years has been rough. It was always rough, but I mean, anti-Semitism was always there. People just hate Jews. It's one of the oldest hatreds, and I've heard it my whole life. And it's so interesting because so many things that so many people like were created by Jews. And the one thing about Judaism that I don't see much of lately is the fact that built into the religion is an idea of education and industry, and go out and make what you can make of yourself. You're expected to do good things. And to me, that's what Judaism always meant. And for those people who call us Zionists, can I just say respectfully, fuck you. Because the Jewish religion Next year in Jerusalem was a chant that I've heard my entire life. And I don't want to get into it, but I'm going to say I'm a fucking proud Zionist. And Israel and the Jews, if you back it up and you look at everything that Jews have done for the world, even though they're the most hated people throughout history, it's amazing we're still here at all. And I have been on the receiving end of unbelievable amounts of hate over the last 2 years. And I'm like, okay, I understand. I get it. Women and children are dying in a war that the Jews didn't start. And frankly, the Jews gave Gaza back in 2005, and they could have done anything with that. They could have done it, but they didn't. And at the end of the day, you always have to go back to first principles. And the funny thing about it is, I've been to Israel. It's an incredible country. And for everybody that talks about apartheid and bullshit, whatever, go to Israel. Go there. I've had people tell me, I'm not going to fucking go to Israel. I'm like, well, you're certainly talking enough shit about it. I would say go to Israel. Why? It's one of the greatest places I've ever been. I was invited back in 2005 to go to the Icons convention in Tel Aviv. I was invited with Roger Nygard. And Roger Nygard made the movie Trekkies, the documentary, and he also made Trekkies 2, which I was in. And I was there because I made Free Enterprise. And it was very funny. In 2005, I was working on Superman, and there was a bit of a break in the filming of Superman. So there was time, and I had time to go to Israel. I was invited there, and it was basically for a convention. A convention, and it was like every other place I've been to conventions in Paris. I was I was a guest of honor at one of the first Star Trek conventions ever in Paris, but in Tel Aviv, it was incredible. I had this incredible time in Tel Aviv. It was amazing, and Tel Aviv was an incredible city. I dragged the nerds out to party. I did, and it was incredible. I had an incredible time. But the one thing about Israel is it's an incredibly cosmopolitan place. And as far as it's a gem in the Middle East, and I'm sorry that everything that's happened, it affected me personally with the release of Tango Shalom in Germany. Our movie opened October 5th in Germany of 2023, and our big run 50 cities in Germany and a TV deal, very lucrative, could have paid back the whole movie. By October 8th, we were out of theaters as protesters marched down the streets before Israel has even responded. But anyway, that's something else that, hey, dislike me for that or not. But I will be a staunch supporter of the Jews in the land of Israel forever. Only because I know that having a Jewish heritage, having a Jewish family, and knowing Jews my entire life, all I can say is my experience with Judaism has been nothing but positive. You know what I love about Judaism? So we have Rosh Hashanah, and then we have Yom Kippur. And between those days are what we call the days of awe. And one of the things that I always loved about Yom Kippur is, so Yom Kippur is the Day of Atonement. And with the Day of Atonement, you must go before God and acknowledge your sins and ask for forgiveness. But you're not absolved of them. And I always love that. I mean, your sins are your sins. They don't get washed away. The whole point is to stand before your God and acknowledge what you've done wrong. And it's mostly an exercise, as all great exercises are, to gain insight into yourself. So you go before God because God already knows what you did. So you have to atone. You have to say, I did this. I fucked up. Have I learned? Maybe. I don't know. And I was like that. I was like that. You don't get absolved for what you've done wrong. That's why one of my favorite movies, and certainly my favorite Woody Allen movie, and I'm a huge Woody Allen fan, is Crimes and Misdemeanors. Because that asks some interesting questions. But anyway, there's so many more people I could talk to or talk about and thank. So many. And all I can say is that I think about so many of you more than you ever know all the time. I think about all the people I've ever known in various ways. My friend Kelly Goto, we were estranged for a very long period of time. Kelly Goto was somebody that I deeply admired, and we were on student council together our senior in high school, and she was the girlfriend of my best friend Sean, and we reconnected. And she's a very high-ranking member, and she wrote a great book on web design, and she's very esteemed in her her work. Say that, and she's an incredible human being, and I got to see her at Comic-Con. I hadn't seen her in many years. This year I got to see her in Comic-Con, and it was amazing. And there's so many. I feel really privileged to have led the life that I've led, and to know the people that I've known, to interact with the people that I interact with. It's been an amazing thing for somebody who grew up as a fan of movies and science fiction, watching sci-fi theater at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoons on Channel 11 in Seattle, and going to the film festival. There's many people. I could say Dan Ireland, who was one of the co-founders of the Seattle International Film Festival, who became kind of a friend. And I would run into him in LA, and he was always so warm and wonderful. And, he passed away, and I was a huge fan of his. He directed a few movies. He became a production executive at Vestron. He left the Seattle Film Festival, and I used to talk to him, and I would see him down here in LA when I moved to LA. I remember I wrote an article on The Unholy, starring Ben Cross. I've been very privileged and very lucky to lead the life that I've led. And, hopefully this channel has imparted some of that love and some of that excitement to you guys, to you imagination connoisseurs. So anyway, as I've waxed rhapsodic for 42 minutes, that's what I have to say. So I am going to, let's see. Oh, there's people who've been sending in super chats. Let me go through these super chats, and then, my friends, you are going to come on to this show. Get your cameras and microphones ready. So we'll see. So first of all, Jake Cross says, "Love you, Rob. Sorry for your loss. Us fans are always here for you." And they have, and you have been. I want to thank you for that. And everybody has been very sweet, and people have reached out from all. By the way, some other people that I would like to give a shout out to, my fellow YouTubers, people like Gary Beekler, Nerdrotic, people like George the Giant Slayer, people like The Critical Drinker, people like Chris Gore. A lot of people wonder, hey, you guys, you seem to have differing points of view. Listen, I talk to everybody. First and foremost, we are fans. If you've got a problem with people, that's fine. I'm all about, this entire channel is about dialogue. But I like those guys. I really like Gary. I love his wife. I mean, not more than Gary does. But a lot of people wonder, why do you talk to these people? They're grifters. They're this and that. Look, they're out here doing what they do. And to be on YouTube, Gary wrote a book. Big fan. My friend Az, I miss Az. We did some great streams. We did Hot Toys. We did Fully Articulated. We did great reviews of Squid Game and The Prisoner. These are people that I adore. And, you might not like them. People don't like me. People think I'm a monumental douchebag. I get it. But I will say this. All of those people have welcomed me with open arms. And they've allowed me to speak and allowed me to have my own opinions, and we might differ on things, but we're all friends. We're all friends because we're all fans. We are all imagination connoisseurs. And also, we're all Az isn't, but we're all Americans. And America, look, for all of its faults, America is still the country you can show up and you can say, you know what? I want to go to the moon. And people will be like, that sounds good. How can I help? That's what our greatest strength is. That you might have differing points of view from your neighbor, but you know what? If you're a Democrat and your neighbor's a Republican and you're on a chair or you're on a ladder fixing your fucking drain, I'll bet you that your neighbor will walk over 9 times out of 10 and say, hey, man, you need some help? That's been my experience. That's what makes America great. And then your neighbor, who you might be politically or ideologically diametrically opposed with, will say something to you, and you'll be like, that sounds pretty good. You need some help? And then you'll return the favor. That's the one thing we've got going. We can dream big, and we can be big-hearted. That's why I love Americans. All Americans. Well, there's one or two maybe. But for the most part, I would hope with our divided political environment that we would kind of get back together and realize that, to quote Captain Kirk, we, the people. That's all of us, despite our differences. And when a drain needs fixing, the neighborhood will show up. They'll show up for you. They'll show up for me. They'll show up for that little old lady across the street who everyone thinks is scary. But we'll fix her drain for her if she needs it. So anyway, Mr. Z305 with a $50 super chat. I've been in the hospital, but I owe you an wait. You say you've been in the hospital? But I want just in Italy, maybe. I've been in the hospital. I don't mean to make light of that, but I owe you an email. I'm a stranger. I'm a stranger. Buttons. I don't know. It's been on my mind for exactly the same reason. You're so courageous to be vulnerable and stable. Happy Thanksgiving, brother. Stay strong. Like I have faith you will. Well, here's right back at you. I miss the days when why did they get rid of the updates when all the flashes came? Can you turn that back on? I don't know. Captain Robert April has been a member for 40 months. Mr. Z305 has been a member for 16 months. Sorry, the phone is messed up. Sounds like I need Hooked on Phonics. By the way, I watched a thing saying that the fact that they're no longer teaching phonics is one of the reasons American kids can't read. So that's one thing. Fearless Wolf says, Rob, that old pic proves it. You didn't lose the handsome. You just traded it for distinguished. Same lad, same charm. Still got it, mate. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And one day I'm coming to Scotland and I'm going to hunt you down. Because you know what? If it's not Scottish, it's crap. And by the way, I'm a huge Train Spotting fan. I have to go to all the locations. I have to go to the worst toilet in Scotland. Maybe not. Jeremy, all the way from Finland. How are the games coming? Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for your show. You're welcome. Jose Taco says, did you ever get to do you remember Love 4K review? Dude, I have not watched my Do You Remember Love 4K. I got the box set, but I haven't watched it. I'm sorry. Stephen Langford says, happy Thanksgiving, Rob. It's $20 super chat. Thank you for that. Rob, thanks for being you and for Robservations. I missed your Halloween live stream, so happy Halloween. You're a horror fan, so Halloween horror is a year-round thing for you, right? White Russians kick ass. They do. I'm a huge, huge horror fan. Horror is one of my jams. I mean, come on, look, man. I've had this paperback next to me. First of all, if you haven't seen The Manitou, why not? But if you have seen The Manitou, get this book. And Dieter Bastian, why are you sending me a super chat? Thank you, Rob, for taking me on this wild YouTube ride with you. The wallet has drained, but contact's screwing. I have my foot into the Hollywood door now. Dude, you were making movies before I brought you into the Hollywood door. Don't you have a trilogy to finish? Captain Robert April says there was a tech problem with that members-only stream. Was there? I don't know. I don't know if there was or not. It seemed to be working, at least for a while. Let's see. Sonder Stellar, is that what it is? Great to see you tonight, R&B. I always love when you talk all things hot toys and action figures. Have you seen the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mecha figures from Heat Boys? They're pretty dope, actually. I'm sure the Gundam lover in you would appreciate them. Love to you and yours. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Very cool. Jedi Knight of the Tifa Cult says, did Trump really get Rush Hour 4 greenlit? Bro, that is a wild story. I'm sure John covered it this week on the John Campy show. It's wild. First of all, Rush Hour is a Warner Brothers. It's New Line. It's a New Line franchise, and they've made 3 of them. They've made money. Brett Ratner. It's so wild to me that I don't know. We've heard that Donald Trump apparently made a phone call, and now Paramount's going to release, because Warner Brothers said, hey, you can release it because it's a Warner Brothers property. They're going to make, because Brett Ratner needed a job, so they're going to make Rush Hour 4? It's a wild story. I don't know where that's going. I have no idea. All right, people, the time has come. And now I would ask, this never works, but I would just say, I would ask that if you've never been on this show before, and if you've never been on the show before, I would say, hold off. I mean, if you have been on the show before, hold off. I'm going to put this in the live chat, and I'm going to, and it'll take me a minute because I have to figure out, how to I have to put people into the chat. So if you want to get on the show and you want to have a conversation, and look, some people are going to wait. If you pop on, you'll see what's going on. I'll have the live show. You'll see the live show playing in the window, and you'll see me, but you'll see me, and I can't talk to you. So just know that you're there. So here, for you randos, here's a link. The link is there. And we'll see who wants to come on. And not gonna lie, had a great Thanksgiving dinner, and this has got 13% alcohol in it. So if I manage to down this, it'll probably be fun. We shall see. We'll see. I have no idea what's going to happen. We've got people though. We'll see. We'll see who's going to come on the show, who's going to be on live. And by the way, how long you're going to stay, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. And, but, remember, you can't say anything really horrible because I can kick you out. So we got a few people open. If you want to come in again, a few people open, a few people coming in. What? You're too nervous. Why be nervous? Sip on that real slow. Don't be nervous. What is there to be nervous about? There's no reason. By the way, if you're nervous, that's a reason to come on the show. Fear's the mind killer. And learn what you have learned. So, we shall see. Since he has wanted to stream live, but the thing is, we'll talk about Star Trek, and no one will know no one will know what he's saying. I'm going to bring on Captain Robert April is going to come on this, and if you know, how about this? Here's an extra added bonus question. Captain Robert April. First of all, if you know who Captain Robert April is, and when we did see him I think it was canonically. You ask these questions, people just Google that shit. They don't know. But if you know who Captain Robert April was, when did he wind up on Star Trek? I'd be curious to hear if you know. And we'll see. So I'm going to bring on Captain Robert April. I got to put him in the show, make him a single presenter. And hold on a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome Captain Robert April to Robservations. You're live, dude, but we need you to be louder. We got a bunch of people.
Testing 1, 2.
That's good. Sounds good.
Yeah, the technical problem with Friday with the last members on the stream was mine. All that set up and building up and waiting.
Is that Michael Choate? Is that Michael?
I forgot to hit the share audio button.
Oh well, so what's going on, dude?
Be fine, and barely hear you coming through my headphones. So I managed to download the thing, so I might be able to do something with the audio and probably add in some subtitles.
All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to start adding people to this picture. That'll be interesting. Let's see how that's going to go. Because I want to. So what brings you here? What's on your mind, dude?
Well, I had to cut back to the free version of StreamYards, and they ran out on the 14th, and I don't get any new ones again until December 14th, so I've been jonesing for a live stream. So,
well, that's okay.
I got a broadcast, goddammit.
You do. That's what you have to do. You have to broadcast. Well, so what's on your mind? Tell me what you got.
Well, I'm thinking, how long have we known each other, for Christ's sake? We've gone back to the
you have to tell me.
We're pushing 30 years here, I think, yeah.
Yeah, about that.
Around the time of Free Enterprise.
What's that? What is Free Enterprise? What are you talking about?
What a student film you did a bunch of years ago with the guy.
Student film? How the hell you should say? Come on now. Yeah, but probably is looking back.
Final director's cut. Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that I'm still trying to make that movie years later.
Well, it would never be beat by Star Trek Motion Pictures being the longest test screening in motion picture history.
There you go.
Like how many years? Between
by the way,
1979 and 2005. That's how long it took to get a final cut.
It's true. By the way, I got Fearless coming in, and I've got Michael coming in. Although Michael's stream is not the best. Michael, I don't know. The internet's a little down there. And Yash is coming in too. Oh, I can hear you though. That's all we need. If I can hear you, I'm good. Yeah, I can hear you. So hang on a second, Rob, Captain, April. So here we have on the left, we got Fearless. Then we have Michael, and Yash is coming in. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How you doing?
So first, tell me, Fearless, where are you coming to us from?
I'm live in Scotland from the Isle of Bute.
Well, I know who you are, but I just wanted you to tell the folks at home.
7 a.m. in the morning, I haven't slept yet.
I don't know what to do.
But it was fantastic.
Throw that Wi-Fi on.
But it was great. By the way, it was great to meet you in a member chat. I loved your letter. I thought the conversation that we had was fantastic. A lot of fun. So, okay, I'm going to bring in, we got Rocky Z and Michael. Michael's coming back. Michael's there. I'm going to put, so I got a bunch of people I'm going to put in. Then I have to put your names in. But, see, look, we're live. This is not going to be technologically the most advanced show in the world. But, so, Fearless. I'm just going to go by Fearless because that's your name that you said. So you're in Scotland. You're in Scotland, and I want to ask you, what made you an imagination connoisseur? What was your gateway drug? Do you remember? Was it a TV show? Was it a movie? Was it animation? What was it?
Family.
Oh, good answer. Now, what does that mean?
Basically, when I was growing up and all that, we always, I was brought up with stories and all that about where my family's from Ireland, and that I'm second generation, and my grandfather was a shop steward for First Bus in Glasgow, so he's a union man. Basically, got minimum wage and all that brought in, as well as Christmas and Easter bonuses. So that basically started at a young age, where I started basically being realised about the power of basic people and movements and all that stuff. And then that led into basically when I was probably about 7 or 8 years old, watching Star Trek: The Next Generation.
My man.
On BBC Two with Patrick Stewart and all that back in the day. And then that just captivated me in sci-fi. And I wanted to basically watch stuff, anything to do with Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate, all these great shows. And what I realised is I basically like stories of universe, of not just people, but the universe of the world, the planets, not just Jedis, but Coruscant, bounty hunters, stuff like that. And the same goes with Star Trek, not just a ship. That's why the DS9 is my favourite, because you've got Garrick stories, Quark stories, the Ferengi, all that basically, and because of that interlink, you end up basically getting a bigger idea of the world and stuff. And that's one thing that I've always appreciated. As people like Gene and George and all that basically just created a universe that could be a massive plaything for anyone that wants to basically tell a story.
Well, we have that's a great answer. We have joining us in the middle there. Yash is here. Yash, hello. How are you?
What up? What up? Good to see you have this little late night sort of get together, man.
On Thanksgiving, we got Rocky Z next to you. Rocky, where do you come from? Where are you coming to us from?
Born and raised in the city of Miami.
Oh, nice. Are you excited for the new Miami Vice movie?
You know what? I just heard tale of that, and I got to tell you, I was an 80s kid, but Miami Vice kind of went over one of the very few pieces of media that just I didn't absorb properly. But yes, I'm all in it to see what they do with it, and I hope I saw enough episodes, like 3 or 4, to kind of get that they got the core concept of what the city's about, which is it's good, but it's a lot of shenanigans.
It is shenanigans. But you know what? If as an 80s kid myself, it was pretty great. And it made me want to wear linen suits for the rest of my life and no socks. I'm just saying.
It's funny. I was thinking about you the other day, and as I do, and I know that sounds weird in these parasocial relationships, unless I'm stalker or anything, but I was thinking, I was like, Rob was born at a really cool time. He's probably got 10, 15 years on me. I was 81. And I was like, he got to experience the 80s. And luckily I was able to absorb a lot of things as a young guy, but he was born at a cool enough time that he was grown up enough to really get it in there in the 90s and all that stuff, as opposed to going through adolescence time or whatever. But yeah, you're the man, Rob. Everything you were saying tonight, as I told you in the super chat, which was all messed up and garbled, who cares?
But thank you for that, by the way.
You're very welcome. It breaks my heart to hear these type of things that you're saying, but at the same time, hopefully it takes a village and we can help you.
I mean, you do. It's funny. Let me just add Captain Robert April to the chat. I mean, one of the things that is, there we go. That looks like there's a semblance. Now we're cooking with gas here. This looks like a semblance of respectability.
Got a Purple McLaughlin group going here.
Yeah, it's like now I feel like Pierce Morgan. But the thing about it, is there's been a lot of this show. I mean, I've been doing this show since 2018, and before that, I was on. John Schnepp dragged me on to Collider in 2015, where I was streaming with John. And there's been a lot of times, like my philosophy behind this channel was I wanted it to be like an ongoing science fiction convention. And it was like the experience of going to Comic-Con or going to Worldcon, and you go from panel to panel to panel. And the fun of sitting down and having that discourse was what this show was about. And it was John Schnepp who first said, "You should do your own show." And I'm like, "What the fuck am I going to do a show about, dude?" And he goes, "Well, you have this positive attitude. You like everything. You like people. You don't have, you're not a cynic." I'm like, "I'm kind of cynical," but he's like, "Not really." And so that was what he told me to do, and then it was Elizabeth. This is the second iteration of this microphone. My first one had Frederick Douglass on it. Somebody sent me a sticker of Frederick Douglass, and I put that on, and that microphone died. But so I started the show, and I've been doing it ever since. But it's talking to everybody. It's been great. It's gotten me through the tough parts.
Can I just interject here, because everyone here looks like they're probably the 80s or the 70s. Like, I feel like the youngest guy on this panel right now. So,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with
that. I mean to bring it up in a positive way, because I mean, obviously Rob's on the West Coast. I live in Toronto. I'm so much younger. A lot of the people that have followed science fiction, old Edgar Rice Burroughs novels, old comic books, all those elements in every decade, right? To really have somebody that can be like an encyclopedia of all of that knowledge, but communicate that in a way that's just understandable to anybody of any age, ethnicity, sort of background. The reason I look up to you, Rob, the reason I'm even I always like chiming in or listening to you, is because you're able to give such a breadth of knowledge and information.
You're here.
I appreciate that.
In a very like wait, no, and that I mean, it's very rare. Like, this is no diss against a lot of the internet or a lot of like the discourse around the internet when it comes to pop culture and things that nerdy things that we all love and like cherish so much.
Right.
Is that everyone comes with it with a bunch of passive aggressiveness and like in a positive way or like in a
sure. No, I know exactly what you mean though.
It's like they want to claim that they know a lot, but they don't really know a lot. They're really good at just talking about the one thing over and over again. They can't go from like talking about what was that movie that Lawrence Kasdan did, like Body Heat with
that was his first feature that he directed.
Yeah, so like you're the one who told me you're the one who brought it up in one of your things, and I went out of my way to go watch Body Heat. I'm like, this is amazing.
Did you love it?
Of course I did.
It's so great. It's got the greatest line. You're not very smart, are you? I like that, man. Yeah.
For sure, but see, like those little nuggets, like people won't even bring up. You'll bring up Body Heat, and then you'll bring up like a Star Trek episode from like out of nowhere, and I don't even watch Star Trek, and we're gonna have like fighting hands because, right now. Yeah, I mean, what's funny to everyone on the panel, because I think.
By the way, I hold that just for a second. We got Jer. Manon, and I always get your name wrong last time. I don't pronounce it right, but he's on the top left. And then we also have Philip at Geek Omelet on the top right. So just so you know, we got Fearless on the bottom left. We got Yash talking. We've got Rocky Z. We've got Michael right there. We've got Captain Robert April, and on the top, Philip the Geek Omelet on the top right, and Circle Gets the Square, Jerry from Finland on the top. This is a great bunch, guys. I feel like here's the story.
Yeah, I was thinking.
But Yash, I didn't mean to cut you off. I mean,
hi everybody too. It's like good to meet you guys. Like,
this is a great way to end Thanksgiving. This is a good panel. But I want to say thank you for that. But
in a weird way, I am being thankful about something. It's not Canadian Thanksgiving though; it's American Thanksgiving. So.
Right.
But my brother.
No, it's the original colonizer Thanksgiving.
I mean, that's subjective. It's like whatever you want to. I'm basically a colonizer. I'm Indian. I'm living in Toronto.
Well, it's so funny. Like, how far back do you want to go? The entire planet has been colonized. I mean, it's just. Yeah.
But okay, we can go with that. But Jamestown was a little bit of a suspect situation.
Yeah, well.
But we don't want to go.
But I appreciate you.
To my point, though, just being thankful about you just being that sort of like wise, sort of like real guru. Like, as an Indian person, there's always like gurus, like an Aladdin or like a genie type situation. And it's like, you always have like, if you ever rub your like proverbial like lamp, which is like your YouTube channel, you'll always just get
I rub my lamp, let me tell you.
Yeah, well,
have another drink, boys.
I'm right underneath your waistline. What's supposed to be, Rob? So you know what I'm saying? If my mouth's open, then it's like a little suspect. I mean. I might make some exceptions for my boy over here, but that's only for Naphtine Island. You're the only way I gotta suck you off. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you don't have to go that far.
I mean, you started it. I just ended it.
But no, I think you're.
Late night TV, folks.
Here's what I find strange.
But you catch my drift ultimately, though.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Rob?
No.
I just really appreciate your knowledge. Like, sometimes in society we don't respect people that are older than us and the knowledge that they kind of can carry over.
Oh, I get it. You know what's funny?
So don't take that in demeaning. Yeah,
not at all. Ageism is a new. On the internet, you get to find new ways to be demeaned and have your self-image destroyed. and one of the things that
dumbasses, like most of them are actually stupid. They don't have like a sense of emotional nuance. A lot of the time, they just read things directly. They're not seeing everything behind.
Well, a lot of people don't see a lot of my tweets are ironic or funny, and people take them seriously. And I'm like, look, it's all tongue in cheek. It's all performative. It's an ongoing stream of consciousness thing. But to your point, what you were saying, like, I grew up loving this stuff for its own sake. Like, to me, it was all exciting because the creation of people, whether it was comics, whether it was novels, whether it was music, whether it was plays, fashion, whatever it was, it all fed into each other. Like, you couldn't be a movie fan in the 80s without also being a music fan, because so much of like, look, when I saw Tony Scott's The Hunger in 83, it opens with Peter Murphy and Bauhaus singing Bela Lugosi's Dead, which is like the goth Stairway to Heaven. And I was like, when I saw that, I already loved music and I already loved Bauhaus. You know, In a Flat Field, I think I already had on CD, but in 83, CDs were brand new. No, I didn't have In a Flat Field in 83. I didn't have any CDs when The Hunger opened, I don't think. But I was buying 12 inches of all that stuff. And it shocked me that a filmmaker would have Bauhaus in the beginning of their movie that also had David Bowie starring in it and Catherine Deneuve, who was a French. I mean, I'd seen The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, I'd seen The Young Girls of Roquefort, I've seen Belle de Jour, and it was like, it was mind-blowing, and to me, it all worked together. So you can't go then see The Hunger and not run to Tower Records and get the remake or the original long version of Bela Lugosi's Dead. It was all this continuum. So, and then you had to go, if you hadn't read Whitley Strieber's novel, well, why not? And so then you had to go get that too. And to be a fan then, you had to know all of this stuff, and it was all consuming. And, you know, as a kid, before I could drive, I was taking the bus everywhere in Seattle to go to places, go to Time Travelers, go to Pike Place Market to Golden Age Collectibles, going to Kirkland to the comic book store, and it was a wild thing. So it was always a hunt, and to go to the art house theaters that were way far away. The Grand Illusion was like 4 bus rides to get to. So it was a thing that it was very much a lifestyle. So all these ridiculous things that I have locked away in my head were the knowledge was gained through effort. And now I think a lot of people, they've, you know, the problem with the fan community is it's not all encompassing. It doesn't comprise literature. It doesn't comprise music. Some of it does, but we don't have to go out and get anything anymore. It's all right here on the screen. You can get it all on the internet. You hit a button, it shows up the next day. So I don't think people have internalized it the way we did back in the 80s. It's just I don't think that's better or worse. I just think it's different.
It is different, but again, speaking from maybe the young person's perspective, at least from what I've noticed, I'm very much in the same boat as you, John. I mean, Rob, sorry, but then I'm like one of those guys that will seek out looking for like comic book stores or collectible, and a lot of them are shutting down, right? Like there's Sunrise Records in Toronto, like a really HMV. I don't know, HMV was a UK based sort of like record store, but like you'd have those, and you'd kind of go out and look for these little vintage places, and like even just something as simple as trying to watch the new Knives Out movie, right? Like it's not showing everywhere in every theater, but then I'm like, yo, guys, let's rally the troops. We're gonna sit down. 7, I know you're gonna watch it on Netflix. I know you guys don't give a shit, but my brother came in from Brooklyn. He's just like flew in. He's like, we're gonna go watch Knives Out. We're getting all the guys together. We're gonna watch this shit. I don't care if we have to drive like 45 minutes out, you know, but we have to make the effort to kind of go and do that thing. And you have to kind of uplift people to sort of have that mentality. Like everyone's inherent mentality is, I just want to fly out other like city and just be on a beach. But like in your own community, these like little like elements, corners of culture, like it could be art, it could be fashion, it could be music, it could be, you know, watching a movie in a different screener that's like in a non-chained, you know, movie screen theater type thing. You know, that mentality, looking for Blu-rays. You know, like I actually look for Blu-rays. And I go hunting for them and tell people, like, buy that physical media. It's not going to always be there.
Right.
Stuff like that. But that's a, like, 2025 mentality type thing. But
no, totally. Well, I got to ask, okay, Jer, you still in Finland?
Yes, I'm still in Finland. We had snow yesterday, but it all melted away, so...
Well, now let me ask you, as somebody who became an imagination connoisseur, you've designed role-playing games, really great role-playing games, extensive material. I've seen some of your work. You've sent it to me, which is amazing. I would ask you,
Thank you.
what was the experience? And by the way, tell people where they can get your games.
Well, right now you can get my games. It's called World of Alessia. I can put a link in the chat. It's only available in drive-through, but my publisher is putting it on Amazon. Hopefully, by the end of this year. So far, we have published 4 books. So
they're amazing. Now, how did you? What brought you, like when you were younger in Finland? What was the experience like? I know every country is different, but what was it like growing up being an imagination connoisseur in Finland? Like, what were your influences? What got you into role-playing games?
Well, I would say my first experience was books. My first books were actually the Dragonlance.
One's muted. Sorry, that was my bad. Say something.
I don't know. I just came off a 3-hour stream. I was in bed, and you don't get out of bed for many people. Rob.
Well, normally people are getting in bed for me.
Well,
just kidding.
You're a handsome guy, Rob. But,
So tell the folks at home where you come to us from. I know, but San Diego. Now I'd ask you. We've talked a lot. Well, not a lot, but we've talked something. I know something about you. Admire you. When did you find yourself becoming an imagination connoisseur? What was your gateway?
Well, I would say 1972, I think, is when I first got exposed to Star Trek, and in repeats, and it started my lifetime fascination with science fiction and fantasy and everything. As far as when I became an imagination connoisseur, Robservations connoisseur, it's been quite a few years that I've been following you off and on, and it's only been recently that I've actually joined the past year or so, and then started coming online. So, but I've been a huge fan of just all kinds of entertainment that's the fantasy sort out there my whole life, and so this just kind of feels natural for me.
Interesting. Now, let's see. Let me ask the same question. Well, who hasn't spoken up? Hang on, I'm looking. I got it. This is a tough one. Rocky, what about you?
I think you'll relate to this one, actually. And if this is glazing you, okay, let it be what it is. But basically, when I was about 6 or 7 years old, good fortune of living next to an ear, nose, and throat doctor of some exception. And he had VHS tapes of all of Star Trek, the original series, as well as all the Mel Brooks movies. Yep, and that was the food for thought. That just, I was always a very curious one, but very curious about the world around me. But that was manna from heaven. I mean, it was the best.
Now in Miami, what was the community like there? Were there a lot of was there conventions you were going to? You were going to Comic Cons and things. I mean, I know Orlando has a great convention, and I've been to Art Basel in Miami, which is great. And
yeah, there's a gallery in Basel, and as well as Hong Kong. Yeah, it's pretty dope how that all turned out. But I would go to shows that they'd have like in the Marriott nearby that's no longer even there, is defunct or whatever, or Hilton, like in the sort of basement, they'd have these comic book sort of the biggest, like I lived at the comic shop. I worked at one when I was like 12, 13 years old. But basically they didn't have proper like, San Diego Comic-Con kind of things. And I remember though, I had this relationship that I built with this lady from not Wizard, but Mile High Comics that I found in Wizard over the phone. She was really sweet. She'd take all this time for me. I was like 12 years old, 13. And I'd just be ordering the most random stuff. But comics were, I think, was one of the most perfect mediums. And to this day, I don't really read them anymore. They became like a little bit, I don't want to use the word woke or whatever. It's roughshod and beaten down the pulp. But the Marvel fell off really hard. It's a heartbreaking thing.
But let me ask you.
I used to work on My Life Comics.
So comics were great, but what were some of the comics that you couldn't live without? What were the things that when they came out you just had to read them right then and there?
I mean, all of them almost, and yet even the ones I kind of didn't like. I'm thinking of the most esoteric stuff, literally not at the front of my catalog, but like Milk and Cheese or stuff like that. Like just, but basically, that defined my youth. I The Dark Knight Returns and all of Frank Miller's stuff, really. Sin Cities were great. The Infinity Gauntlet trade paperback, because I was a little younger, so it took me time to get my hands on that sucker. But I remember I used to go with my mother too. She was amazing. Ate a breakfast during middle school every morning, and I'd just seen Jurassic Park, and I told her, I was like, Mom, one day these comic books that seem so crazy that I read, they're going to be able. I realized that with VFX, like they might just be able to make something that's not like some shenanigans that they were making the Fantastic Four or whatever. That just a kind of horrible whiffs. And I was like, if they ever really put their heart and soul into this, like they did before Endgame, these will be the best-selling things of all time. For a year, I was pounding that drum, and it was to see some of that realized. Heartbreaking to me where it went, but it is what it is. Hopefully it'll turn around.
Now, Michael, we haven't talked to you yet. Where are you coming to us from? We can't hear you.
You're muted.
I don't know if you're muted. We can't hear. I don't know why.
We'll sorry.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Where are you coming to us from?
Agawam, Massachusetts.
Nice. So what is your story? How did you become an imagination connoisseur? What was your gateway?
I remember probably when I was 7 or 8, reruns of Star Trek, the original series. They had Memorial Day marathons, 48-hour marathons. It was the only way to see it. So me and my sister would try to stay up for almost every episode. There'd be 48 episodes. I think I probably stayed up for 30 of them out of the 48. There was no VHS tape, so you couldn't record them. But I've always wanted to tell you this on the vein of things that I never needed explained to me. One of my very first episodes watching was where they're on the Enterprise. They were trying to kill each other. The Klingons and the
Day of the Dove.
Yeah.
Okay, and they were trying to kill each other, and it was some being trying to make them fight for eternity.
Yeah.
And it's the first time I ever realized that the Klingons weren't really villains. That they were like I remember one of the scenes
antagonists, not villains.
Yes. But one of the scenes that really made me go, "Oh my God!" Even the Federation could be kind of scummy. Was when I think it was Chekhov looked at the female Klingon.
Yep.
And I was young, so I didn't understand what he was doing
Kang's
or what they're
wife.
trying to infer. Yeah. But what they were trying to infer was that he was going to assault her in a not so nice way. And I didn't realize it then, but it made me realize, I'm like, this is more what would you say, levels of this type of show. It's not just one villain's bad, Federation good. They have their reasons. They have their They're their own people. They have their own lives.
100%.
And the other part of it was that when I went to see Star Trek Search for Spock, and I saw the Klingons again, and this is why I don't need things explained to me. I never thought, hey, how'd that happen to the Klingons? I just thought, hey, they got a budget.
Right.
And the Klingons look really cool now. And I loved seeing the Targ, obviously, was the Targ. And it was never a question of mine. Why did they become? I just knew that in the 60s, they didn't have for makeup, and then they had a budget for makeup, so it just looked better.
Yeah, I it's funny because I've often thought of that as well. And also, like in the novels, there's the Imperial Klingon race. And they got into all that, but you're right. It never really bothered me. Like, I'm just like, okay, so we're seeing a different version of that. And me as I'm a total canonista. I'll say it right now. I'm a canon pornographer. I love canon. and because I grew up, one of the funny things about Star Trek, and I hate to say this, can I say fuck Memory Alpha? Like, if you go on the internet to Memory Alpha to read, fuck them. Because they've had to bend over backwards and incorporate all the bullshit from 2017 and 2009 and incorporate it into all it's gobbledygook. And I understand why they've had to do it, but they really needed to separate that shit out. I know why they haven't, but none of it works. And God bless them. God bless them. They try and fix it, but they never will. But it's interesting because, like you, I had the same experience when I watched Arena, with the Gorn. You're waiting for, like, oh my God, they destroyed Cessus 3. And when I was a little kid, it was hugely, this is why what Strange New Worlds has done with the Gorn is so horrific. When I was a kid, oh my God, just like, what? Can you come up with some original ideas? No. But at
least they sing and dance.
Well, that's Member Berry's gone wrong. They could have made a totally different race and been fine. But no, we got to do a name drop. We'll call them the Gorn. That's nothing to do with the Gorn.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, all of that show is people that didn't actually watch everything and internalize it. Anyway, you've heard me say it 100,000 times. Yeah. But the important thing, I think, is that when we were kids, Star Trek brought about revelations in our understanding of the world.
Yes.
And what you were just saying was, and I think a lot of science fiction films and comics and the books we read did that same thing. I mean, it was how we were exposed to intellectual ideas, and I think that's what made us fans, is that what we love, these flights of fancy, helped us contextualize the real world around us. And I think that's something that isn't quite understood today. So I don't know if you guys agree, but I think a lot of it is that, like, the stories, a corporate entity cannot, by definition, is not a storyteller. And what it's trying to figure out is what elements of stories sell, but stories have to have fealty to themselves. And what we're getting is what I like to call fraudulent, or I don't like to call it, but it's fraudulent creation. And when you see, that's why I'm so interested in Pluribus. I mean, they know what they're doing, even though they're parceling it out. I'm watching that show going.
Are you sure they know what they're doing, though?
I am.
Originally you were talking about Manifest. That was.
Oh, no. Manifest was gobbledygook from the episode 1. And glorious. As a matter of fact, I told Elizabeth, I know how the show's going to end. I told her that in the first episode, and it's exactly how it ended. Pluribus is different. They know exactly what they're doing with Pluribus, and they know because Pluribus is a mystery box show that isn't really one, because every episode, well, there's only been 5 episodes, but every episode they're building upon what we know. I thought, episode 5, what's funny is it's a very quiet show. You're not going to get the Battle of the Bastards. You're not going to get the Battle of Blackwater Bay, I don't think.
But you're just wondering when they're going to turn and try to kill the rest of the human race.
It's interesting. I mean, it's really, by the end of episode 5, I was like, okay, I get it. Because I've had all these questions. I have all these questions about that show what is the rest of humanity doing? If they're not serving Carol, what are they doing every day? Well, now we know that they have an entire industrial complex to create ways to feed the joined that doesn't involve killing anyone or anything, because, and I'll leave that for you to answer, but and it's a really interesting question. So now, I would go to you, Captain, Mr. April.
Yes.
How did it begin with you? And by the way, do you have any way to turn up your volume?
All I can do is just work.
That's
real close.
great. That's really good.
Okay.
Stay close.
Okay. Well, I think I'm probably the oldest one here. So,
it's okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
So,
we're not ageist.
I suppose I can say I was kind of born into it. My dad was a frustrated geek, so it's like I was told because I think.
Why was your dad frustrated?
Trying to be a preacher too, a Southern Baptist preacher, and also liking the geeky stuff just didn't mesh with his mindset. I think. But he had this Batman paint for number set I got back up on the shelf here. I remember seeing that in the house when I was a little kid, and then it suddenly disappeared, probably because of my mom. I've literally spent 50 years trying to track that thing down. But apparently he'd watched the original show on NBC. I'd be there right next to him as a toddler. I was 2.5 when the show premiered. I don't know what I was doing when I was 4. Because I could have watched, but I was watching something else because it was on after my bedtime. But even though it was like growing up, I knew what Star Trek was. It was already there. When we first model of the Enterprise we got at the Sears at North Glen Mall, it wouldn't matter. What's that? Oh, Enterprise, get it.
Why do you think? Why do
series ran? I knew there was a live action one before it, and when I finally ran it in, okay, now I can watch it and remember it. And they ran it in production order. Good.
Well, now let me ask you, Fearless. Let's go to Scotland. You're a young whippersnapper growing up in Scotland. One of the great things about growing up over in the UK, we didn't get everything the UK got. Like Blake's 7, we had to watch later on PBS, and we didn't get the Thunderbirds or Captain Scarlet. The Super Marination shows, Supercar, Joe 90. That stuff was not. We got UFO in Space 1999. But what was it like in Scotland for you as a young boy? What were some of your passions? Were you reading comics? Were you watching, Doctor Who? What was it?
Well, I've got a surprise for you. So this goes to Yish. I'm actually 36, so I'm a child of the Spice Girls and Tony Blair years. So I'm a 90s child.
Nice.
They're 50. But the interesting thing is the comic books that I grew up with were called the Beano, which is Dennis the Menace, Despot Dan, all that stuff, which comes from Dundee City, basically, which is where they make the comics. Now, long story short, I've got Crohn's disease. So when I was in and out of hospital at York Children's Hospital, my mum would always buy me the comic book, which was the Beano. Well, everybody else was Marvel and superheroes. I loved Desperate stuff and all that. I like Dennis the Menace getting up to no good and stuff like that. And the Backstreet Kids, basically the school, the pies and everything else and stuff. And that's exactly what our sense of humour is like in Scotland. We're mixtures of people. There's always a competition between the Irish and the Welsh on that one, but we all know what we all agree the Welsh are just sheepshaggers anyway.
Shaggers?
So basically that's us. A lot of the American stuff and all that as well. Babylon 5 in the 90s and all that as well, which was one of my favourites, one of the best science fiction shows I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think it tackles religion a hell of a lot better than Deep Space Nine. Basically, that as existentialism and all that, which I think was far more better than DS9, but they're both good and unique in their own way.
Yeah.
So basically we got that as well, including Star Trek and all that, a few other shows. They were originally basically on, some of them were on terrestrial TV, but most of them were actually on Sky at the time. basically, because Sky started being the big thing around about late 90s, early 2000s across the UK. So Sky 1, Sky 2.
That showed up late 80s, yeah.
Yeah.
So, did you have friends that were watching this stuff or reading the comics? I mean, and were there conventions, and were you aware of them?
There wasn't conventions. No, when I was growing up, this is ironic. The convention started taking off round about the same time that the Marvel Universe started becoming a big thing, and that Glasgow has hosted the largest convention in Scotland at the Glasgow SEC. Now, this convention centre is so massive. This is where they basically put WWE in when they do the tour across Britain and Ireland. And that's how massive it is. So you're talking about holding probably about somewhere between 20 to 40,000 people, give or take. So that started in the early the Comic Con and all that. The largest one is obviously down in London. So that started taking off, but there wasn't any when I was growing up. But most of my friends and all that were, the big thing for us was actually Harry Potter. Funny enough, and that was really, really big, to be honest. And the interesting thing is, relates to a personal story of mine. I wasn't able to read a book till I was basically 11, 12 years old because I have learning development issues. I was a slow learner. So one of the things that my teacher came up with was basically to listen to Stephen Fry on the audiobook and follow basically. And that helped me to learn to read a book. And that was the first book I ever completed, basically, that I was able to read.
Wow.
And because of that, and Mr. Stewart and my mum, I've basically now got about over 200 books in my house. And everything from politics to Star Trek, Star Wars, Legends, of course, not the new stuff. That'd be sacrilege. As well as ordered in comic book, the omnibus was Gotham Central for Black Friday from Amazon, which I'm looking forward to getting tucked into because I'm a big fan of noir as well. And when I sent you that message about noir, we were talking about the Third Man. The Third Man is a part of the UK curriculum, story narrative structures, basically, because it's considered the best when it comes to a plot, transition, and atmosphere.
Oh, the third Man's one of the great movies of all time.
Absolutely. So because of that, it got me into noir and all of that, and then obviously Patrick Stewart ended up getting a kick out of it and the holodeck and all. And then I'm a fan of the Blade Runner as well. So that gets me into basically cyberpunk noir, sci-fi noir, and all that, Altered Carbon and all that, Cyberpunk 2077, the video game. And basically, I like a whole different range of genres and all that. Apart from soaps and reality, can't stand them, basically. But like you, I just have basically imagination, world building, lore, stuff that basically you can basically a world that has and that and ideas and stuff. Because to me, that's good storytelling.
Well, let me ask you guys. I mean, nowadays we've seen so much. There's been so much. I mean, so much has been adapted. You know, in the 1970s, we got a half of Lord of the Rings from Ralph Bakshi animated. Then they finish it off with Return of the King on TV. But now we have the sort of the definitive Lord of the Rings. We have everything. Denis Villeneuve's Dune Part 1 and Part 2 talk about verisimilitude. There's a sci-fi world. I mean, it looks like they filmed that movie on location. You know, we have so much stuff now. My question to you is, the things, these touchstones that we had when we were younger, do you think it's possible for the younger generation, Gen A now, I guess, not even Gen Z, but do you think that now we have user-generated content and before we had to look outward at things? Now everyone's looking inward. They're looking at themselves, you know, and they're doing content about themselves. And they're not looking outward to define who and what they are. necessarily. Not like we did. We were looking to the works of others, to the intellectual exercises of other people. Do you think that
I'm going to slightly disagree with you on that one, just slightly. You are correct. You are correct to your analysis to a point, but the way I look at it is the same way with human evolution is always played. And go back to the third man. Noir is not a big thing anymore. It's now classified as a niche thing. Noir, 1940s noir. But the one thing that's always adapted is the style of noir, which has evolved to video games as well as science fiction noir, thriller noir, Alex Cross, Fallout 4 with the Silver, I can't remember, the side quest mission, basically, where you play as the Silver Shroud mission in that, and obviously you got your wee sidekick through the radio, and the Silver Shroud is going after the bad guys. He's going to kick in some, all that narration. That still exists. It's all, when someone still remembers something like that, something will always adapt to the future. It will just change and evolve.
But do you think? But do you think though that's still a narrative that the audience has to buy into? And my question is, do you still think that there's an audience to buy into it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll go to you. Go.
So growing up, right? Like I was born in '96. Okay, so I'll tell you what's the generational divide from younger people sort of catching on to different type of voices or forms of media like noir or older movies. Like I watched Clute for the first time like a month ago.
And what'd you think?
I loved it again. Like
yeah.
Part of like it was part of like I did the whole
your generation.
I saw 3 Days of Condor, A Parallax View, and Clute all back to back to back.
Okay, though first of all, can we just talk about how great the Parallax View is? I mean, that's prototype X-Files.
Oh. I mean, I don't even like Warren Beatty at all. Like I think the only movie I've seen with Warren Beatty is like Muggsy.
Bro,
Bugsy. But that
movie's great.
But the Parallax View. Muggsy?
Bugsy.
Oh yeah, Bugsy was great. No, that's what I'm saying. But that's only Warren Beatty.
You need to see Shampoo. You need to see Bonnie and fucking Clyde, man. Yeah.
I haven't seen Bonnie and Clyde, but I saw seen the Sundance Kid for the first time too. This is all when Robert Redford died. I started doing like a whole Robert Redford.
And how great is that movie?
Watch and read The Natural.
But anyway, keep going. I'm curious here. So Warren Beatty. The three movies, like you said, 3 days.
Warren Beatty, and I'm bringing up Jane Fonda, and I'm bringing up.
But hang on a second. I want to point out to the viewers at home what you're talking about is 3 of the quintessential '70s conspiracy thriller movies: 3 Days of the Condor, The Parallax View, and Clute. Those are all great.
And I also snuck in. I watched the first episode of Miami Vice when they announced the new movie. I somehow tracked it down online. And
but that's the '80s.
The first episode.
Different. That's a different era, man. Let's table that for a minute.
That's exactly my point, though, right? Each movie, Clute is 71 or 78 or something. Parallax View is 70s, and from my own upbringing. Now to bring it all home, my own upbringing, right? Like I was born in '96, but my mom had a stack of VHSs that I'd watch all the time, and she bought me one that was the most influential. Right?
Inside Seika.
No, it was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Okay.
Right? That was my intro. I never seen the first one, right? But it's an homage to like 30 serials.
Okay,
right?
Okay. I just want to point out to you when I'm talking to you, and I love hearing what you're saying. But when you say you're watching Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and when you say I didn't see the first one, the fact
because I was born in 1996.
I know, but the fact that you say the first one, here's the thing. For me,
it is kind of the first one, though. Get the prequel.
No. I only say that. I only say that when you say the first one, you're talking about a sacred text. It was something.
How lucky he is! He's going to get to see that. My goodness!
Brother, I hear you.
Are you telling me that you have not?
I'm 3 years old in diapers watching Indiana Jones.
But you've never seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, even right now.
So again, of course I've seen Raiders of the Lost Ark now. Okay. I brought up a Lawrence Kasdan movie just earlier. I'm like, of course I'm one.
Yeah,
I got around to it.
And by the way, I'm not besmirching you. You weren't born.
I know you're not. I'm just being.
And what I find interesting is the experience of, because I saw a lot of, like, I was a huge. My first love in life was George Powell's movies, which was I love Conquest of Space, When Worlds Collide, and War of the Worlds, and also Destination Moon. But I saw that after those other three, and these were three movies that were made in the early 50s. And I was a little kid, and they were my favorite movies. And there was no other kids I could talk to about them, and they were made years before I was born. But they were the coolest movies because I hadn't seen very many. I was like fucking 5, and I knew where Sci-Fi Theater was, and it wasn't until I saw Planet of the Apes. But so you saw Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. What was that like?
So as a kid, I absolutely loved. See, like when you have no context and you're just watching just pure entertainment, right? With no historical background, no nothing. You're just watching it fresh, with fresh eyes. No trailers, no context. And obviously back in those days, you had I had the internet enough to go on CartoonNetwork.com and so again, see, I grew up in this small sliver in the 90s where I remember everything, right? We had Boomerang, so you could watch old reruns of the Jetsons and Scooby-Doo and Space Ghost Coast to Coast and all that, right? Again, I'm also 4 to 5 years old, but they're very formative years in terms of developing a taste, right? You go on TV Land, I wouldn't watch any of those reruns of Westerns, but when I saw Batman, I saw Batman on the TV guide, I'm watching the 66 Batman. I haven't even seen the 89 Keaton one, right? Because I'm 90. I'm watching Batman Beyond, but I've never watched, the 89 Batman or Batman Returns.
And you probably did you know they existed though?
You're so lucky.
No, I see. Again, through the frame of a 4 or 5 year old who was still pretty savvy, knew how to use a computer. So Indiana Jones was that first cassette, and the second one that was very formative was a greatest hits of Batman the Animated Series, 5 episodes.
Oh, nice.
Have you tracked down the original?
Now, to the guy on the left, I'm forgetting your name. Sorry, buddy. What's your name? Fearless, right?
Yeah.
You're bringing up noir, right? Young people don't understand noir. Right. In this cassette, I mean, Batman the Animated Series is pure just noir.
Pure
it's an
noir.
homage to
That's
40s,
right.
Oh yeah.
40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, but to my mind, again, it's all fresh. But the way that there's an episode where Batman gets stuck in Arkham Asylum and he's getting a whole bunch of different visions of his past, right? I don't even know how Batman's parents died really, because those episodes don't even have an origin story, right? You're just getting a psychedelic 60s visual trip. And then the second episode was my favorite episode of the entire show is an homage to Adam West. It's called The Return of the Grey Ghost.
Yes.
Right.
And it's Batman's obsession with somebody that was his own icon, right? And as a kid, I mean, it was so cool just seeing that Batman sort of having his own version of Batman. But in a meta context, I was too young to even realize that those reruns of Batman 66 were also that homage that was ultimately just being trickled down. But that show, Batman Beyond, Johnny Bravo, you'd watch there's so much curated content. It was almost like a VJ or a digital a DJ for television, and curating content for young people to sort of absorb and sort of and the writing is what was mainly important, right? The writing for each of these shows was treating each of these characters with a sense of maturity and reverence that somebody that has no context to any of these inlines could understand universally. It's almost like the Twilight Zone.
100. Okay, that's a really great point. Now I'm going to go to you, Rocky. So you listening to this, talking about being in Miami and watching shows. Did you have the same? Was there something that you saw that was sort of revelatory to you that you didn't know about? You might have discovered it on tape, or
well, I lived like Tarantino style. Which, by the way, one of my favorite things to do. This is another site I have no affiliation, but James Whale Bake Sale has Tarantino clips talking over all these 70s.
I love movies. Those clips.
Listening to him, you're second, I gotta say, but you're my Sherpa at this point. But listening to him, he's this fountain of knowledge about movies and things that he was alluding to a moment earlier when he was speaking. Fist of the North Star, I remember picking up I just picked up a Blu-ray of that and a later edition.
The live action or the animation?
The live action was horrible. The animation starting with, I mean, to each their own, but But as someone who's seen that, the animated movie, which is where I started, maybe 50 times, and been through all the manga, Burns' son, and all this incredible writing and all this, and the whole lore of it just fascinates me to the nth degree. I remember it was like Men's Health or Maxim Magazine, something like that, or it was GQ. It was like 1996, 97, and they coined it the most manliest thing ever put to film. And I kind of got to agree with them. It was just over the top, but and it was a little gratuitous with the violence, but I was there for it.
No, let me ask you this. Knowing it was Japanese, manga, it came from the manga, then the movie and all that. How did you feel about the fact when you were discovering it? Because when I was younger, manga was sort of frowned, or anime, we had like Marine Boy and Kimba the White Lion, and you had Speed Racer. But then when we got to Star Blazers in 79, suddenly that was the first time people were like, oh shit, this is amazing. And it was on. So how did you reconcile the fact, like, were you prejudicial against manga? Did you love it, or anime?
No. Okay, so I used to go to the Barnes & Noble where I'd pick up a lot of those trade paperbacks of all the great manga. I could go on a whole list of everything. What manga and anime, obviously, it gets into when it's animated. But I would also pick up books on how to read Japanese. I've been obsessed with the Japanese culture, and I've lived all over the world, many different cities. But Tokyo is my favorite city in the world. They don't want you to live there.
I wanted to go to Japan forever.
Tokyo is great.
It's London on acid. I just moved back from London, and it's awesome. It's such a trip, and you would infinite. You want imagination connoisseur stuff? Just
Dude,
infinite love for them.
I've wanted to go to Japan my whole life. I was dating this girl back in 2010, and she went to Japan and actually saw the Space Battleship Yamato live action movie in the theater. And I was like, God damn it.
It's such a treat. So I don't know. My
thing
mother
is,
was
I would
cool
have
enough.
to take $100,000 just to buy die-cast toys, and I don't know where I'd get $100,000. But
You kind of, honestly, I'd recommend the business class or first class ticket because it's a long haul. But then again, it's for me, Miami to Chicago or LAX before. And I lived in LA. I was telling you one time, I have a place in Stone Canyon Road, but it's a backbreaker. But even if you go there economy, really set aside, 6,000 to 9,000. You can do it in high luxury. You don't need 100,000. You buy all the toys you want. But the things out
you
there.
say that now. My taste is
Yeah, I know
terrible.
you might 100,000 might actually be
Might
right.
be
on
the
the
comparison.
Terrible.
There's a squirt gun out there, an exact replica of Deckard's blaster, from Blade Runner.
Rob, you have to
eBay, it's like
pitch to the
$75
you know that
usually,
one auction show.
15 in Japan.
Well, hang on. I'm
That
sorry.
one-
By the way, PJ joins us. PJ, how are you?
Welcome, PJ.
Welcome.
I don't know if he can hear us.
I was trying to get my adapter for my headphones.
Oh, so
I can hear you.
Good. Okay, good to have you here. You are Circle Gets the Square. Now go ahead. Hang on, PJ. I'll get to you. You're next.
No,
What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, you need to, instead of doing this, you need to pitch Netflix a show where like you're the biggest nerd in the world and you travel the world looking for like the most rare items. Like
Bro.
if someone just saw your room, and like having you as like the host of that would actually be such a fire show.
I love that you say that, but here's
Absolutely.
I'm
Like
gonna,
make Netflix give you the $100,000.
but I think Adam
No.
Savage already kind of does that. Like here's I'm gonna tell you something really interesting. I think it's
Well,
interesting.
it's not you, so it's
I have no interest in like actual movie props, and I'm gonna get like skewered for this. But like when I look at a movie prop, they're like made with tape and glue, and they're not. Because there's the only movie props I'd be interested in are actual models, or like a friend of mine, I won't say who it is, owns the Hero Excalibur sword from Excalibur. That's fucking dope. I mean, like that's like a real fucking sword.
Excalibur, like the shiny suits.
One land, one king. What is the secret of the Grail? Whom does it serve? Coming out from Arrow on 4K in February. Ooh.
Yeah, but it's like, the hero phaser from Star Trek looks like crap in person.
Well, that's the thing. So when Master Replicas behind me, I've got the Master Replicas phaser, the Shatner autograph version. That to me is like, I would much rather build a screen accurate version of the refit Enterprise than buying. That's not true. Jeff Bezos owns the original motion picture Enterprise model, and it's in the. One day, if I could make a fan film about stealing that shit, like I want to steal that model, but then I would put it on Instagram and everyone would know who had it. But but the thing is, no, I think that Adam Savage. I think other people on the internet, like I love Adam Savage and what he does because he shows all this great stuff. My whole thing though is that I'm more interested in the ideas of it all. Like I like the totemic, like okay, here's a so-so figure of Homelander. I like the totemic nature of having this action figure. Like I wouldn't want to have like a mannequin with Homelander's actual costume from the show. It's a weird. It's weird. Like I like the idea that somebody converted it into a cool. And this is even this is unlicensed, and I like the fact that So-So Toys had a. Should I say that they made this, and look. If somebody said, Rob, you can have the original Robbie the Robot from Forbidden Planet, I would take it. Terry Matalas, who did Picard Season 3 and whose show ran 12 Monkeys and also the upcoming Vision series, he owns 2 DeLoreans. And he has one DeLorean that's tricked out like it's the I haven't actually seen it in person, but it's like the Back to the Future DeLorean. Whenever there's an event, they go to Terry and they get his DeLorean and roll it out. And that's amazing because it's an actual car. Like you can drive it somewhere. But actual movie props, they're really disappointing. Although I will say this, at the prop store, somebody's having an auction where they have Superman's, from the beginning of Superman the movie, Kal-El's ship that smashes through the glass. They're selling that model. I want that.
The only movie prop I want is from The Flash, and it's Michael Keaton's whole Batsuit collection, like all of like the Batsuits that he has.
Well, Hot Toys is now making that.
It's a miniature though. Oh no, it has the old '70s suit, but they're not doing the whole like Bat Cave with all the suits. Like, I'd probably put that on. I'm figure out space and figure out.
Dude, you're gonna see Batman '89 for the first time soon. Oh my god, I'm jealous.
Oh man,
have you not seen Batman '89 yet?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Of course I've seen it. What the fuck?
Oh, okay, you have.
You haven't seen Batman '89. You were talking about you didn't see
Batman
the original Indiana Jones, but I think you kind of went back on that one.
That's the first movie I ever rented from a library.
Wow.
Props. One of my favorite movies of all those childhood dreams. It's the best.
So I have a funny story about the reason I love movies is because July of 2008, my mom took me opening night. This is before you could buy tickets for movies or pre-book them. She thought, oh, cool.
Yeah.
She took me and my brother to go watch. I was like 12 years old to go watch The Dark Knight, and I had never seen a trailer for it. It was just like one of those. It was kind of like why I saw Batman Begins, but like you're 8 years old, you don't remember. But when you're 12, you're like Batman, new Batman movie, yada yada yada. Yeah. First thing that came out, watching that movie open at night was pretty life changing. And the first thing I did after that was rent Hard Boiled. I started like becoming a cinephile.
By the way, that new 4K disc, boy, it's tasty.
Wait, they have Hard Boiled on 4K?
Bro, as of 2 weeks ago, yes, they do.
It was the first movie I ever bought on at Blockbuster with my own money.
Shout Factory put it out, and you can also get it from Arrow. The Shout Factory version, I think, is sold out, but it's unbelievable. I don't have it, but I've heard.
There's one time I was going through my dad's desk, and it's like I found an old drawing. Apparently, I did when I was going to be 2 of Batman. I don't remember doing it, but it wasn't my dad. It was like, this must have been me.
Well, Captain, let me ask you. Well, first of all, hang on. Let me go back to Rocky for hearing, the beginning of your story. Where are you now? Like, how do you feel about all this stuff? What are we getting now? Are you a fan?
I am someone who I wish I shared your enthusiasm. I wrote
you don't have to.
You a letter about it one time, but honestly, I'm miserable with the state of the media landscape. And honestly, it all fell off. If you look around 2010 or whatever, you don't make comedies anymore. It kind of tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah,
very humorless sort of society.
You're not wrong.
Creatively, we would get gems though throughout the 2010s, but frankly, the last few years, and I don't want to be one of these doom and gloomers just at any cost. I've got no horse in the game except that I want better stuff. But I look back at this year, it's like, what do we got? Weapons, this or that. But really, it's kind of sparse as far as it's bare bones. It was a terrible year for movies, in my opinion. And it truly makes me, like, I tell you, maybe I'm a little bit too emotional, but it makes me sad in a way. It makes me a little bit depressed, just a little bit. But when I see my beloved Marvel, what fell apart after Endgame, they got rid of Perlmutter, more important, the lore committee, and just what it became. There's maybe 2 movies to me after Endgame, maybe 3 that are worth a damn, and the rest of it.
Look, I'm with you. I am such a huge fan. Like, I could watch Infinity War and Endgame on an endless loop forever, because those 2 films did something. Like, I remember sitting in Avengers, the first Avengers movie, and I was sitting there, and the whole time I was shaking my head going, I can't believe this is
happening. Yeah.
I really was. I felt that way. And when I watched, though, Infinity War and Endgame, it was the realization of every comic book fantasy I ever had made flesh. I mean, everything in those movies. I have to tell you, still to this day, I don't know who made the decision to open Endgame with Hawkeye's family getting snapped and then playing Mr. Fantasy over the Marvel.
Yep.
To me, I'm like, those decisions were so high functioning. Like Mr. Fantasy over who. I don't know who thought of this shit. It was so this was fucking fantasy film next level shit. And a lot of people don't love Endgame. They're like, Infinity War is better. Endgame is doing 1,000 different there's so much. The time
Infinity War is better than Endgame to me. Is more complete, but Endgame was both of them blew my mind. And I was waiting for Endgame that whole year, just like, oh my God, Infinity Gauntlet was my favorite trade paperback.
But the thing about Infinity Gauntlet is it's all dire and it ends on this great note.
He's doing it for nihilistic reasons. And
Endgame could never, but Endgame does so many things right. It's so entertaining. It's going all over the place, and it fucking sticks that landing. It sticks a 5-fucking-hour landing. And when you got Thor, Captain America, and Iron Man walking out into the ruins of the Avengers headquarters to face Thanos, I mean, this is fantasy filmmaking at its finest. Like, I would go so far as to say, and is that, look, if you're a fan, like if you have bought into comic books and you love all this stuff your whole life, Infinity War and Endgame are the pinnacle for any problems you might have with all that stuff. It is the pinnacle of science fiction, fantasy, and superhero filmmaking rolled into one. I mean, it's astonishing if you look at all. Look, I've already tried
Infinity
to watch.
War is almost a perfect movie to me.
Yeah,
I mean, it's so tightly crafted. Endgame has a little sloppier bits to it. The 5-year jump, I really question that to this day.
Oh, dude, that was the fucking best because you don't.
It was needed for Endgame, but what they did with it afterwards is a sloppy mess. The Falcon and Winter Soldier and all that.
I totally agree. That's the problem because no one was thinking. But in that movie, when you sat in that theater for the first time, and you saw Thor walk out the door and it goes out of focus and then it just goes to 5 years later, that was my jaw hit the floor. I'm like,
I'm going to sound like such a
What?
such a loser, but I actually teared up in a couple months, even when Captain's Dancing with Peggy to the Harry James Orchestra.
Dude.
And you know, like I was just like, Captain America was, by the way, my North Star when I was younger. You asked favorite comics and stuff. With The Flash, I loved to death. But Captain America is just, you know, this a set of values that are impossible to achieve, but not bad to shoot for, at least.
100%.
And he had by far the best trilogy of any of the Thor Iron Man. Even though I remember seeing Iron Man in the movie theaters, and I was like, "What an epiphany! Like, wow, this didn't bomb. This is actually, you know, this
the
is
first
what
Iron Man's great.
What's that?
The first Iron Man's great.
Yeah, incredible. But the second two, I have problems with, but the first one is so good. And I know you know, the one I can revisit all the time too is the second, even though the first Captain America really aged nicely, in my opinion.
It
the
did.
second one, the Winter Soldier, you know, and you were talking about they don't make them like this anymore. On your left, you know, just setting that whole thing up.
That whole opening scene. And
Yeah.
it's so funny to watch the MCU now. Like, I honestly, look, having worked on Lord of the Rings, doing the behind the scenes on the extended version, jumping onto Narnia, doing Superman Returns, then doing Star Trek, I would have loved to have done Lord of the Rings special features for all of the MCU up through movie 22 or 23, which is Spider-Man Far From Home. I would love to have told a meta story when we did to do that, because what happened to the MCU after Endgame, I think, is one of the greatest creative failures in Hollywood history.
Yeah, it's so sad.
And by the way, I still love it, but it's shocking. It's shocking.
But at this point, what can they even do for Doomsday that can pull them back from the precipice?
Hang on. Here's
You know,
the thing.
just breaking that lore committee.
I've
killed them.
chosen to make a lifestyle choice. My lifestyle choice is not. It's to just be excited about this movie, if only because I from a perspective of, what the fuck do you people think you're doing?
Here's the whole thing.
are you?
I want to take your worldview, but I'm just pattern matching post Endgame. We had Spider-Man was great, you know, but there's one other one that's slipping my mind, but really nothing that spectacular, and a lot of serious. The Black Widow movie coming out right after Endgame, after they killed Natasha. So many false and what went into that movie. Just it's such a head scratcher, and it's that's what I mean. It's a little depressing. Is like, that was the golden goose, baby. That was the wet dream come true.
Well, it was. You know, the funny thing is, the first half of that movie with Yelena and her is great. I think it's great. I love, and then they go off into this apocalyptic it was so ridiculous. But you know, all of Thunderbolts was set up there. But even so, whatever. The thing that they didn't do was they didn't understand, which I can't believe. Look, the first 23 movies of the Infinity Saga was very iterative. You know, they were, but they were shucking and jiving. They didn't quite know where they were going to go, but they made it work. Post Endgame, the fact that they got fucked having to service Disney Plus.
I was going to say, I just wish they didn't stick with Disney. I wish Universal would have kept them the whole time.
No, but here's the thing: they didn't have a plan. They didn't, and it was so haphazard.
They had a lore committee under Ike Perlmutter, which Kevin Feige expressly got rid of, and put Victoria Alonso in. When they put Victoria in, I had such dirt on her.
But she was. But hang on a second. Trust me. I've heard.
But I knew. I said she's a fall girl. She'll be gone in 2 or 3 movies, and I was right. And for whatever it's worth, like, I saw the writing on the wall because I know who she is, and she did exactly what I thought. She'd put the foot in the mouth, but she was a horrible kind of one. And many, you know, her, Louis D'Esposito, and Kevin were this trinity that I had so much respect for. But then I got to know a little bit of what her philosophy was about. But more importantly, like, I got to see The Emperor Had No Clothes with Kevin when they got rid of the lore committee. those type of things. You look at things like Rings of Power, which needs a lore committee so badly. When you don't have people that are holding your foot to the fire a little bit, that will call you out on your hubris or whatever you might want to call it, it's always going to turn up this sort of way.
No,
That's why
look.
chose my screen name.
I agree. I mean, but no, hang on. He's tried to come in here. We got PJ. I don't know if we can. Can we hear you, PJ? Say something.
Hello.
We can hear you, PJ. Welcome to the show. Let me ask you, where are you coming to us from?
Lean in. Come on.
Oh yeah, lean closer to your mic.
Canada.
Hey, I
St.
felt
John's,
Canadian.
Newfoundland,
Let's go.
Canada.
So wait, where are you? Where in Canada?
Newfoundland.
Dude. Okay, I was talking. I don't know why. I've always wanted to go to Newfoundland. I've wanted to go on the coast. I want to eat seafood from there. I want to see the most distant lighthouse you can find on Newfoundland. I want to go. What's it like in Newfoundland? Tell us, by the way. I want to know your. I'm putting you on the spot. Your entry into, when did you become an imagination connoisseur? What was your gateway genre drug? What was the thing you loved as a kid?
Gotta be bloody cold right now.
Well, the very first TV show I ever watched when I was like 3 was Doctor Who on a black and white TV set. It was the black and white version of it too. They used to air it on CBC in the mornings.
Wow. So
then
you're
I
talking
went right into
60s
Star
and
Trek
70s Doctor Who? You're talking like William Hartnell?
Yeah, like the old guy with the long white hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That guy. The first nightmares I ever remember having are of Daleks. I haven't watched Doctor Who since then, right? I just went right into Star Trek. It was just Star Trek from then on. Late 90s, I got
Good
into
man.
Star Wars. I'm 42 years old, so I've been, I don't look it, but.
Well, you should have all the answers
I kind of remember
to
the
life,
80s
the universe, and everything. You're
90s.
42, dude. I'm just saying.
It's so I started watching Trek in the very early 90s with season 2 because the station that we watched it on aired
Season 2 of Next Gen?
a season later, Next Gen. So NTV, the station that aired Star Trek at the time, would always have seasons late. So like 3 and 4 were going on, and I was only getting to know season 2. And then the first movie I ever watched was Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, in 1992 on the Movie Network, which is the equivalent to HBO in America. And then,
What'd you think?
I was into it. I just loved it from then on. Loved TNG. First film I ever saw in a theater, Star Trek film, was Generations. Unforgettable moment. It's like the coolest thing in the world that your favorite TV show gets a movie, and it's like I can imagine how people who grew up with the original Star Trek felt like when they watched the motion picture.
Oh, no, you can't.
Films, obviously. I know it's a completely different thing, but
I'm just saying that was
first. It was, but Star Trek was your favorite TV show, and you got to see the movie version of it. Although TNG didn't really up the ante,
right.
There's a big difference between TOS and motion picture. Like a big.
You're right.
Oh,
although I will say the look
TNG
of
really didn't go too far with their movies.
But Generations did have a cinematic look. It did look like it belonged on the big screen. The cinematography was very different than the TV show. They really opened it up. The problem is the story was, well, not for you, baby, but a little muddled. But still.
Yeah, I loved the movie when I was a kid, and I still love it. I just don't.
It's a Christmas
like
movie, by the way.
Yeah.
So, but that's
I
cool.
just
So,
watched On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which is also a Christmas.
my man, that's all you had to say. One of the great Bond films of all time that does not get enough credit. We have all
a lot of weird editing and
the
stuff,
time.
action scenes. It's weird.
Well, hang on, though. Hang on. So,
I love George Lazenby.
Peter Hunt, who directed that movie, was the editor of the previous Bond films. And so he was doing things like jump cuts in fight scenes that were pretty revolutionary at the time. So he was an editor on the Bond franchise before he directed that movie. But you're right. There's a lot of unconventional editing on there. but it's still fucking awesome. Come on.
Which Bond
It's
movie?
a fun movie.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
The end is
Oh.
the end almost made me cry. I've seen it before, but like that.
The
end,
fuck almost.
It's
What
like
kind of a
we
man
got
are
all
you?
the
You have
time
no
in the
soul.
world.
Should have been bawling.
Almost.
Bawling. The end is brutal,
I didn't know
dude.
anything about that the first time I watched that movie, by the way, that he had a wife and she dies at the end. Didn't know anything about it. The first time I watched it, I said, what? Like, I was shocked.
I know, right? So good. And the score, one of John Barry's greatest scores.
Which
So
they
good.
kind of use in No Time to Die, I think.
Yeah, the less said about that, the better.
Yeah.
The James Bond franchise is actually the only franchise that I have fully watched with my father. It's also the Dr. No movie is the first one my father showed me. So
Okay, Jared, let me ask
the
you.
full-
So was Bond your gateway in Finland?
I think so. That's one of the first ones that I saw because we only got the most popular ones in Finland. I remember going to see the first Batman. My mother took me to see it in theaters, and it was one of the first movies I saw in theater when I was 8 years old. So, but yeah, I think Bond was the first one. I think I was like 7 or 8 when I saw the first one. Maybe a little older, but we didn't get a lot of. We only had like 2 channels in Finland. That,
Did you love it? Did you love your first Bond movie?
Yeah, I still like. For some reason, I really love Dr. No. Maybe because it was my first one.
Sure.
But and Sean Connery is probably still my favorite Bond ever. So.
And rightfully so. I mean, and see, I've maintained that it's really difficult. Like today, I think it's hard to go back to watch Dr. No first when people watch the Bond films in order, because it is so different than today's movies.
Yeah.
But it's interesting you say that. Now let me ask you, Mr.
I have
April.
a little James Bond Blu-ray collection, every single one.
Unfortunately, my Walther PPK cap gun is still in storage somewhere. So I'm gonna...
Oh well.
P99 is the front, but
So let me ask you this, Mr. Captain April.
Yeah.
How, when you were starting out as a young whippersnapper, what were some of the movies that you saw on TV that you that really affected you?
Well, the same thing on Sunday night. Tonight on the ABC Sunday Night Movie, Sean Connery is James Bond. And,
Well, that was was the best.
And then first one I saw in the theater with my dad was Spy Who Loved Me.
That was the first one I saw in the theater too.
He took me out of class to go see Star Trek Motion Picture. I was in geometry class. Yeah, your dad's here. What happened? We're going to see the movie. Okay.
Yes.
He was a little confused by the crowd already there for a noon show. Yeah, this is the new world for you, Dad.
But what was it like? Like I saw Spy Who Loved Me was the first Bond film I too saw in the theater, and it was amazing. Like because the funny thing that people don't remember is that Bond went from a widescreen epic, it in Thunderball through Diamonds Are Forever, and then Live and Let Die and Man with the Golden Gun were basically 166. I don't even think they were 185. Yeah. And
as usual, we showed up late, so we had to sit through and then start over again.
Well, and then Spy Who Loved Me became was widescreen, and it was unbelievable to see that again. And
but it's
like for me, it was the most to see Spy Who Loved Me in the theater was 77. It came out after Star Wars that summer.
Yeah.
And Star Wars already blew my mind, but to see a James Bond movie, I saw it at a theater called the John Dance Theater. It was this gigantic, and I want to say I saw it in 70 millimeter. It was fucking huge. And Bond did not just go from, like, they made that trailer for the special edition of Star Wars when the X-Wing came through this TV screen and it went widescreen. To see the Spy Who Loved Me, that opening scene, the ski scene, he has just left. message received over and out. It like, and then that whole ski sequence
Yep.
was the most mind blowing thing I'd ever seen. Even more so than Star Wars, only because Star Wars was so out of the envelope. But Bond, it was like I didn't know Bond could be what I was looking at.
One thing, when that Union Jack parachute came out, did the audience cheer?
Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, people I cheered.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what the Union Jack was.
Yeah.
And to me, it was just a fucking cool parachute.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why does a secret agent who should be secret, why does he want everyone to know his political affiliation?
Well, the guy's Jason. I know who he is. Obviously, so,
I'm from the UK.
I think it may have been the Cooper Theater. I'm pretty sure it was one of the big theaters. We used to have 3 theaters out here, over 900 seats. The Cooper, the Central 21, and the Continental. The Cooper is now a Barnes and Noble. The Central 21 is now a stereo show. The Central 21 could probably be turned back in the theater. They haven't changed, but the Cooper gone. And they just closed down the Continental.
It's so bad.
I need to check. I think they may be tearing it down.
Rob, I have a really funny story about Bond.
The Jedi there.
So just contextually, don't
tell
don't
the
take
story. Tell the
right.
tale.
So the first movie I ever remember watching in my youth, vivid memory of, was Austin Powers and Goldmember. Okay,
which was way better than the second one, but yes.
Well, the funny thing is that I thought it was the funniest movie I'd ever seen in my life at that point in time. Obviously, it being the first movie, but I remember watching it on like HBO or something as like a really, really young kid, cracking up. And Mike Myers was born in the same city as me in Scarborough, Ontario, Toronto. So it's like I always had some affiliation with him growing up. Right. But in 2002, what also came out that year? In November of that year.
Nemesis?
No. Die Another Day.
Oh.
People forget that, Austin Powers and Goldmember came out the same year as the very last Pierce Brosnan movie, right? And that was my first Bond movie. Okay? Ooh. And I don't care what anybody says. I'll live and die by this one statement. I'm going to defend that movie to the end of my life. Because that movie, for all its flaws, for all the Bondites, and I'm sitting here with the entire collection of Bond movies. I've gone back and watched all of them. So I know, and I played Nightfire.
By the way, shout out to Lee Tamahori. Shout out to Lee Tamahori.
Yeah. You know what? I would rather watch Die Another Day than Spectre or Quantum. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, Quantum of Solace, the Spectre is garbage.
Because it's an homage.
How fucking dare you?
Spectre?
I'm a quantum apologist. We'll get into that in a minute.
No, I'm a quantum apologist. I was half and half out on that one.
Dude, let's talk about how much Skyfall sucks. How about that? That's the true alternative viewpoint.
So the question is Skyfall better than Die Another Day, or is Die Another Day better than Skyfall?
Okay, first of all, you got to ask yourself, what is a James Bond movie? I would say that the thing about Die Another Day is it's
he succeeds.
No, it's actually I got to ride the audio. Die Another Day is half a great Bond film because the whole opening sequence in North Korea or whatever is great. It's great. And I mean, No Time to Die. I'm talking about No Time to Die. I mean, pardon it. No, it's Die Another Day. I'm confused. No Time to the whole thing. That whole opening sequence is great, and then Bond gets captured and tortured. Terrible Madonna song. Interesting montage.
I love the Madonna song.
And then you go when you meet Gustav Graves and all that shit. That sword fight in that club is fucking dope. That shit is the bomb. The problem with the movie happens when you get to that Crystal Palace in
Iceland.
And then it goes off the rails and and then the whole laser is shooting down. I mean, it's so dumb. It's like, let's just go to the left or the right, man. Like a laser is firing. It's not good. That part isn't good. But I think it's unfairly maligned. Like I don't hate it. I don't hate it the way I hate Skyfall, Spectre, and No Time to Die.
I think my favorite Pierce Brosnan Bond movie is the GoldenEye.
GoldenEye is great.
Obviously, going to be the best one. That's no question. But if you try rewatching like The World's Not Enough, and
I love those movies are good movies. The problem was they I think they edited out they're too they're too. It's weird to say childish. That's not the right word. But I think Tomorrow Never Dies and The World Is Not Enough are actually both great Bond films. But The World Is Not Tomorrow Never Dies is so cut to the bone that the only good news is bad news. It's too. There's not enough edge to those movies. But I think they're
the case of the cutes.
Yeah, I guess
they decided to be cute too many times.
I guess my point is like that whole era, especially when you had like Austin Powers parodying all that stuff, and you had like Undercover Brother, or like all these like there's so many different like kind of these parodies of like the whole spy genre as a whole.
Yeah,
and in the late '90s you had like Doom and Halo, and then obviously the video games were very popular. So like everyone kind of fantasy like the gadgets, like the sort of womanizing, like. He was actually like, banging like hot chicks, like in ice palaces. I don't care who the hell, however the hell you say, he's still being a man, getting a Bollinger when he just like comes to like a hobo in like, Hong Kong, like just the ultimate male fantasy kind of just garbage. Some of it's kind of fun, but like, I'm not going to, again, it's my first Bond. So like, I mean, I wish my first Bond was like just The Spy Who Loved Me or any of that, but Thunderball, like you could go throughout the whole 70s. A lot of
you can't look. You can't. I can't fault you. Here's the thing: as an old man with one foot in the grave, the thing is, your first experience of a Bond film in the theater is seminal. It's very important. It doesn't matter whether the movie was good or bad.
Exactly.
It really doesn't. The fact that the motifs, all Bond movies are symphonies. Because they have their pre-title sequences, they've got their there's movements. There's not acts in Bond films. There's movements, like movement 1, like Opus 94, whatever. I mean, the Bond movies are and it depends. The problem with the Bond franchise, I think, is that when James Bond first hit the screen, it was transcendent. It was Playboy magazine movie making in the sense that you had the middle class was built in the 50s. Everybody was reading Bond novels. Kennedy said these are my favorite books. And then when you finally got to 62's Dr. No, the Bond movies were showing the middle class, well, in America, the American male, the males around the world, the Western world, the war-weary population that was just about we were less than 20 years away from World War II. You saw wish fulfillment. Every man saw themselves as Sean Connery, as this swarthy man of the knew a temperature to drink champagne at, understood every woman he ever met, would also save the world. It was the ultimate wish fulfillment. And most people hadn't flown on jets. Then most people hadn't gone to casinos in Montenegro or whatever. They hadn't gone anywhere. They hadn't gone to Nassau. They hadn't gone to the Bahamas. So it was total wish fulfillment for men around the world.
And Rob, just to add to your point before I completely cut off what you're saying, like just from personal experience too, just growing up, like my grandfather, he's Indian, but he lived in the Middle East, right? He lived in Kuwait, right? And my mom only has sisters. My grandpa had four daughters. But you know what my mom and all of her sisters tell me to the day their most vivid memories was when my grandpa would take them all out to go watch a Bond movie together. My grandpa would take four daughters in the Middle East.
In the Muslim world, they're like, why can't I have that life?
My grandpa wasn't even Muslim. My grandpa wasn't even Muslim either. He moved from India to the Middle East. So there's also another outside. Well, that's another caveat on the side. But my point is that like Bond has always, and this is like the 60s and the 70s, right?
Yeah.
It's always appealed to people of different backgrounds, ethnicities, gender. Like people hop on a high horse talking about how Bond and this. I have four strong who are all educated upstairs. Like, in my own opinion, who cares if Bond's misogynist?
But here's the thing: James Bond is one step away from dying all the time. So the reason he loves the finer things in life, he loves great caviar, great champagne, great women, because tomorrow he might be dead.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. He might be dead. He's not a misogynist. he's a man that has appetites and he knows all this shit. But here's the funny thing about the James Bond movies. There is an implicit thing, and people don't talk about this. The James Bond movies said that the entire planet Earth is important. There's something going on all the way around. When you got to Octopussy, Kamal Khan, you might have a villain in India, but India is important. India gives supervillains. There's an Indian supervillain named Kamal Khan, which means that India could fuck your shit up. And in the Bond movies, they said Russia will fuck you up, India will fuck you up, China will fuck you up. So the Bond movies said that all the world was important. It was not about the American West. James Bond's like, I will fuck any of you up. But it meant that the world was included. It was an inclusive. You can talk about Bond being a misogynist asshole all you want. And great.
Rob, can I come in quickly? Because of what you've just said is very important. I don't think a lot of people actually know this, but James Bond is actually Indian in origin. The original soundtrack, the melody for the guitar tune, is actually from a musical set in an Indian community originally. I found this out on QI, basically, where the guitar riff basically is from a song by a novel that's set in an Indian community. I can't remember the novel's name. But if anybody's interested, just YouTube QI, the origin of James Bond theme, basically, and they actually explain it and all that. And the lyrics in this song is actually quite funny. Basically, it's about a man with a cold in his nose or something like that. So the way that riff is, and then everybody basically sings to the song of somebody with a blocked nose.
Yeah, I
but Monty Norman actually got the idea for just that wee riff from that musical.
That's amazing, and I don't doubt that. But I think that here's the thing about the Bond franchise. In the 60s, it set a tone. In the 70s, it followed a tone. Like Diamonds Are Forever was the end of the studio era. It just happened a little later, and then with Live and Let Die, Bond was trying to ape blaxploitation movies because they were popular. The Man with the Golden Gun was trying to bring martial arts into it, and those movies are not favorites of mine. And then you go to
what do you think about the License to Kill? Because I actually really like that one from Dalton. So
I think Living Daylights is better. And I think the problem with License to Kill is that they had to make it for less money. And so they shot most of it in Mexico. So
setting up the John Gardner film.
Yeah, and I also it was going to be called License Revoked, but one of the things about License to Kill, I like the portrayal of Bond. But the problem is it's like a Miami Vice episode. He's on a revenge trip, but he's going after a drug dealer. He was going after Robert Davi, who actually appeared in the TV series Wise Guy, and I felt that License to Kill, I hated the Michael Kamen score, first of all. I didn't like the theme song, and I thought, Wayne Newton? What's Wayne Newton doing in License to Kill? Talisa Soto and what's-her-face, Richard Gere's first wife, beautiful James Bond girls, Carrie Lowell. She's amazing. But I thought the movie was
Benicio del Toro's in it too, right?
He's a great henchman. Great Bond henchman.
He grinds up well too.
But and he was like 18 when he did that. And I love all. The thing about the James Bond franchise is not a lot of it's great. So to love James Bond is to understand that I don't care if a James Bond movie isn't good. I love the James Bond franchise anyway. And I wish that I loved... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't find any of them not entertaining. Even if they're good or bad, I always come out satisfied somehow. It's like A View to a Kill
100%.
is an awful movie, but
Awful.
it's so good at the same time. It's, like, it's so bad it's good.
Thank you for saying that. I reviewed that for my high school newspaper, and I was so disappointed in it. Because it's just it could have been so good, and it's not good.
Came out in '85, right?
Yep.
But Rob, why can't we have more of that kind of attitude about what's going on with Marvel right now? Okay, I mean,
good question.
My first James Bond movie was Moonraker, which I'm a big sci-fi fan. And everything.
Fucking Moonraker rules.
Okay.
Can I go get something really cool? Here, you guys. Here, wait. You keep talking. I'm gonna go get something cool. Hang on.
But we're so critical.
No, you keep talking. I have to step over.
Marvel.
Hang on.
Right?
Don't judge me for what's behind me.
We got what 32 movies, a ridiculous amount of everything from good to great Marvel movies, and they're in a dip right now. But I mean, at a certain point, I think there's only a certain amount of really good stuff you're going to get. Throwing more money at it and creating more content and making more of this shit just means you're going to produce more shit. But eventually, they're gonna make some good stuff.
Come on, man. Check that shit out, son.
Yeah. That's great.
You really are the ultimate nerd.
Had nothing to do with the plot, though.
And the re-entries, huh?
I mean, maybe the thing is that because I'm sorry, I got to go, so I'm going to swing it back around to Marvel real quick. Maybe it's that Feige is played out, right? Maybe that the creative powers in charge of Marvel right now have just they've run their course. But the good news is Marvel isn't going anywhere. The characters aren't going anywhere. Okay? Somebody's going to remake those stories or tell new stories or make better movies.
Sorry.
I mean, we got so lucky with what we got. Yes, it's absolutely.
This is a modified Revell. A friend of mine in Denmark made this, and he was getting rid of models that he had made. Like you can't. The workmanship on this kit is so gorgeous, and he's like selling this, and I'm like, oh no, you didn't. I'm like, I have to have this. Give this to me. Because I love Moonraker, and this is a 1/72nd scale regular Revell shuttle model that was converted into this. This is they made the 1/44th scale. This is a regular shuttle model that was modified. Yeah. This is so dope. It's one of my favorite things. I pick this up and fly it around like every day just for fun. I'm just saying.
Hey,
don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone.
Moonraker was fun, but when I went back and I watched the Sean Connery ones, and everybody's got their favorites, but when I watched the Sean Connery Bonds, it was revelatory.
Okay?
Yeah.
I just had to get this because I love this so much.
It's beautiful, and thank you for showing it to us.
You should see what's in the Robservatory.
I wish I still had that kit.
I wish I could. I do.
But this wasn't a kit. This is a modified shuttle that was turned into a Moonraker.
No, from a Revell kit. I used to have that kit.
But not this one.
Not with this. It was a regular shuttle, but it's like the kitty baby still.
And
yes.
to your point about the Marvel and the whole saga, I ordered I have the Spider-Man comics from 87 to 2000, all the numbers, and there are some years that are not that good.
Grim.
So I would say that with Marvel, the movies, they are gonna pick it up sometimes. So a good writer will write something, and they get the creative team working really good. So I'm not really worried. We're just in a slump right now, and I think things will get better.
They have 2 movies left.
TV. Look at Apple TV's content, Rob. You talk about it all the time. Look at the amazing science fiction and adventure and fantasy coming on Apple TV. It's amazingly well written, well created, well acted, well produced content. It is still possible. There are still plenty of people in the industry that are capable of following
No doubt.
That's very quickly. It's one of the things that a lot of people seem to forget. Going back to basically.
Did Rocky have to leave? By the way, did he say goodbye or?
Yeah, I think
he did. I'm sorry.
I think he did signal his leave. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't get to say goodbye, but anyway, we have a future RCMP member coming in. Another Canuck is coming in to the show.
They're being taken over.
Let me just welcome Tej, right?
Yes, you got it right.
Welcome to the show. You met John Campea at the meetup in Hamilton, and by the way,
John Campea. Yeah.
Hey, you're from Hamilton, dude?
He's from Hamilton.
No, Markham.
Oh, you're a Markham guy.
Campea's from Hamilton. I'm from Markham.
I'm from Mississauga.
Tej gave me a collection of mint condition Mego 3 3/4 Star Trek the Motion Picture figures, which I didn't have anymore.
I had to.
He gave them to me, and all of them.
You kept repeating it on the stream, so I had to just clue it in and just make a note of it for many months. And I remembered, okay, Campea is coming into town, so that's my only way to get it to you.
I would go get them over there, but there's a shelf that has a lot going on for me to take this. The only reason I took off, because I love this so much. People don't like. I'll never be able. Like Elizabeth looks at this and she just thinks it's silly. She's like,
"That's amazing."
Like it's amazing. The workmanship on this. I mean, you can tell that the it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, even where the stand goes.
I can't zoom in because I'm on the small screen. Is it the Challenger? What does it say on it?
Moonraker 5.
No, it's Moonraker 5.
Moonraker.
Yeah, it's Moonraker.
Okay. I was like, my God. All right.
No, and they're all custom decals and stuff.
Is that the one with the laser in the mat?
This is
was Bond and,
was that Moonraker 6? It's tough to say. I want to say Moonraker 5 was the one on the jet when it was stolen at the beginning of the movie. But I have to look. But anyway, so where were we? Sorry.
I went to the theater.
Oh, I was asking you guys to cut Marvel some slack, and it's going to get better. It will. It has to.
Okay. Look, as I said, I can't. I heard about Robert Downey. I heard about Robert Downey Jr. being. I can't say who or why I heard this. A year before they announced, I was basically in a conversation with somebody that was probing me. And asked me a question under the guise of puppies. Like, what do I think of this idea? And this idea was told to me, and I thought what I heard at the time was fucking awesome. And I'm like, that's amazing. And I'm like, but they're never going to do that, right? Right? It's like one of those memes. They're not going to do that, right? And then you go to the next panel, right? And then when they announced it, I was like, that's really interesting. And I think, look, that's why I think, and the Russo brothers haven't missed with Marvel. They've done Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame. They haven't missed. But the problem with this new movie is it's based on a gimmick.
Yeah.
The whole thing
begins
with
the fingers in the Fantastic Four and the Thunderbolts, which are competent movies, but I'm not going to watch them over and over again like I watch Iron Man and Captain America.
And by the way, they don't deliver as much. I did an experiment. I went and watched. I was watching the first. Just as sometimes I do this shit, I'm like, I'm going to go watch the first 20 minutes of various Marvel movies. And I started with Winter Soldier, which generally everyone considers to be the best. The first 20 minutes of that movie are fucking fantastic. Yep. They begin at the mall in Washington, D.C., where Captain America meets Sam Wilson on your left, and you see two warriors meet. It's a meet cute. It's so great. Then Natasha rolls up in a sports car, picks Captain America up, got to go to work. And then there's the whole boat scene, where it's fucking unbelievable.
I once had a dream very much like that fight sequence.
But it's so intelligent and it's so entertaining and it's so beautifully done. It's so fun. All different kinds of things. That's the first 20 minutes. And you look at that and you're like, how is it that's that feeling or that here's what I don't understand. How did they not go back and look at, to me, the template to follow is Iron Man 1. Because in Iron Man 1, you fall in love with that character. You drop people into the middle of the action. He's going into Afghanistan to test his weapons, and then he comes under fire. You love Tony Stark in the first 2 minutes of that movie when he's like, you're gonna throw gang signs? Don't do that. Oh, go ahead, it's okay. Yeah. And you love him in the back of that Humvee. Yeah. You love him, and
because you get to learn a little bit about who he is.
Yeah. It's all character.
Yes.
They did take some lessons from it, but took the wrong lessons, because that one is like, apparently the script kind of sucked originally.
Well, it was very iterative. It's very iterative.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they have to go by what they made. That movie made $500 million in 2008.
Yeah. The thing is, they took the lesson of, we don't need a finished script. No, yes, you do. This was a one-off in that case.
Well,
everything else, finish the damn script. Then you can improv later.
But when you get those actors together, they do improv a lot of stuff. They're very iterative.
But when you got, that's why it's a one-off. When you got something like Robert Downey Jr. and Favreau and then they can pull it off.
But it wasn't.
The other guys couldn't do it. Yeah.
But the whole.
You're talking about Iron Man 2, right? Not Iron Man 1.
Any of them really.
Iron Man 2 grows on me though.
Iron Man 2 is the one that happened during the writer's strike.
But Iron Man 2's dope, dude. Iron Man 2 has all this cool shit in it.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's so funny. People talk about Thor: The Dark World and Iron Man 2 are bad. They're not.
Oh, okay.
They're wildly entertaining. They don't have the.
I don't like Iron Man 3. That's the one I don't like.
Yeah. Wonderful. Everybody has different things they take away.
I bet the Avengers had a finished script.
But they haven't made. Marvel hasn't made a good first movie as good as the first Iron Man. They've made good movies since Iron Man, but like Thor, his introduction wasn't as good as Iron Man and the rest. Like they're to me, I'm biased because I think Iron Man is the best MCU film.
I think Thor wasn't bad.
Like I don't think
they were free. They weren't bound to one thread. It was just like a free for all in that sense. Like they could just be experimental and just have fun with it. And then once it got into that track, then things had to be laid accordingly, right?
Sure.
So I don't know.
And I think the first
I look at like Winter Soldier's great, and then you get the Civil War, and I would seriously doubt if they could make a good movie out of all of these characters together. The trailers look great. It is one of the best Marvel movies.
Joss Whedon did it.
And they introduced Black Panther.
Only Endgame and Infinity War have topped them, and then everything else is kind of just okay.
Well,
I don't know, but are you scared that
Black Panther and Inhumans are two things where Ed Probably didn't help himself because he blocked those apparently, or he blocked Black Panther, and what he did with Inhumans like, no, this isn't the '90s anymore.
Well, it's not. You can't. Okay, you can't. You have to put aside all the chatter about what happens behind the scenes because nobody really knows.
What is the chatter that you're hearing, Rob? I don't know if anyone else here is willing to listen or wants spoilers, but let's just say hypothetically this is what's happening, so you avoid getting screwed over.
No, I would say this. I think that there are two movies in Hollywood. Avengers Doomsday is one of the most locked down films ever.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows anything about it. I really don't. I mean, I can tell you what things might have been proposed a long time ago, but in terms of where it's gone, I know it's all very iterative, but I'll tell you this, as an aside, it has nothing to do with Marvel. The movie that I'm really interested in, the movie that is not on anyone's radar, that I think is the fucking wildest movie that's in production right now, is Steven Spielberg's new movie. And what people don't know about it is it has military grade NDAs. no one knows what it's about. And I first heard about this like a year and a half ago. One of the people I interview on Designing Hollywood, who I adore, said to me, like out of the blue, doesn't know I'm a big geek because only knows me because I interview them from Designing Hollywood, made this offhand comment like, yeah, you know, and this person's working on a huge movie for Universal, and said, I don't know what's up with the new Steven Spielberg movie, but no one will talk about it. And I go, well, what do you mean? And the people that work in the industry, they're not precious about, they know they signed NDAs, but if you work in Hollywood, no one's going like, I'm not going to tell you what happens in the new Avengers. They're not like that because they don't care. They don't think about movies that way. So this person just offhandedly said to me, yeah, nobody really knows what's going on in the new Steven Spielberg movie. And I'm like, well, that's odd. And then I started looking into, like, I just like to read scripts, and you can get any script. Like, I can get any script. It's harder, a little bit harder now, but for the most part, if people know you're not going to go spill the beans, and I don't spill the beans.
I want Tarantino Star
I
Trek
just want to read scripts. I'm interested in seeing what's coming out, just for my own edification.
You told me not to spill the beans for Strange New World, so I'm not going to spill the beans.
I really want Tarantino Star Trek script.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I do too. There's a couple of scripts I'm trying to get, and that's one of them. If there is even a finished one, I'm not convinced it was ever written, to be honest. But even if
it's just an outline, I don't care.
The Steven Spielberg's new movie. There is a military grade secrecy surrounding it that I've never seen ever. And I heard, I won't say who I heard this from because I don't want to incriminate them, but I heard that Donna Langley, who runs Universal, doesn't even know what it's about. And so
where did you die?
And it's supposedly, you know, and here's what I want to believe. And I don't know if this is true, but here's what I choose to believe. I want to believe, just because I want to meet aliens in my life, I want to believe that Steven Spielberg's new movie is designed to soften up the human population for disclosure.
Yeah.
And the reason that there's so much secrecy, and, you know, they've got big stars in it you can read, it's still untitled. There's no title. The movie doesn't have a title. And no, John Williams is coming in. But if you were going to soften up the population for humanity, for disclosure, why wouldn't you hire the one filmmaker that made aliens palatable to everybody in Close Encounters and E.T.? Then he fucked us up in War of the Worlds, but nobody cares.
Do you recall a Bill Folio cartoon in Starlog? Way back when?
Yeah.
Hey, you're Steven Spielberg. Yeah, you made it all about aliens. Well, yeah, and then pull back, and they're both dragging a big stone with a big evil alien. Move, slide. Yeah, I'm feeling.
Yeah.
But those are great movies, man.
They are great movies. So wait,
Rob,
Have you ever gotten to meet Steven Spielberg?
I'm super excited for this movie, Rob.
Oh, dude, don't get me started. That's going to win Best Picture. I've been saying that. I went all in. I've never met Steven Spielberg.
Oh, Project Hail Mary. Oh.
Never once.
War of the Worlds.
I used to go down and stand outside the gates of his house in Pacific Palisades. He lived on the same street as my uncle. And I used to take people down there to his he had a huge sloping driveway, and there was a gate in front of it. Nobody knew he lived there. I knew because my uncle told me. And I would take people down there like at 3 a.m. I took everybody I knew in front of. I don't know if they had cameras or whatever. They probably didn't have. I'm talking about in the 90s. I don't know. You know if he still lived there.
Probably scared him.
No, but I've never met
looking
Steven.
out his window.
Yeah, I've never met Steven
I
Spielberg.
could just hear the speaker at the gate saying, "Go home,
So
Bobby."
do you think this new movie could be about, like, I always want to see like an Independence Day type movie, but like realistically, how the world would realistically deal with it. And Steven Spielberg seems to be making something like that, where probably not a direct hostile invasion like in a typical kind of thing, but some kind of thing where we make first contact. Everybody kind of knows that it's the real deal. There's no more speculation about it.
Starman
And now
was
it's
close to that.
the people having to deal with how do we cope with this?
Yeah, that's
And
exactly right.
That could be the movie.
Yes, I think that's a movie. And what's really weird to me, here's the weirdest thing. So there's a new theater on the Universal lot. And months ago, they had an event to dedicate, it's the Steven Spielberg Theater. And they had a big event with all the Hollywood insiders that were there. And they showed a clip from this movie. And the clip was apparently a car chase. And it was a generic car chase that could have been in any movie. It did not betray what this movie was about. They showed Steven Spielberg does a car chase. Here's a clip. It didn't tell you what the movie was about. And let me ask you, how many of you have read in the trades or heard about the dedication of this theater where Steven Spielberg and a lot of industry insiders were at, and a clip of Steven Spielberg's new movie was shown? How many people have heard this? Not many.
I haven't.
Yeah, not many. So here's the thing. And by the way, this is just me, pie in the sky, what Robert Meyer Burnett wants. I want to think that the powers that be, because there's now the Age of Disclosure documentary on Amazon, there's all this stuff happening, and let's Three Eye Atlas. Hey, we haven't seen it come out from behind the sun yet. I'd like to believe it's an entire colony of aliens. It's not, but whatever. Maybe it would be. Who knows? But the fact that this Steven Spielberg movie, why the secrecy? The question is, it's just
based on a true story.
It's just a movie. If he's making a science fiction movie, why does that movie have military grade NDAs behind it?
Maybe just
nobody cares. Nobody is sitting there thinking, well, his last movie is West Side Story. The new movie he's making, nobody cares. Nobody even knows he's making that movie. And why is it that Project Hail Mary, which, by the way, I think it's going to win Best Picture. It's my most eagerly awaited film in 2026. I don't care. I mean, you talk to me about Doomsday or Doomsday, Dune 3, Doomsday. Project Hail Mary is the shit. I can't wait. I love the book. I read it in one sitting. But why has no one heard of this new Steven Spielberg movie? We know it's being made.
Sounds like
I don't know. I have a hot take, Rob. I don't know if it's appropriate to really bring it up right now, but it kind of is.
Always appropriate to bring it up.
I haven't liked a Steven Spielberg movie in probably over 23 years.
Oh, shut
okay.
What?
You know
That's
what?
nuts.
Hang on.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
2002.
That's come on, dude. You didn't like Bridge of Spies?
No,
That was a great movie.
You didn't like Catch Me If You
You didn't like The
Can?
Terminal?
when I think of Steven Spielberg, I think of the greatest director of all time, right? Now, I will say this. I saw West Side Story in IMAX, and I actually loved it.
Yeah, it's great.
I thought West Side Story was quite impressive. Probably his best movie since 2002. But I've never rewatched it since it, and because it's a remake, I kind of think of it as lesser Spielberg, because I mean there is an already great version of that
It's not a remake. It's a readaptation of a Broadway play.
But ultimately, it's been done before, right? It didn't feel like when I think of Spielberg, I think of
Batman.
Look, I will now. Okay, again, why it's a hot take, Rob. Don't completely hate me for it, but just
I don't hate anyone.
When I saw when he released Catch Me If You Can, and I am Minority Report and Catch Me If You Can in 4K Blu-ray. Both of those movies are so to go from that to what did he do in 2004? The Terminal.
The Terminal was no. The Terminal's much earlier.
That movie made me cry.
Well, if Ray Ora was here, he would tell you it's one of the greatest movies of all time.
When he showed him the can, This Is My Father. That was I don't cry in many movies. That made me cry. And Hook. when Pockets looked at Peter and said, "There you are, Peter." That made me cry.
Okay, that's
Those are
the
the
worst
moments.
Spielberg
And-
film.
and Hook
Don't
kinda
even start with Hook. Don't even.
Come on, Rob. Come on, Rob. Well, I saw
No,
that was
no.
one of the first movies I saw in '91.
Dustin Hoffman is great in Hook, but everything else around it is
Hook is terrible. You know what Hook is?
But-
It's the Goonies
Subjective.
of Spielberg's career.
Yes.
But to my
Oh
point,
my
I mean,
It's
God.
not subjective.
2002. No, but from 2002 till now, we had like what? Ready Player One.
Music's the best though.
We had what was War Horse. You had Lincoln, which was okay. But
No,
like,
Lincoln's not okay.
Lincoln's
Lincoln's
was
fucking
okay.
great,
I'll
dude.
actually give you Tintin a bit. Because
Tintin was great.
Tintin was a
was
lot
Theodore
better than
Amistad?
people give it credit for. But he did that with Peter Jackson, so it's kind of like a 50-50 split. But
But
still, not like Spielberg. I would have preferred to see that.
Ready
actually
Player One was mostly CGI, and he didn't really do all that. He just did the more
Weta
of
did
the
most
live
of the
action
work for that. But again, like I'm just going over like Spielberg movies since 2002, right? The War of the Worlds.
No, you have a
Amazing.
point. I mean, here's the thing. I think that Spielberg was just having fun. You know, I don't. I think the most significant Spielberg film is AI of this time period because he.
Oh yeah.
He was finishing what Kubrick started, and I would say that AI and Lincoln are fantastic fucking movies.
Yeah,
I
but
mean-
they're not Minority Report and Catch Me If You
I
Can.
was thinking he was supposed to make an appearance.
No,
Like
but I
that-
also think Minority Report, Bridge of Spies, Catch Me If You Can, these are all very successful films that succeeded in doing what they set out to do. And
Exactly.
and you know what?
They're better by Steven Spielberg's like deft touch, like to add those elements into like really.
But I think when you're a guy that like Steven Spielberg was making, he was a man that made iconic movies. And then what he did was he started to do what Coppola did when he made like things like The Rainmaker.
Sure.
You know, he was directing studio movies. I mean, Bridge of Spies and Catch Me If You Can are really good movies. They're just they're not iconic movies.
Sure, but you know, I'm like, I mean, I didn't hate The Post either, but I appreciated it. Like, I understood like the nuts and bolts of what Steven Spielberg is trying to do, and what he's ultimately when he's making these movies, he's trying to bring it back, like reel it back into like the dramas, and like, no, he doesn't need to make Super 8. Let J.J. Abrams make Super 8.
Yes.
You know, like
Nobody needs to make Super 8.
I'm
Just
what I'm worried
saying.
about is like this movie might
J.J. Abrams is a hack.
But
Yeah.
like I don't know, we'll see what happens, right? What I'm just trying to say is like I appreciate more directors should be trying to do like James Cameron, quite frankly, needs to get out of Avatar land and do what Spielberg was doing for the past 10 years.
Not for
As
another
much
2
as
months.
Dude,
I like it or
You're
not.
a god has no dominion here.
Oh,
Come on, dude. Fire and Ash is gonna fucking rule. I can't wait.
I'm here for Fire and Ash. Don't get it.
Dude,
twisted.
the Mordor
Like-
and IV.
But like Denis Villeneuve, like he's doing what I want Spielberg and James Cameron to do at the same time. Like he made his Prisoners, he made his Incendies, like
He made
then
his
he went-
Sicario.
he made his Blade Runner, he did his Arrivals, he's doing his version of like Avatar, but like on a way like more, you know, talking about verisimilitude, like bringing it like down to earth scale. Like I've never seen has James Cameron ever
He's
made
doing
a drama?
Bond now, isn't he?
Like
Has
just
what?
a strict. Has James Cameron ever made like a pure drama?
No.
I think Titanic.
His pure drama is
Yeah, True Lies.
The Abyss.
Yeah,
True
the
Lies
next
is
Steven
comedy.
Spielberg movie
Look,
I mean,
man,
yeah,
don't bet
I
against
know,
Jimmy.
I know.
Don't bet against Jimmy
I
C.
listen to that. I forgot what the actress's name again. What was something Gonzalez or absolutely gorgeous
Michelle
woman.
Rodriguez?
That's his wife.
Tia
And-
Carrera.
No,
Michelle
Tia
Rodriguez?
Carrera's got the heavies, bro. She got a
Jamie
hot-
Lee Curtis is his wife
Oh
in
my
True
God, man,
Lies.
she different though. But
Yeah.
Abyss,
Michelle
I'm talking about
Rodriguez?
girls from Abyss when they're drowning. That's
Okay,
probably the
guys.
most.
Wait.
Mary
I'm going to
Rose.
bring this back to the philosophical tract.
Sure.
We've gone back. We've gone back. I mean, even I'm a little loopy between the
Hey
Thanksgiving.
Rob, can I say this about
about Tia
Yeah,
Spielberg?
Carrera?
please. Hang
Can
on.
we say
Tej.
this about Spielberg?
Hang on, everybody, stop for a second. Stop. Tej, you have the floor.
Can we say this about Spielberg? That Spielberg is the Jordan. No, sorry. Spielberg is the Pippin, and John Williams is the Jordan.
Wow, that's interesting.
Without John Williams, all those movies, you put another composer, it doesn't give you the same magic.
Okay, hang on a second.
And I can tell you just
on a Sunday. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me just go. He directed The Color Purple. Okay? And he had Quincy Jones score that movie. And,
okay, fine.
And
okay.
I'm just gonna say, no. I think you're not wrong. I just want to point out that John Williams could not have scored The Color Purple. That Steven Spielberg nowadays he would have gotten fucking canceled for directing that movie today, and he was almost canceled back in the day. But it was only because Spielberg was involved. If you look at the Color Purple, by the way, is a wonderful film.
I think it's his best movie.
It's fan-fucking-tastic. And by the way, Oprah Winfrey, I loves Harpo. God knows I do. I can quote that movie chapter and verse. I love that film, and I love Quincy Jones' score. And I do think that what Spielberg's genius is he knew that John Williams couldn't score it. But I would say what you're saying, the collaboration that they've had over the years, beginning, I want to say the first movie they worked together on was Jaws.
Yeah.
I don't think he did Sugarland Express. It is one of the greatest, and I don't think did he score Bridge of Spies? I'm not sure.
No.
Did John Williams score Empire of the Sun?
Yes, and it's an incredible score.
I think that. Okay.
And that film is beautiful.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite Spielberg movie.
It's incredible.
Super underrated.
The Lost World Jurassic Park, many people don't like it, but his score, John Williams' score, is the most complicated score he's ever done. If you actually listen to the rhythmic undertones in each of those soundtracks, I'm telling you right now, it's actually my favorite score. I used to listen to that when I was studying all the time. It's the most complicated score. Even Spielberg would tell you it's actually his favorite score. I don't know if you guys have actually.
Look, man, I love the score for Jaws too. He scored that.
No, but Ted, you're actually onto something. I think John Williams, low key, might be the Jordan 2 Spielberg's Pippin. You're onto something, or at least Spielberg is like Phil Jackson, and then
well, wouldn't I don't know. It's Spielberg's Jordan. I can't think that Spielberg's Scottie Pippen.
I mean,
Spielberg.
I mean, there
I'm
is
just saying his movies are elevated because of. Okay, so maybe we could say this that let's say Kobe and Shaq. You could decide who you think is. You could say Spielberg's Kobe and Shaq is John Williams, because without those two, without John Williams scores, the magic that you get from each Spielberg movie
and Star Wars.
He did do Sugarland Express.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Even Star Wars is elevated because of John Williams' score. It would not be the same with any other. And I love James Horner, and I love Michael Kamen, and I love Jared Goldsmith, and even what's his Desplat? He just did the recent Jurassic Park. There's no
Andre Desplat,
and that was handpicked. It was handpicked by John Williams to do Jurassic Park. What was it? The Jurassic World, and he was just not available. But there's no magic. There's no themes. There's no emotion. There's no character behind those scores anymore. That's why.
By the way, this is Tej send us a tip, even though he's here.
Oh yeah, I sent it before.
He sent a tip. I just want to say, hey Tej, happy Thanksgiving, Rob. I'm leaving for the RCMP January 3rd. Getting in the last few acting gigs before then. Oh, I'm going to bring this up now. Found out from a PA friend that Kurtzman and company have to vacate CBS Studios by December 15th. Can I come on to share my thanks and gratitude to you? Well, first of all, Tej, no. You can't come on this show.
Okay, great.
Okay, now Tej, this is really interesting. Tej was actually an extra on Strange New Worlds. And by the way, can we say that? Can we say? I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, no, I can say it. I was on the USS Farragut.
Okay. Under Captain Garavik?
He was there.
Okay. I'm just saying, we've already fucked you. You'll never work in Canada again. No, but
I'm
but
done.
It was so,
I'm leaving. I'm leaving in a month.
I know you're going to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So here's what Tej. By the way, he looks great in a Starfleet uniform. He's on the set.
Yeah.
He's texting me photos. I'm not going to put him on the channel. He's texting me photos. He's like, dude,
Put it. I don't care. They paid you.
He's like, I'm on the set of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I'm on the Farragut. And we're talking about, is Captain Garavik. Okay, for those of you who came in late, that means that Captain Kirk, who's not a captain yet, if anyone knows or if anyone has seen the second season of Star Trek, they must be revisiting, because they have no creative bone in their bodies, they must be revisiting yet another episode of Star Trek, the original series, called Obsession. I'm just saying. I bet your script was Obsession Again or Obsessed whatever.
I saw some stills. I saw some stills of the later of the, like, because it was day 1 of 13. I was shooting day 1 of 13, but I did see some stills for the future days. Captain Garrick is in a spacesuit, and they decided to use the spacesuit from Star Trek First Contact, so that doesn't really make too much sense.
Well,
but I'm not going to go and tell them what.
None of Star
I'm
Trek
not going to tell
Strange
what they
New
should be
Worlds
doing.
makes. Yeah, somebody should. They shouldn't have done any of that. And if they're going back and using spacesuits, because, by the way, Tej, did you ever hear anything about a cloud? Like perhaps a vampire cloud?
No.
Or the word dichromium.
Yeah, dichromium.
I could ask.
The
but
word.
No,
don't
I
ask.
could ask.
I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want to get your position with the Royal
Rob,
Canadian Mounted Police.
No, that's okay. Actually, they inquired about my acting. They knew I was acting for like 10 years. They're like, so when are you going to tell us about your acting? I'm like, I'm going to tell you guys, because I'm in like a lot of commercials and things like that.
First of all, they should never have allowed the words Captain Garavik in their goddamn mouths.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Or the Farragut.
Oh, God.
They don't know.
The Farragut doesn't really look that great. It looks kind of...
Do you have to leave? Wait, do you have to go? Well, okay. First of all, let's. We have one of our merry band of pranksters has to leave, and it's only 1:11. I mean, we can just keep going, but please.
It's 4:00 here.
I'm over 20 hours awake today. I'm exhausted.
Give us a final farewell on this Black Friday.
Final farewell on this Black Friday.
Well, what do you have to say about genre? How do you feel? First of all, how do you feel about the state of the world in terms of genre fiction, books, movies?
I feel more hopeful than I think a lot of people do. I just think that throwing a whole bunch of shit out there doesn't necessarily create a bunch of good shit. And unfortunately, we live in a world right now where it's about volume. But when you look at the amount of good content you get today versus movies, TV shows, science fiction, books, versus what we got like 20 years ago, I think the cream rises to the top. You get about the same amount, and overall, I'd rather have more and sift through the shit to get to the good stuff than have less. That's
all right. That's fair.
Yeah.
So,
well, I guess we'll let you go. I want to thank you for being here. Always good to see you.
This, Rob. Yeah, it's great seeing you too.
This was a rando stream. I didn't expect to do anything like this, but it turned as it usually does. It turns into something great. I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for being here, and we'll keep going if anyone wants to stay.
Stay.
It's therapeutic, right? It's kind of therapeutic.
Stay.
It's morning in Finland, so I don't have anything.
Well, hang on. You can stay. Let me. So, Jared, let me ask you this. I mean, you've got a family. What do they think? What do they think of your passions? Do they support your love of
like I have 7 kids, so it's
have 7
chaotic.
kids?
Wow.
Yeah, I have 7 kids. Yeah. But like the 4
I fucking love Finland. My kind of place.
Wait, quick sidetrack. Didn't Finland release the Sisu movies?
Which movies? Sisu, yeah, Sisu movies.
Sisu. I just saw the second one. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Where'd you go? Are you not in the? Where'd you disappear to?
Everyone's
I got
down.
phased out by the other brown man. I got phased out by the other brown guy that's in the chat that's from Toronto.
Is that? I didn't realize that he was covering you. I'm sorry. Hang on.
That's okay. We could basically just like merge.
Don't you say that? Don't come on now.
Is that me?
Yeah, hang on.
I'm not tripping about it though.
Hold on, hang on. I didn't even know. I was like, I'm trying to figure out where did everybody go. Hang on.
But yeah, my kids are reading books. So like my eldest has like 200 books right now. She's always stealing my books, but she also buys her own books. Like we just had like a science fiction fair in Finland, and she bought like 8 new books, and like most of my kids are reading books. Like they all read Harry Potter's, Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and then they are writing all sorts of like children fantasy sci-fi books. So and also like we have a weekly movie night usually on Saturday where we watch like older movies. Like last weekend we watched the first Brendan Fraser Mummy, and week before that we watched the last of the Jurassic World movies and stuff like that. So
do you have a hard time getting your kids to watch this stuff, or do they love it?
They love it. Like it's if we miss one weekend, they're pissed.
Nice. Okay.
So and like I think we go to the library like every 2 weeks to get like a really big stack of books and stuff like that.
So you've done well as a father.
Yeah, father of the year.
Hopefully,
you're doing it right.
Hopefully.
Now, what about your wife? I mean, first of all, 7 kids. Clearly, your wife loves you. But now, and congratulations. I mean, you know, Finland. I love it. Now, how does your wife?
Anytime, so
I'm coming. I'm going to stay in your house. But how does your wife feel about what you love? I mean, is she into this stuff? Is she supportive? What's the deal?
Well, she does read some books, but we're mostly like watching TV and movies together. Like we have the same taste. We watch the first TV series we watched together when we started going out was The Supernatural.
Oh wow!
We have watched all the Marvel movies together. She loves more of the fantasy movies, the sci-fi movies. I usually watch the sci-fi movies by myself, but she loves all the fantasy movies. Like, and we have gone to see like all the Marvel movies in the theater and all that stuff. So she loves all that stuff, but usually when it's anything related to role-playing games or books and stuff like that, then it's usually me and the 3 oldest kids, because they are all so into all the fantasy stuff and all that stuff. So
okay, let me ask you this: as a father of 7, which is amazing, congratulations on that. How much fun did you have? But that said, so how do you juggle the interests of 7 children? Like when you have these things and you're taking people to read, which I think is amazing. Do all 7 kids? I mean, I don't know what the ages are, the age span of your children, but do you ever have a problem managing their interests with 7 kids?
Well, let's say it like that. The oldest is 15 and the youngest is 3. So the usual age gap is like 1 or 2 years between each. But I would say that usually we sort of like manage it like some of them have similar interests. So usually if we go somewhere that they are interested, we take those kids, and then other kids we sort of try to split the focus. Like they all have different hobbies. Like every day 1 or 2 kids has a hobby, and then we just have to take them there separately, or like usually like one of us stays home with the other kids and then the other one goes to take them to their hobbies and stuff like that. So
That's cool. I mean,
but it's like I think right now we only have like Thursday evening. That's no one has anything, so it's pretty busy.
do you feel pressure, like wanting your kids to like what you want? Do you feel pressure to let them in or to show them things, or do you feel that, like, you put it out there and if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. Like, how does that work for you as a father?
I would say that, like, we are pretty open, so like we just show them stuff, and
Sure.
then, like, my eldest, she's into acting school, in theater. She loves to read. Second one is really into K-pop. She's
Wow.
into dancing. She's also likes to read, but she reads mystery novels instead of like
Sure.
My eldest son is more like a hardcore Star Wars fan, so they all have a little bit different interest, but like we show them different stuff, and then they sort of tell us what they are most interested in, and all
That's
that
very
stuff. So.
that's very cool. By the way, it's not Finland, but a Swede, our good friend Stubble McShave, says, even if I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I'd like to thank you for being the Duke of Dope Discourse on YouTube, even though I don't agree with everything, nor do I expect you to. You're a great voice out there. Would love to join the show, but I'm really sick, and I sound like shit. Well, Stubble McShave is I mean, he would probably disagree when I say this, but he's one of the great intellects, I think, of this channel. And one of the another thing I'm thankful for is all of you guys and all the people that I do think that I attract a very thoughtful group of people, as this conversation has shown us. Like, I think people we're interested, engaged, and we think about this stuff and how it relates to us and how it relates to other people. And that's what, one of the things that gets frustrating is, like, how long am I going to do this for? Like, am I going to do this? I've been on YouTube for a decade. Do I still want to talk about the same shit? The thing is, the answer is yes. I do want to talk about the same shit because I'm thinking about it all the time anyway. And I might as well, like, having this conversation. This was so much fun. I got Elizabeth, there's Zoe, there's Sophie. I don't have kids of my own because my ex-wife didn't want to have kids, unfortunately. So I've always been like the great babysitter or the friend to children everywhere. And I'm like proselytizing about imagination all the time. But I mean, I do think that what we love, I do believe it is important. I think that genre fiction, whether it's science fiction, fantasy, and horror, is an easy way to examine the human condition without triggering people in terms of their political views, their, religious views. Of course, we're going to trigger them. But I do believe that Flights of Fancy, being an imagination connoisseur, is being a person that wants to explore the world. And I don't know if that's true for you guys, but I do believe it. And I think that that's the whole point. I mean, we use all this stuff. Why do we love Star Trek? Because it's an allegorical science fiction adventure show, but it reflects back on us. What does humanity mean? And I do think that that's why we're here. That's why there are imagination connoisseurs. And I will never think that that's not important. I believe...
Can I
Yeah, please. Go ahead. Chime in.
I was just going to say that you are probably one of the reasons on YouTube that make us excited about movies. Because you have a childlike fascination with upcoming stuff or stuff from in the past.
I do.
That gets us all revved up about movies. I'm not going to lie. I haven't been excited about movies for a very long time. But every time I watch your channel, or I see on John Campea, and you're excited like about the long walk. You were so excited about the long walk, and that enticed me to watch the long walk.
What'd you think?
Otherwise, I would have not cared.
What did you think of it?
It was good. The acting was superb. The gentleman in Alien Romulus, I forgot. David, is it David?
Yeah.
The black guy.
He was amazing.
He's fantastic. Amazing. His accent, even the different accents he pulls, it's amazing. I think it was Philip Seymour Hoffman's son. Was he?
Yeah.
Was he the?
Yeah,
he was
the lead.
Very natural. Quite gory, which is
that
great.
movie was made for $20 million, and they shot it. In Canada.
See, it can be done.
Oh no way! Probably in Maritimes or something.
I want to say they shot it. They actually shot it in a national park that might have been in Alberta, and there was one road.
Sense.
There was one road going through this national park, and the entire film was shot there.
Because they shot Ghostbusters there too, like whatever, not the newest one, the one before the Afterlife. They shot that in Alberta. I was up for a role there. Yeah, it's great. It was a great movie. It was a nice, small, condensed movie. I think Mark Hamill kind of overcooked the role a bit. He was just a little bit too. I don't know. I felt like he was a little bit of a Joker-esque in that. But it was great. But a very, very condensed movie. It had a finality to it. I didn't think there was no sort of sequel bait to it. It was fantastic. I thought the acting was great. And even the guy who was in that new Karate Kid, he was in there too.
He was so good in the movie. I mean,
his accent's great. New York accent was great. Yeah.
No, he's good. I enjoyed that. I can't believe we got 2 Bachman books. I have to say that I was really disappointed by The Running Man, and I love Edgar Wright. I take no pleasure in being disappointed by filmmakers I love. So
I don't think you should remake any Arnold Schwarzenegger movie because it's always going to end up being a flop. Unfortunately.
Well, here's the thing: that the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie was actually a remake of a French film, even though it was called The Running Man. There was a 13-year legal case because they ripped off a French movie, and they never used the original text of The Running Man.
You're not talking about True Lies, right? Because wasn't True Lies?
No, I'm talking about The Running Man.
The Running Man.
Yeah, the True Lies was a remake of a French film, but that's acknowledged. But The Running Man, the original Running Man, was a stolen remake.
And it wasn't even based off the book.
No, I mean they bought the book, they had the rights, but they if you look it up, it's really interesting. If you look up the Running Man legal case or Running Man 1987 or whatever legal case, it's like 11 or 13 years, and they ripped off a French film, and the director of the French film won the legal case. So Edgar Wright's Running Man went back to the source material, which the original Running Man it did not. The original Running Man did not resemble the Bachman book, Stephen King's Bachman book, at all. And I think this Running Man is a really interesting failure. And I'm a huge Edgar Wright fan since Spaced. But it didn't work. And it was interesting because I thought that he was serving multiple masters. He should have served the original text. But what he did was, Running Man was an amalgamation of 20 other movies, and the tone was all over the place because he was ripping off movies that were changing tone within them, and I don't think it worked. And I don't think that Glenn Powell is a leading man.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't believe that. I was grateful enough to watch Hitman, the one he did with Richard.
Yeah, I liked Hitman a lot.
But I saw that TIFF, and like, I had no expectations. I just heard it was good.
It's good.
And that guy carried a whole movie on his. He wrote that movie too. Like, I'm not gonna sell. Like, Sony has a habit of making. They did the Total Recall remake too, if people remember.
Oh my god,
that was also a catastrophe.
You know, I bought that. I own that on Blu-ray, and I own it. I've never watched it. I mean, I've seen the movie, but I've never watched my Blu-ray. I just kept it.
You'll have more. Sorry, no, go. Sorry, Rob.
No.
I was gonna say something. You'll have more entertainment watching the Red Letter Media of Total Recall review than watching the movie Total Recall.
Oh man, I was perplexed. That movie perplexed me. I was like, wait, what?
So it's like I think, and I don't hate Len Wiseman. I don't think he's a complete hack of a director.
Yes.
Like the first Live Free or Die Hard. Okay, this is another crazy story, Rob. I'm going to tell you about. That was my first Die Hard. Was the fourth, and you know what? That movie is it gets a lot of hate for no reason. The action in that movie is probably the last time we had a good, practically done action movie outside of maybe John Wick.
Like, the unrated version is a little bit better. The unrated version, I'll give it some grace.
I will tell you,
it's kind of annoying.
It's a masterpiece compared to the first one.
Oh yeah. Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Since we're talking about this, here's my problem with Live Free or Die Hard, which I have to say I like.
Okay.
Die Hard is a masterpiece. Die Hard 2 is a cheap knockoff, but still lots of fun.
But it's great, Rob. It's still good. It's still good.
Die Hard with a Vengeance is...
You know nothing about airplanes and how the things work.
Yeah, Die Hard with a Vengeance rules. I love Die Hard.
Yes.
Yeah. But here's the interesting thing about Die Hard, the Die Hard franchise. So the first Die Hard movie, you have all the action contained in a building. It's contained in a singular structure. Die Hard 2 gives you a singular place that's expansive, which is an airport. Die Hard 3 gives you a whole city, but it's contained. It's Manhattan. Die Hard with a Vengeance, or Die Hard 4, Live Free or Die Hard. The problem with Live Free or Die Hard is it doesn't. It's just a thing. Like, okay, now we're in Washington D.C., but they don't make Washington D.C. some kind of a metaphoric, and then you go other places. It's not like what they should have done with Live Free or Die Hard is make it an entire road movie about the entire United States. So this entire thing is spread out across the country. So you go from building to community to city to country. And they never did that. And that's what I thought was Live Free or Die Hard. The title was perfect. And if they made the film a cross-country odyssey, it might have been the greatest Die Hard movie of all time. But
or take it to Japan.
Well, they can't do that.
Because that would be the fifth one.
Because Die Hard,
the fifth one is the whole world.
That's exactly right. The fifth one would have been the whole world. And that would have been, but when I watch Live Free or Die Hard, I'm like, oh, they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't understand.
No, it's the second one though. It's like if jet fuel doesn't work that way. It has to
but also, can I say this? The actual look of the movie.
Jet fuel, it'll put it out. Okay.
Yeah, what were you saying, Touch, about the look?
Die Hard 1, 2, and 3 were actually filmed on film, and it gives that grainy feel. It gives you that versatile like textile.
You feel the texture.
You're seeing the grain patterns move.
Yeah.
Die Hard 4, Live Free or Die Hard, was too clean. Justin Long was great. I love that. He's one of my favorite actors of all time.
I thought he was terrific.
Joe Pesci and Jeff Goldblum.
Galaxy Quest, but Justin Long, you know.
Oh yeah.
I think the third act with the F1 fighter is absolute bullshit.
It became a superhero thing.
Stupid.
Well, that's
there's like slivers, like that one scene where they do a montage of like all the presidents telling you like, and they make that speech pattern, and they kind of intercut it, and then they make it look like this Capitol building blows up. That's a really great scene. Like that's probably one of the better 2000s action sort of moments.
But the problem is that movie is not a cohesive whole. That movie is all over the place, and the interesting thing about it is like the look. And this is my problem with people that make franchise movies. You have to analyze. The reason they became franchises is because the first movie became really popular, very successful. It's considered a classic. Why is it? You need to analyze first principles and understand why did that film work? And the funny thing about Live Free or Die Hard is they just made John McClane a generic character. He's still John McClane, but what makes him interesting in the first movie is that he has a wife and a daughter and a son you don't know he had, and he's trying to get back to his family. And then by the time you get to Live Free or Die Hard, John McClane is a cipher. He's just he's literally the generic hero that you are given. He's aged, he's divorced, he's a different guy. And the fact is, he's got to be looking for something that metaphorically, the Die Hard movies are about one man who wants to find love again. That's it. Yeah. And when you get rid of that, if you take away that, which they did in Die Hard with a Vengeance, but you had John McTiernan. But at the end of the day, John McClane is you can't just dismiss his wife, which they do.
He still calls Holly at the end in Die Hard 3. He still calls her at the end.
He does.
So and, he's still looking for love.
Even though I'll give you all of that, right? But I just want to put you in let me compare this for a second, right? Now you have Terminator Genesis, Terminator Dark Fate. No.
Why are you bringing those up?
Why are you bringing them up? Why? I had a heart attack watching Dark Fate.
Don't jump the gun just yet.
I had a heart attack watching
Dark Fate. You have Terminator Genesis, Terminator Dark Fate, Rambo Last Blood, or Live Free or Die Hard. Or you can add A Good Day to Die Hard in that, but fuck that movie.
Rambo Last Blood.
What movie are you watching out of all 5 of those?
Rambo
all these geezer, belated sequels, and then because and what's to preface that, what was the last good Bruce Willis action movie since Live Free or Die Hard? And compare it to all the old 80s action icons and their belated sequels.
Well, the thing
Rain, what's his name? He did the movie with Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Looper.
Yeah, Looper. Yeah,
Looper's great. Yeah, but that's not like a full-blown Bruce Willis vehicle, but it kind of is. But
it was.
I'm kind of being selective with not adding that.
But here's the thing about Bruce Willis was never an action star. Yeah. He was the everyman who happened to achieve success in an action franchise. I mean,
okay, so ignore that question then. But if you have to watch the 2 Terminator sequels, the 2 Rambo sequels, and this, or Good Day to Die Hard,
can I splice it? Can I take a piece of one movie, like a small piece, and just watch that in loop?
Oh, no.
To be honest, none of those movies, because those movies were not made. Here's the problem with sequels. Look, I would say if you want to look at a great sequel, I think one of the greatest sequels ever made was Aliens. James Cameron did not make Aliens to make money. He did. He wanted to get paid, sure. But he made Aliens because he loved Alien. And so James Cameron... Aliens, I mean, you could go and talk about Godfather 2, and you can talk about The Road Warrior or Empire Strikes Back and all that. But what's really interesting about Aliens is that James Cameron had no connection to the Alien franchise. He had no connection to Ridley Scott's first movie. He was working for Roger Corman. He'd made Terminator, and he could make anything he wanted. And he's like,
I'm looking at my Blu-ray of Alien just staring at me, so I just have to
Rob, don't laugh. I like RoboCop. I like RoboCop 2. I watched that more than RoboCop because I grew up watching RoboCop 2 a lot.
But see that but that's no definition of whether it's great or not. I'm just saying. But James Cameron had an idea, and he'd earned his clout. He could have burned it on an original movie, but James Cameron wanted to make Aliens. He wanted to make Aliens because he loved Alien. And what he did was, he's like, I love this movie, but I can take this franchise and do an entire 180 and take the genre, a haunted house in space. I'm going to make a fucking Vietnam movie in space. It was a genius move. And if every person that gets in, the problem is not many people are as smart as James Cameron. And smart, not like an Einstein smart, a smart in terms of the every person, the understanding of what we love in America. James Cameron, the feat that Alien represents at a corporate level is a maverick filmmaker coming into a boardroom. And if you believe reports, he wrote the word alien on the chalkboard, made an S, and drew 2 lines through it, turning the S into a $sign. And if you believe that, I think it's true.
That's how you do a pitch.
It's like he comes in there and he goes, "Look, man," and they weren't hiring him. They weren't. He wanted to do it. We don't have many franchises with filmmakers that, one, have earned the clout to do it. They're all hired by corporations. There is no passion left, which is wild considering that making movies is the most passionate thing in the world to do. You have to be immersed for years on end. It's not a painting. You're working on something and Cameron nailed it and everybody else nailed it, and the Alien franchise went awry after that because they thought that the people, look, David Giler and Walter Hill, love them both, but they were never the stars of the Alien franchise. What they needed to do was find an auteur, and oh wait, they did. But they wouldn't let him do what he wanted to do. And I would dare say that the extended version of Alien 3, the assembly cut, is really good. It's totally different, and it is dealing with different issues and all that, but yeah, it's too bad.
Rob, can I say something?
Yeah, go Tej.
I was just going to say, in terms of the acting industry, because I've been in it for 10 years, even like a principal actor, and I can tell you slowly every year, it's more dread than enjoyment. A lot of people just do it for the paycheck. There's no love behind some of the, like I'm even seeing like the behind the scenes stuff. Even just being on Star Trek, they're just in it for the paycheck. They don't really care what they're doing. They're going day by day. They're just, even the director was like, looked like he was bored. The actors were just there to grab the food in between, like grab the crafts. They weren't really like, that passion. I understand you don't have to be a fan of the genre or that particular show, but you gotta love what you're doing. And I felt like there was no love in that,
dude.
And I can tell you firsthand.
And by the way, it translates. I would say that Star Trek: Strange New Worlds is one of the greatest examples of the actual creators squandering all the resources they had. They had the cast, they had the money, they had the sets. What they didn't have was people that wanted to tell stories in the Star Trek universe.
Mm-hmm.
And it is look, you've heard me. My hatred for what these creators have done to Star Trek since 2009 burns hotter than the greatest supernova the universe has ever seen. I actually think that these people have ruined only a small section, but they've ruined part of our pop culture. Like they've literally destroyed, they've taken something, and it's weird to me because they have made sure that Star Trek, modern Star Trek, new Star Trek, has no value. There is no, like,
you think Kurtzman
show?
Do you think Kurtzman will keep going after 2020?
No, he's out. He's out.
No.
Look, you know what?
It's been confirmed. He's out.
I hope Kurtzman and Les Moonves go to the same with their predilection for $10,000 hookers. Uh-oh. Did I say that online live on YouTube? Yeah, well, you know what? If they spent as much time procuring $10,000 hookers as they do writing, or maybe we might have had a good show. But they're not, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And it's really
Rob,
sad. It's
Rob,
just,
you know David Ellison. Can't you just kind of get in there?
I
Try
don't.
to get into
I
the
don't.
Franchise now.
I don't. I would have
Go
known
by the
David
story.
Ellison better if Marcy Ross had greenlit Living in Infamy. I was this close to having a show go about 10 years ago, but I blame Marcy Ross for not understanding who Dark Phoenix is. That's a story. You know, what can I say? You know, Derek Hughes and Ben Rabb wrote a great... So I self-published a comic book 20 years ago, written by Derek Hughes and Ben Rabb. Fucking great, called Living in Infamy. It was about the FBI's witness protection program for supervillains. Fucking great. It was great. Their idea was great. Ashley Edward Miller brought it to me. I spent $100,000 of my own money back when I was making money, because I was funneling all the money I made doing DVD projects into other people. I'm like, hey, man, I'll go broke, but I'll pay you to do comics. It's going to be awesome. It was fantastic. Unbelievable. And that's what I did, hoping to make stuff. We came this close. This close. We had a flashing green light. And then, I'll tell you a funny story. So, in our comic, Living in Infamy, it's basically about the witness protection program for supervillains and Infamy, Arizona was a town in Arizona that was founded during the gold rush, and it was called Infamy. And the government turned it into it's a suburb. No one else knows these people are there. They have the 8 greatest supervillains in the world who turn state's evidence living in this town. And they're all implanted with a device that if they cross a certain border, it blows up and kills them. But they have kids now, and it's fucking great. It was so good. So they were interested, and we basically, Skydance was developing the show. They paid for a pilot script to get written, and they liked it. And Ben and Derek killed it. Wrote a great script. And I had a conversation with Marcy Ross, and she said, what I don't understand is this supervillain named Wells Johnson. And Wells Johnson taught physics and science at the high school. And Wells Johnson was this big black guy who actually has the Phoenix Force, quote unquote, the Phoenix Force. He has a extraterrestrial intelligence named Umlaut that's going to destroy the universe, but somehow is stuck in Wells Johnson's head. So Wells Johnson, and we were setting him up to be like the big bad in season 3. So Wells Johnson sometimes would not be able to fight back Umlaut's influence and start spouting, one day I will destroy this puny planet in the middle of it was, and take over the world. And I had this conversation where Marcy Ross was like, look, I want to greenlight this show, but I don't get this character, Wells Johnson. What is this weird entity that lives in his head? And what I go, it's Dark Phoenix. It's our version of Dark Phoenix. And she goes, I don't even know what you just said. I go, X-Men, Dark Phoenix. She's like, what? And I'm like, okay. And that was the end of our show. That was the end. I thought I would try and save it. I'm like, they were this close to greenlight, and the show was so fun. It was Breaking Bad, meets The Boys. Now, The Boys didn't exist then, but it was literally about a grassroots. 15 years ago they were all supervillains, and now they're just turned state's evidence, and they just hang out in this small town, and they've got kids.
Do you have the rights?
You can probably sell that now.
Do you have the rights
own it.
back?
I own it. Yeah. I created it with Ben and Derek.
Yeah, dust it out.
Well, we tried. I mean, nobody.
I think
the thing is, now here's the problem: superheroes are so played out. And if I were to be like, it's Breaking Bad with superheroes, which is what it is, that might have been cool once, but it's the superhero genre is played out. It's done. By the way, I don't know if you can see it.
It'll be resurrected from Doomsday. You can bring it back. After Doomsday, you can.
You might have a shot.
Here, wait, Jared, let me
talk to Christian Harloff. He's putting a pilot together.
let me just point something out. Like our comic book, the comic book was so rad. I'm just saying that people liked it. In the comic book, I spent my money and published a 4-issue miniseries. So,
wow.
Yeah. So look, like here, I'm just gonna Jared. Don't take it personally that I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna crop. Wait, I can't. Oh, yeah. I guess you can't see it. Oh wait, hang on. I'm gonna move it over, and I'm gonna blow it up, just so you can see it. Hang on, let me blow it up. So here is the and it's going to look a little blown up, but this is the Spanish language version of Living in Infamy, and this is a Tim Sale.
Oh, I see it.
A Tim Sale cover. Tim Sale did the cover of issue 4. It's a 4-issue miniseries. I spared no expense. John Cassaday did the cover of issue 1. Howard Chaykin did the cover of issue 2. I mean, and then Tim Sale, that's that's issue 4. But how cool is that? I mean, it's pretty cool. Yeah. You can't see it.
It has like Indiana Jones font. It has like a 30 styles font to it. I don't know.
And each issue has a very different cover and logo.
Available at Mile High Comics. You can get near mints for about $20.
Yep. There you go.
Although actually, I think just one of them's in stock.
And
I think you should bring it back, Rob. I think you should bring it. You know, Christian Harloff is putting a big pilot together, so you might want to talk to him.
Well, I just want hang on a second. I just want to point out that I do produce and edit and make movies, and we do have White Devils.
I know.
I'm just saying. But you know, Christian Harloff has never called me and asked me, and I love Christian, but I do want to say, like, he's never reached out to me, and
that's odd.
No, it's people don't know. Look, when I was working on Schmodown, I think it was Roxy Stryer who sat me down once and said, it was so funny. She goes, "You've produced movies." And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Why are you doing this? Why are you doing the Schmodown?" I'm like, "'Cause it's fun. It's once a month I drive down on a Saturday and we record cool things, and Christian Harloff wanted me to be a heel, and I did this thing, and I'm having a great time." And then I got canceled later. Like, people didn't understand.
Yeah, that was so stupid.
I
was so dumb.
I was playing a character, and also people didn't understand that I'm like a 75-year-old black man got assassinated on a street corner saving his friend's pawn shop. And I was like being ironic. And just people didn't like me because I'm an old white guy. What can I do? But
you sell yourself short, Rob.
Like low IQ people.
No,
can I be honest, Rob?
It was a weird period.
But the whole thing, that whole nucleus broke down because when John Schnepp passed away, I felt there were so many different rifts that were happening. John Schnepp was the glue man for the whole realm of nerdism and that collider. And it was so. Can I just say this on the side note? I don't cry when celebrities die. Maybe I just cried when Robin Williams passed away. But when John Schnepp passed away, even though it was what's that relationship where you don't really know him, but you think you know him, like you just see him through.
Anyways,
I met him once. I cried for like a week. I was so sad. Like it was tough.
I will hold my tongue because it doesn't behoove me to speak of this, but I made one suggestion. Imagine you have a friend. Like I'll speak about this now. What do I care? It's fucking Thanksgiving.
Whatever. Who cares?
Well,
Whatever.
I'll tell you. I've never said this. So here's the thing. I was at the hospital. And Holly, his girlfriend, and we were there together when we learned John Schnepp was brain dead. And he was not going to come back. And that day, there were people writing up a campaign, a Get Well Soon John Schnepp campaign. He had insurance to pay off his hospital bills or whatever. And then I left the hospital and I went home. And I got a phone call from the person that was making this GoFundMe campaign. And they asked me what I thought of it. And I said, you can't say get well John Schnepp because he's brain dead. He's not going to get well. Yeah. And I said, you might want to change your wording and say something else. That's all I said. And my friend's gone. The man who I was on YouTube. I'd been for 3.5 years. A man whose movies I had put into the Masquerade and Comic-Con. That's all I said. Like, I have no dog in this hunt. My friend's gone. And I'm like, if you're going to, my whole thing is that he's not coming back. You can't tell people or that night, my life turned to hell because Holly went bananas and I got phone calls and I'm like, guys, all I said was I just suggested language in your GoFundMe campaign. That's all, and I suddenly became public enemy number one. They put out the Get Well Soon John Schnepp campaign. It raised over $200,000. Keep in mind, this was a campaign that was put up after he was declared brain dead.
Yeah, so where's that money?
And
who did it go to?
And I am the bad guy? I'm the bad guy? I had nothing to do with any of this. I was asked for wording, and suddenly, by the way, to be fair, you want me to talk about this again? I go to Comic-Con, and we had to wait to announce that John was gone. Okay? And I go to Comic-Con with Elizabeth. I walk into the John Schnepp Memorial with all the people I work with at Collider. I walk in there, and everybody's looking at me funny. And Coy Jandreau, who I love, comes up to me and he goes, listen, man, I have to do what Holly says. I'm like, what are you talking about? They had the John Schnepp Memorial show the Monday after Comic-Con. I was not on it. Yeah. I was not on it. But I didn't know this because Holly, who had nothing to do with Collider or the show or whatever, the grieving widow, they're like, well, Rob, Holly doesn't want you on the show. And I'm like, guys, you know what? I don't have anything to do with this, but I'm at this memorial show. This man was my friend before anyone else knew him. I was not on. I'd been on that show for 3.5 years. And all I said was, how about you don't defraud the fucking public? How about not do that? Huh? How about not do that? How about not defraud people? There is no get well John Schnepp. All I said is don't. And everybody went bananas. And I was not on the memorial show for the man who got me on YouTube. And
Chris Gore, both of you were not on that show.
Yeah, and we were the people that knew him the longest. And what was amazing to me, and now I can say this because I don't fucking give a fuck, because none of these people stuck up for me. They're all like, hey, we have to do it, Holly. I'm like, what does Holly have to do with Collider? What does she have to do with any of this? And she went on, by the way, and yelled at John Campy and I, and it was just, look, I understand. She needed to get the money she was going to get, whatever. But no one's ever apologized to me for this. No one.
How about Amy Dallin? Has she even spoke to you at all? Amy Dallin?
Okay, here's the thing about Amy Dallin. I love Amy Dallin. I think Amy Dallin is amazing. I loved streaming with her. I love talking with her. I've always loved her. I understand why she has a problem with me, because we got into it when I told her we'd have conversations about the fact that I said, in the 80s, there just weren't girls at Comic-Con. There weren't. And she was like, there was always girls at conventions. I'm like, it was a different time, a different thing. So she and I had a difference of opinion. I always loved and respected her. She was smart. She knew her shit. And I've always liked her. She did not like me. But I understood. But I understood why she didn't. I get it. I totally get it. But she's great. She was always great. She was great when she worked at the comic book store she worked at. She was great on the show, and I always loved Amy Dallin, and I always respected her, and I always will. And
I just feel like you're getting shafted with all these, because you're just being truthful and honest with people, and you're genuinely a very nice guy. You're caring and understanding, and I feel like these people are some of these people. Even though I listen to them because they're with you in that sense, they just seem fake. And I don't know if it's that LA fakeness. I've never been to LA, but I think they're just nice, but they're not really genuine, and they just will they'll switch sides. They'll play teams.
Well, here's the thing for me, and I never explain this. So being on YouTube and being on Collider was not my job. It was John Schnepp asked me to be on the show, and I'm like, I would go into Collider, do the show, and leave. I never thought about it again, and it was fun to do. Talk about comic books once a week. I didn't know John Campea. I met him, and I liked John. It was fun, and John Schnepp, we had fun. It was so cool, but I never watched the show. I didn't know anything about it. I really didn't. When I started on that show, I was actually editing a low-budget science fiction movie called Paradox that my friend Mike Hurst wrote and directed. I thought it was a pretty cool time travel movie that was shot in 4 rooms, a hallway, and a parking lot.
I think I've got that.
And it starred Zoe Bell, Quentin Tarantino's Zoe Bell, and Malik Yoba, and one of my favorite actors, Adam from an episode of Femme Fatales I directed. And it was so much fun. So I was working on low budget movies. So when I was at Collider at this time, I worked on Paradox. I edited a film for Lifetime called I Know Where Lizzie Is.
I got it.
And I was working on films, but Collider was this fun thing with all these cool, fun people. But I didn't tell them what I did. I walked in and was like, "Hey, what's up? You having a good time?" Like, "Hey," and like when we first did the Schmodown, and I didn't take it seriously. It was just what I knew off the top of my head. And it was fun. I could win the Schmodown and do all this stuff, the first Inner Geek champion or whatever. But then everyone started to study. And the thing is that I was older, so everybody knew more about modern movies than I did because I just hadn't watched movies over and over again or whatever. So I could never win when people started studying. And I'm like, okay. But then Christian said, "Hey, man, do you know who Ric Flair is? Do you know anything about wrestling?" I'm like, "No." And he was like, "You should watch you should be a heel." And I watched Ric Flair, and I'm like, "Oh, I have this jacket, and this old jacket I bought for this Halloween thing 20 years ago. I put it on. I'm like, hey, man." I started screaming and yelling. And I think that people started to believe I was that guy. They're like, I was the monumental douchebag screaming and yelling in the Collider. And for me, it was just a fun thing to do. Like, I would show up and be like, I've got a life outside of this. I'm editing movies
It's
and all
acting.
this. Yeah, I was just having a fun time. And working with Dagnino, all those people were so hilarious. And so
Dagnino's the best. Yeah, you and Dagnino worked off so well.
It was so fun. And like during the Black Lives Matter thing, what was really interesting, so I got in trouble when during Black Lives Matter there was a retired black police captain named David Dorn who was protecting. He was a 75-year-old man. He had 5 children and 10 grandchildren. And he was gunned down in front of a pawn shop that he was protecting. And there was a video I saw where the camera panned in, and it panned into him dead on the sidewalk. And I was so disturbed by that I tweeted out, I put this video up and I tweeted out, I said, where was any something to the effect of, where was any Second Amendment advocate here? Shoot to kill. And
yeah, I remember that. Shoot to kill.
What my meaning was that where was the person to protect this poor man? He was there protecting his friend's business. And by the way, the reason and the people that killed him went into the business and looted the place. The reason that he was protecting it is because there was guns in this. It was a pawn shop. What I was trying to be darkly sardonic, and I thought people understood that. And I tweeted the video because the video was so disturbing to me that I was like, the point was I was trying to make was that this poor man did not deserve to die here on this sidewalk alone defending his friend's store. And why wasn't, with all the people talking about the Second Amendment and screaming up being armed, where was somebody to protect this man? And what happened was people that I worked with retweeted me. They didn't put the video in the retweets. They're like, Rob Burnett is advocating killing looters. And it was so weird. I'm like looking at this stuff going, well, if you don't tweet the video, you're just looking at my words. It was bizarre to me because I'm like, I understand where you're coming from, but you've intentionally not attached the video to my tweet, and now you're trying to say that I'm advocating killing looters. I was saying
Roxy Star.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't her. It wasn't her.
No, I thought it was. I thought it was her.
No,
Okay.
no. And that was that. I always loved her. No, it was. Well,
wasn't it one of the world?
No, it was.
Girls?
I could say so. Here, let me finish. Let me just say so. A lot like RB3.
Sorry, Rob.
I think it was RB3 that retweeted me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've worked with you for 2 years. Do you really think I'm advocating killing looters? My tweets were about this specific incident. This one man, father of 5, grandfather of 10. What I was trying to say was by showing the video, I'm like, where was a gun supporter? Where was somebody who advocated for the Second Amendment that could have protected David Dorn?
I think he was armed.
But he was dead. Like, where were they? Anyway, that's what I was trying to say. But when I was retweeted without the video, the people that I work with for years at Collider were saying that I was advocating killing looters because I said shoot to kill. It was very specific to this particular incident, and there was no shooting to kill because he was already dead. That was
Can I
the
ask
whole
something?
point. Yeah.
Did any of these people talk to you first and ask you what it meant?
No.
Nope.
No one called me. And and the crazy thing about nobody ever called me. What was weird was I didn't get because I've been on Twitter for years. And everyone knows I have a dark sense of humor and I'm talking all kinds of mad shit all the time. Nobody called me. RB3 didn't call me. And nobody called me. I would have thought okay. But what was interesting was all of this was based on this persona that I was portraying in the truly the 45 minutes or hour I spent at the Collider Studios once a month. Like nobody even knew. It was Roxy who was the person that sat down with me and said, "Hey man, you produce movies. What are you doing this for?" Roxy was always cool. I was always a huge fan of hers. I'm still to this day.
I'm just surprised Christian never told them you're just putting on an act. I thought,
but I don't. I think they did. But and also the thing was, I just did Collider for fun. Everyone else was trying to trying to make a career out of it. For me, it was just
what a lot of that Schmoedown Collider stuff always felt like was kind of like theater, but for like high school theater.
You know what though? I have to say that Christian and Mark Ellis were great. What they were doing, I thought it was great. It was so. I have to tell you, it was.
In the right place.
But it was so much fun to do that. Like I would show up and Dagnino, and I loved all those people, everybody. I loved everybody. Collider was so cool, and that was the ironically interesting thing was that I thought those people were great. Like, I was having a great time. Like, it was really perplexing to me that I was retweeted without the video. It never occurred to me that anyone at Collider was really paying attention. I had one run-in with somebody, and it was a woman, and it was somebody that I didn't really know who jumped into a tweet conversation I was having with somebody else. And I sent back, she was mad, and I was like, because on Twitter, it's all about stream of consciousness and funny, and all I said was, whoa, easy cheetah. And when I was in college, we came up with this term, easy cheetah, meaning don't tear my throat out, because cheetahs will come and kill you. And so I've been saying that since the fucking 80s. Like, yo, man, easy cheetah. So I made this comment to somebody who might have the last name of another animal. And I'm just saying.
Okay. I have to think about it. Okay.
And so I get a call. It was John Campia. I got called into his office, and he was like, there's been a complaint about you.
Oh God.
And I'm like, what? And he tells me that somebody said that you had a disparaging comment called easy cheetah. And I'm like, I was totally perplexed. And I'm like, really? What? And I've been saying this for years. I've been saying it to my ex-wife. Like, it doesn't mean anything. All it means is don't tear my throat out. It's a euphemism or whatever. So after this happened, this person and others, after this incident, they were calling me. They were saying Rob Burnett's a garbage person. And I'm just like, I'm looking at all this, and I'm just thinking, like, okay, but in the Collider space, it had created all of this drama. And for me, I'm playing along with it. Like, everybody wants me to, like, you've got to apologize. I'm like, oh, okay. Still, I mean, for what? I was thinking about this, but I did. I apologized to everybody, and I went back to work. But to be honest, to this day, no one's ever apologized to me for not allowing me to go to John Schnepp's memorial service. And
that's just a big.
Well, what was really interesting about the whole thing was, like, I was just there to have a good time. Like,
yeah.
For me, by the way, what was really interesting was that there was a big thing about how we'll pay you what we owe you. I was never paid. Everybody else was making money. I might have made money early on, but when I put on that jacket, I was never, ever paid to be on the Schmodown. Never. I just did it because it was fun. And it became a big deal. Like, and by the way, I love Christian. I love Mark Ellis. But it became
they both said nice things about you. I met with Mark Ellis.
But they're great. I love them. They're great.
They said very nice. Yeah, they're great guys.
They're great. And by the way, Mark Ellis I actually put up, I was involved with a weird show that I thought Mark Ellis should have hosted for a while. And I put him up for the host. I said, this guy's got to host this show. He's so good. And I love Mark Ellis and Christian. But the whole thing was such a bizarre experience to be that way and get canceled or whatever. And I'm like, this is sort of the weird thing. I didn't expect the show to go this way, but see, late night, you never know.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. But it's a weird thing because for me, no one knew who I was. They didn't know what I was doing. They didn't know what I worked on. They didn't know my past. And I would have thought that, because whenever I don't tell people what I've done. I don't walk in and go, I've got this movie or I've got this audio drama or this whatever I'm working on. I don't tell people that. When I go into work on whatever I'm doing that. That's what I'm doing. And I would think if anyone wants to know anything about me, you can do a cursory Google search and ask me questions or whatever. And but there was one person, a girl, that I really liked. And I thought she was really cool. I really loved her vibe. Not from a lascivious point of view. I just thought she was cool. And she was one of the people that called me on social media a garbage person. And that was the one thing that stung. And I was like, I've never done anything to you wrong. I've been nothing but complimentary. We barely know each other. But to call me a garbage person, I was like, how? It was wild. And
people get alienated in those circles. Like
I'm thinking interpretation-wise.
People's brains broke during
I want to hear
COVID.
your opinion on this, Rob.
People's brains broke during COVID.
But it was a weird thing because it's one thing, when you actually watch people call you things, and it's fine. I talk mad shit. Call me anything you want. If you hate me, great. But when you see people that you've worked with who've never, you're in the same room with them and you talk to them and all that, but you've never had any bad interaction with them, to see them go on social media and write, "You're a garbage person." Here, I wanted to know why. Why, define that. Why do you think, and you have to understand, Elizabeth and her two daughters, I lived with a family. We had a family. And you go home and you think to yourself, you're a breadwinner and you're doing all this stuff. So how do you tell your family that somebody calls you a garbage person on the internet? Because nobody thinks about this. And the people were much younger, so they don't know that, anything you do to me could affect multiple people next month. You might cause me to not get paid, but the Schmodown, I never got paid. And I never made it. They would have paid me if I submitted invoices. I just didn't. I was like, it's fun. It's cool.
I think if you think about the phrase "easy cheetah," if they're thinking they're Tarzan fans, they think you just called him a monkey.
But yeah, that's when I said easy cheetah, it was just something we said. And that was something I typed. And I get it. I didn't know this person's background of being victimized or anything like that. I don't know why they jumped into the conversation. You can go back and probably find it. Find the Twitter exchange. But it was just a weird, the whole thing was bizarre. I'm like, I don't know you, man. I thought you were cool, whatever. But it's just a bizarre.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, we're talking about something. We're talking about this whole show started. This is amazing, by the way. It's 2:17. I started the show.
When Campy made that announcement that you're going to be taking.
By the way,
sometimes you got to get it off your chest, though, too.
Do you know? After all this went down, the first person to call me was John Campia, and John said, "Hey, man, you want to stream? Let's do a show." And John called me up. And he's like, because he had left Collider as well. And he had his own issues and he knew that these things, and that's why I will always love and respect John Campia because he reached out and said, hey, because we'd streamed together for 3.5 years. And he was also there when I got called into his office. And I started.
John's a real one.
Well, yeah, and the funny thing about John is, it's not funny, but John Campia runs a tight ship. The reason people watch his show and the industry watches his show is because it's very focused. It's very he looks up, he finds these news stories, he's like, here's what we're going to do, we're going to talk about it. He's got a great flow. He understands how to. It's a.
There's
very
nobody like him in terms of quality.
No. And
Rob, I got a question for you though.
Sure.
Okay, and I just want to hear your thoughts because this might be a little controversial, but fuck it. I
think I've been controversial, but I think I've been nice. I mean,
No, this is kind of. I think this is kind of reflective of maybe that whole time period during like Collider and what was the other thing that and like what was the other one that Screen Junkies?
Yeah.
AMC.
When Andy Signore came out and showed what had actually happened in his whole situation, based off of like the initial accusation, and then when he was able to get the receipts from like AT&T or Google Messages, and like he was able to flip the script, like that was kind of like, I think everyone's mentality was just, especially during that time, during the Me Too era, it's like attack anybody that's trying to offend me, without kind of like getting some of the facts, right? Like, I don't know what your opinion is on Andy, and if you have anything to say, you can say it.
I know.
I
here's
feel like
the thing.
That got kind of done a bit dirty.
I didn't know Andy Signore, and I really didn't. I didn't watch him. I didn't know anything about him. I know that he reached out to me a lot to try and get me to come on his show after all this stuff happened, but I just didn't know him. Other people knew him. I didn't know him. I didn't really know him at all. And so I'd heard this went down only because, you're looking at YouTubers and all this. I mean, here's what I would say about all this stuff. The fact is, this entire YouTube nerd space, call it nerd space, whatever, a lot of people, these are people that didn't get to go to prom with the girl they wanted to go with. And there's a lot of people. I mean that's it really comes down to that. And so now you're in a position where suddenly you're on YouTube, and there's a lot like, for me, being on YouTube is fun, but it's like it's this wacky weird thing. I'm looking at right now I'm looking at you all there's a green light right there that I'm looking into. That's it. And I can talk and whatever. But my whole thing is I want to make movies and create shit and all this. This is not my primary focus. However, what YouTube has done for me personally is it's kept the fire burning. When I want to fucking punch someone in the fucking face, me first and foremost, when I want to put a bullet in my head and go, fuck this business, fuck all these people, it's YouTube that has saved me. And that's why we get Tango Shalom. We finished that. We're getting White Devils out. We're doing all this other stuff. I'm still hanging on and doing the audio drama and all that. The what YouTube has done for me personally is I have a community of people that love the same. You guys that love the same shit that I do. We can celebrate other people's work, the work that has meant something to us our whole lives. And that's why I want to make stuff to contribute to the continuum, all that. And there's always somebody going, you've done nothing. You once were a co-producer on Agent Cody Banks. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I could tell you, I could write a book about
how
getting
dare
that
you accomplish something.
Well, yeah, I could write a book about that movie. And I'm the only single card credited producer of that film. I'm just saying. Yeah. But it's
like, at least from always listening to you and anytime you've always spoken, the one thing I've always appreciated is your willingness to adapt to like the changing landscape. Like things are never like half of the people that worked at ESPN 10 years ago are not working anywhere right now. Right. So like, like documentaries, right? To making your own movie, to producing like a 99% of people in the world that try making a movie don't even get to the level you get. Right? Like there's you take what you're given and you make the most of it, right?
Yeah,
even the Schmodown.
Absolutely.
Even the Schmodown for what it was, right? Like you had like BuzzFeed and all these like, internet channels. That was the trend of the time, right? Right now it's podcasting, and you're working with the biggest sort of movie podcaster in the world, probably, right? Outside, who's bigger than John Campea outside of maybe the Ringer guy?
There's like Critical Drinker, Real Rejects, and all that. But the thing about
that's a very like targeted sort of alt-right sort of approach to sort of.
Well, I don't know about I think what's interesting.
I know that's not what they're getting at, but like,
no, but you're right. But I would say the thing about John's show that makes it interesting is John picks daily topics that are topical to that day. It's more like Entertainment Tonight. And we're like,
just gonna say that,
yeah, we're opining on, and here's the thing, like we just give
it's Entertainment Tonight if Entertainment Tonight took itself totally seriously.
Yeah, exactly, and
he doesn't bring politics into it. That's the thing about John. He doesn't bring the politics into it. He makes it strictly into movie.
Well, because we're
politics have to do with the story. He does, but
yeah. I mean, we're opining on facts, so
only if it doesn't.
And I think that, look, I don't understand why people are adamant about not talking politics.
Yeah, it's factual.
But I think that, like, if you talk about like Captain America: Civil War, the Sokovia Accords is a political argument within a fantasy context, and it's like, when the comic came out, who's on your side? Do you believe, is it Steve Rogers or is it Tony Stark? And the fact is, the American government wants superheroes to sign up. They want to have some kind of control, which, by the way, is a very interesting thing to talk about, and it's very political. It's the very essence of that movie, is a political, like, should the government have control over vigilantes, or do vigilantes get to work with impunity outside the law? And Tony Stark's like, no, I think we should have regulation. And Captain America's like, no. But that argument is fundamentally a political argument, and it's worth discussing. And it's a nonpartisan. That's what science fiction, fantasy, and horror does best. It provides in a fantasy context a interesting way to discuss politics. And why people are so adamantly against that, I don't get, because the Sokovia Accords argument is a really interesting one, and it's not partisan. Like, well, Republicans think this way and Democrats think this way, and you are all libtards. Yeah. What do you know? No, but I'm like, but you have to ask yourself, if there were meta-humans on Earth, why wouldn't the government regulate them? And I find myself being more Team Stark, because if you're living in America and you're a meta-human, the government should know about you. If you can fight Thanos, there's a great argument to be made that you should register your talents.
And I think
but I'd argue, like, Rogers, you guys been able to talk about politics.
Hang on, Josh. Hang on. By the way, Captain, start again.
Okay, I think, from speaking up for Team Rogers here, I think it's like he's seen what happens when the government starts trying to take control over every aspect of your life.
Exactly. 100%, because he was fighting the Nazis.
Yeah.
And yet what's frustrating is that we can't even have a conversation about what happened with about the Sokovia Accords without people losing their shit. And it should be that in this fantasy context, we should be able to explore that. That's what's so great, is you can explore these issues and not get all fucking mad about them. And that's one of the things that bums me out. That we like, I don't want to talk politics. I'm like, politics is part of every great story. And the difference is, though, you don't want to talk politics about our current administration. That's fine, but we should be able to talk about constitutional justice. We should be able to talk about our world, shouldn't we? And yet, some people get all aggro about things and say, "Oh, no, we can't talk about politics." I'm like, I don't know. I think that's why Civil War is a good movie. Because at the beginning,
I think that's why Andor is a great show.
100%.
The first two seasons of Andor, like,
I
just
think the problem is now
they're actually reflective in like a fantasy. Sorry, were you saying something?
No, I think part of it's like we shouldn't have to be talking about politics about everything.
Yeah, but you can go back to like
it's
Falling
good to have messages,
Down
but
or
you
even
can kick back and have a little fun
Platoon.
once in a while. Not every story has to be some kind of sermon.
No, I mean, I think there's a way to do it in a way that's not condescending. Like, I think when you watch a movie like Platoon, like when I saw Platoon for the first time, it's very much a mediation on like the impact of war, right? And like what you're sacrificing to go into it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you people would self-reflect upon like our actions in the past. Like Falling Down came out during like the LA riots. Remember that? Joel Schumacher was Falling Down.
By the way, I have to say, you guys, there's been some super chats coming in that I have not addressed.
Sure.
And I would like to Cyan Higiri celebrates 36 months of membership. JT Hiskey 2803 says, Rob, guess what? I did it. I met William Shatner and he shook my hand at Fan X. Happy Thanksgiving. Well, that's pretty dope. I would not wash your hand for at least a month. Stephen Cantino says, Rob, can you explain to me why Paul Giamatti, who plays an alien in Star Trek Starfleet Academy, hums the theme when walking down the corridor? It makes no sense.
Because
it's canceled, and it's canceled, so don't worry about it.
That's just, but it should. That's just another reason why these people are so terrible. They're such terrible creators.
There is a lot of winking at the camera. In
oh my God, so bad.
And a lot of self-awareness. We're in a sci-fi show.
Terrible.
Like two short seasons to justify the cost of those sets. That's it.
I mean, they have to be done in. It's so great. They have to be done in 18 days. They have to be done shooting.
Yeah, they're rushing through it right now.
Shooting Strange New Worlds season 4 and 5 and Starfleet Academy season 2.
Oh, where does that news come from?
They're shooting it in Toronto, Pinewood Studios, Starfleet Academy, and they're shooting where I went for Strange New Worlds. It's up near the airport near Mississauga, so that's just like a little bit like.
But why do they have to be out in a couple?
They
of
have to be
because the contract is done. The
contract in the studios is finished, so they'll go into post.
Why hasn't that been reported on?
Oh, it has.
It's been reported.
Yeah.
Well, it's certain sources, but there's various reasons why neither side can say it's over with because it's for.
It's
politics shit. They can't just come out and say it.
But it's
because they lost a lot of money. Christmas lost them a lot of money. That's the thing.
But isn't Starfleet Academy filming into 2026?
No. They have to be.
No, it's done. December 15th or 16th. They need to be done.
That they have to be finished with season. The
They
funny
have to
thing,
do the whole
whole
season of Starfleet Academy from September to December.
Yes.
Well, it's actually one
started.
season and they broke it into two parts. That's what
Right.
happened. It was one season of Starfleet Academy and they broke it into two parts.
So they only
so it's going
filmed
to be like
5
maybe like
episodes of
4 or 5
Starfleet
episodes.
Academy.
Yeah, it's like some BS
wow,
nonsense.
wow.
The way they're just splitting it up because they have to make use of that set and they're going to just refurbish
the
it.
largest set ever built for Star Trek.
Do you want to know something quickly? They took the USS Enterprise. They used the same set for the Farragut. They just changed the decals and they just changed the lighting scheme.
Yeah, well, that's what they did in Wrath of Khan. That's what they did in Wrath of Khan. I mean, to be fair, that's the problem. Those sets are they are what they are.
They totally did that back in the original series.
They had buttons. Hey, Rob, they actually had tactile buttons. It wasn't all like touchscreen.
It's for Lexington now. Okay,
on the panels and stuff, they actually had some tactile buttons, but it didn't look retro enough to my liking when I was walking through them.
No, I mean, what's so weird is it's all about the
Sorry, I don't want to get you.
No, it's all about the writing. And what you told me about the Farragut and Garivik, I mean, they're referring to something very specific in Kirk's past.
Yeah.
And it was dealt with. I mean, what I really can't stand about the show is they've literally ruined the original series for new viewers. Like if you come to Memory Alpha on the web, the show is the writing is so bad and so ill-conceived, and they just don't care about. They're like, our Star Trek supplants this one, and I'm like, yeah, but you guys suck. as writers. And I'll say it to your face. Learn to write better. Your scripts are terrible.
Don't set. If you know.
They're bad. They're bad. They're just and they
canon or you're not canon.
No, terrible. But whatever.
Hey Rob, have you heard these guys called the Penske File? They're on YouTube, but they really do. They do more audio than video, but they talk about Star Trek, and they pretty much do an in-depth talk like how you do about each episode. They went through all the episodes of TOS, TNG, Deep Space Nine. They tried to go through.
I don't know them. I'm sure they're. Here's my thing about people like that. Like, I can't. It's very difficult for me to listen to criticism of like the original series, or because everyone's looking at it from today's perspective. And
no, they love it. They hate Strange New Worlds, and they hate all the new ones, the new era.
Well, then
they love TOS.
I'm gonna listen to every one of their podcasts.
I'll send you the link through. I'll send it to
send me a link because they're so like. Look, it's really difficult. It's so difficult because people don't have the ability to put themselves into the time in which something is made. So, I just want people who write Star Trek to read classic science fiction, read the great Grandmasters, because the people that originally wrote Star Trek were those guys. And I keep thinking about this video I watched the other day where people said when The Simpsons was new, the people that were writing The Simpsons 30 years ago were drawing upon pop culture and literature and all these other things outside of their world and bring it into the satire of The Simpsons. But now,
can I tell you?
But now, wait, now everyone's writing The Simpsons were people that grew up watching The Simpsons. So they have,
and that's my generation.
And probably never heard of Tracy.
That's my generation. I'm 41. So and I can tell you, and I'm a byproduct of that. We don't read. We didn't read enough. All we did was watch TV and listen and watch pop culture, and just took that and just remade it. And all the people who are writing that stuff is probably my age, 40 or 50 years old. Yeah. And they're not illiterate. They're illiterate because they don't read from the past to integrate that into something that's new and fresh. I'm telling you.
I see it all the time. And the great problem with that is that all you're getting is regurgitated things that have already been seen before, but done lesser than they were originally.
Yeah, like Cliff Notes. I don't know what they use in the U.S. Is it Cliff Notes?
Yeah, we used to have Cliff
pretty
Notes.
Much just like that. That's what it is. Because our generation, and I can admit this, was lazy. We always looked to Cliff Notes. We always looked to Cole's Notes. And we wanted just the shortcut. And that's what they're using in their life now as writers. Shortcuts.
The United States, I know you're in Canada, but the United States.
Same in Canada.
We are in, the United States is in real trouble. Our educational system, the teaching for the test, and you have to have these numbers to have money paid in, was ridiculous. Education is its own reward. And when I was going to school, especially in high school, it was school levies in your town that paid for the school. And where I live was a very upper middle class environment, and the school levies always passed. So we had great teachers, and even though I went to public school, we had a great general education. And nowadays, so much emphasis is put on making kids feel better. Like, that was never a part of, like school was school. It wasn't supposed to, by stepping into school, you're not going to feel good. It was like, you're fucked. You better study. And your entire history is, and somehow it got weird where kids are now the customers of the schools, like college campuses. We have to make sure these kids have so they feel okay. I'm like, fuck that. The entire point of school is to make you not feel good, is to challenge you and to say to you, you're a fucking loser, learn some shit and do something amazing. And that was the whole point.
You know what they say now? Indian or Asian family. They just sit the kid down and say, "You got this."
Yeah, the whole point was you went to college to go to professors that knew way more than you did, So you sat down, shut the fuck up, and you listened. But nowadays, college students, what I saw happen to my alma mater, Evergreen, the Evergreen State College, the student uprising in 2017, I was like, if you watch what happened at the Evergreen State College, at the most crunchy, chewy, granola liberal college in America, and you had a bunch of students rise up and say, fuck you. I'm like, okay, you guys have gone to college. You've paid to be here. And you're going to have a student uprising. You're going to get mad because the teachers aren't doing what you want them to do. It was so weird. I went to that college. I had such a great time there. But in 2017, I was like, all of these students need to be bent over a chair and their bare bottoms need to be spanked because you do not get it. It's not about you. And I was like, I
we can't bring back corporal punishment.
Here's to the real prime. Bring in the nuns. Okay.
No, but they're happy to discredit professors and have people thrown out because, we don't agree. Look, you don't know enough to protest.
There's no respect for the elders anymore. When I was growing up, I'm only 42, but everybody told me respect your elders. I heard that a million times. Growing up.
Yes.
And I always said, I don't care about that when I was a kid. But as I get older, I'm like, yeah, because people that are younger than me are so rude and sassy and just not concerned about anything. And half of them are driving around with their heads down, looking at their phones, causing all kinds of accidents. Nobody's in reality anymore. In fact, you'll see more AI or staged videos in like a Facebook or a Twitter feed. And I'm like, is nobody interested in the billions of real videos that are out there and the real things that we should be concerned about? It's fantasy land. That's all we're living in now.
No,
and when AI takes over, it's only going to get worse.
Well, it's all going to be 100%. And what's sad to me is the world is a wondrous place. And it truly is. And there is amazing stuff. As I was in 2018, I was in Seoul, South Korea, doing a documentary. And I went to we were shooting in a museum, and in the museum, they had the very first Samsung VCR from the 70s. And I was like, it was beta. And I'm like, oh my God. People were looking at me going, and I'm like directing this shoot. I'm like, this is amazing. And people were like, what? And I'm like the crazy American guy. This is amazing. This is the very first Samsung Betamax. And, they licensed it technology from Sony. It was the very first thing Korea produced. And they looked at me like I was nuts. Absolutely. And I understand because I was a little nutty about it, to be honest. But it was so cool. And I felt like for me, a kid that was at the ground zero of home video, to see this, it was like, it wasn't quite the Ark of the Covenant, but it was kind of like that. And I'm looking at this and they're all looking at me. I'm like, this is amazing. And I was taking pictures of it and they're like, why do you care about this? Who cares? And I'm like,
Japanese.
I was like, but if you were there, man, if you were there like this, I was there. It meant something to me and to see. And the fact, look, somebody put it in a museum for a reason. It wasn't me. I didn't put it there. I was just enjoying the fact that we're shooting this museum. I'm like, oh my God, it's the first Betamax from Samsung. And it all comes down to the fact that what do you think's cool? Like, what do you like? The thing is, nobody likes anything anymore. They don't like anything for its own sakes. Sometimes you just need to like stuff for what it is. It doesn't bring you.
I just think it boils down to patience. Like, patience is lost on people now. Nobody is patient anymore. Like, I'm 41, and I remember when we had VHS, and when you watched a movie in the theater, you had to be patient because you had to wait in line to watch the movie. You had to get the ticket, and you had to wait in line to get a good seat. You have to be patient, and then you get that anticipation, and you watch the movie. You're like, oh my God, it's amazing. Now I want to go see it again, or I'm going to wait till the VHS comes out in like 8 months, and you're patient. And it builds up anticipation and excitement, and then you watch it, and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then that's just all lost now because everything is so instant and so fast and so quick and so disposable, like diapers. Like
You blame TikTok.
that's why people are not excited about anything anymore. Like that, I think it comes down to that.
Well, I think you're right. I also think though that you get excited like when we were kids, for instance. I'm old, and when I was watching stuff, when I was 5 years old, 1972 was like a watershed year for me because I was like 5. I figured out the TV. I found Twilight Zone, Star Trek, Planet of the Apes, these things. And what I wanted to do when I watched them was when they were done, I was so enamored. I wanted to know more about them. And it was like, who made these? Who is George Pal? And for me, when I was a kid, George Pal, who's a producer, he wasn't even a director, but I saw his name on When Worlds Collide and War of the Worlds and Conquest of Space, and his last name was Pal. Like, he's your buddy. He's your pal. And when I was a kid, when I'm 5 fucking years old, I'm like, George Pal is my favorite. He produces. I didn't know what any of it meant. But I knew George Pal was the guy, man. And that was the thing. And it was such a and when you saw pictures of him, everybody was always smiling. It was like, and when I started to look him up in books and stuff and find George Pal, he was always smiling. But people looked different back then. These guys smoked and they wore tweed jackets and it was all crazy weirdness. But he was like, I want to know George Pal because he'll be my buddy. And yeah, it was a weird time. But nowadays, I don't think that if anybody watches a movie, they're not looking at the producer's name thinking, George Pal's made 3 movies that I love. He'd be my friend. I love George Pal. Nobody thinks that now. Nobody.
Nobody watches movies.
When I was 5, I'm like, George Pal produced War of the Worlds and Conquest of Space and When Worlds Collide. I mean, these are the greatest things I'd ever seen. And I didn't know who was in them. I watched them. I love the movies, but the actors didn't matter to me. Who cares?
Is it a sad state of affairs that, okay, at least for me personally speaking, that I'm watching reaction videos of old movies just to get that sense of like happiness and nostalgia through a person who's watching for the first time?
I don't think at
like,
all.
I'm watching Terminator 2, all the reaction videos to that, and I'm still watching them.
No, I think,
and I know what's coming.
I love watching reaction videos, but the funny thing to me is I'm always like, how have you not watched Terminator 2? I'm like, if you're a fan of this stuff, it's so weird because when I was growing up, everybody watched everything. The home video era was like, I can finally get this and see it. Like all my friends, we all watched everything. And the idea that someone hasn't seen it, it's always like these giant pop culture. Like, really? You haven't watched that? How can you be alive today and have not watched that?
That's what I'm thinking. Do you think they're faking it?
No,
well, at least that one girl.
I don't think they're faking it. Like, I love Popcorn in Bed. She's
she's genuine.
Yeah, and you can see, and there's another. Like, I like watching like weird couples watch stuff. They're not weird.
Media Nights.
Well, I don't know who they are. I don't know, but they're
pretty good.
There's a couple of people that are fun to watch, and you can tell if they're genuine. I just don't understand why you would record yourself watching a movie and talk during the movie. Like, I would never do that. Like, if we brought back Let's Get Physical Media, Elizabeth's like, let's bring back Let's Get Physical Media. I'm like, people would want us to show the movie we're talking about. I'm like, that was never our show. We expected you to have watched the movie. We're not going to show you the movie and comment on it. We already watched it.
Unless it's commentary of a movie that you've watched, and it's different.
Yeah. But we were arguing or talking about movies we saw and would review them and drink wine, and it was, I don't know, it's
whining about movies.
Yeah. It was whining about movies, and we did I couldn't believe we did almost 150 episodes, 130. It's nuts.
You should do with with Zoe, right? She's your.
Oh, with Zoe?
Girlfriend's daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should do it with her.
So she's great. She doesn't love movies though. I mean, younger people don't dig, but she's great. I took another picture. We have an ongoing series of pictures where she's always going, "Hey," and we hadn't taken one in like a year. I go, we got to take one tonight. I put it on Instagram, and you know what's really funny? This is wild. So I took this picture of me and Zoe's going, "Hey, William Shatner does a picture in his kitchen going, hey, tonight." And Zoe, I showed Zoe, and Zoe wrote back, tag Shatner, and was like, "You stole my picture." Hilarious.
Oh, Rob, one quick question. Sorry. You think they're going to do anything with Otoy? You think that the new regime at Paramount is going to collaborate with Otoy, but seeing that little short with William Shatner?
They might.
Sam Witwer, who doing everything like the motion capture.
Here's the thing. I thought their motion capture technology, I loved what they did. I love the final unification short. Even though I put a long cut on my channel and got demonetized for it, but whatever.
I know, I saw.
but I'm just like promoting. It's an unlicensed thing anyway. Well, Otoy was what I think what they're doing is great. I love it. And as a tone poem, I thought it was great how they tie in the comic books and all that. It's really clever. The problem is
Paramount was in that. They got Paramount logo and everything. I think Paramount did have a hand in it.
Yeah, they did. They vetted it. No. The thing about Otoy, the thing about Paramount and all this stuff is there's this really weird hierarchy. It's like high school. Mm-hmm. So Otoy does something, they're looked upon as the geeks and the nerds, and we're not going to involve them in our real movies. And they won't involve them. And so what's going to happen is these new guys who, look, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I like Dungeons and Dragons. I thought it was fun. The problem is they want to turn Star Trek into a profitable movie franchise. And they're following a pattern that is not Star Trek. It's the generic, how do we make this very successful? And my answer is you don't. Star Trek was always niche. It'll always be niche because it's about ultimately smart people. And Star Trek is a franchise that alienates most of the audience because they're not smart. And so until you figure out a way, and what they've tried to do is dumb down Star Trek. We have to dumb this down. And they won't say it officially or whatever, but that's what they're doing. Star Trek is dumb. Modern Star Trek is dumb. Yeah, and it's so dumb that it's embarrassing. And people wonder, those shows have not made money for Paramount. Let me ask you, when was the last time you heard somebody talk about their favorite episode of Discovery, much less quote you the title? Never.
Mm-hmm.
Never, and they never will. Because that show never gave you one episode worth remembering. Not one. It was all this weird, murky, bizarre. And it's like, look, I'm not saying that on the computer I'm talking to you now has the original version of Star Trek Discovery on it. 150 pages outlining the first 13 episodes. I'm not saying it's there. I'm not saying that the tardigrade character
written by Nick Meyer?
Oh, I've got a script written by Nick Meyer, episode 2. Did he get credit on it? No. He didn't. By the way, Nick Meyer wrote his entire Khan miniseries, and all he got was a story credit on the audio drama?
So they didn't use his script at all for that. It was.
They didn't?
Nope.
As far as I know, no, it was rewritten.
Totally rewritten.
You still have my email address.
I'm not saying
Khan is he's not supposed to be Indian. I don't understand that. Khan's not supposed to be Indian. I'm speaking from an Indian guy. Is he? Well, then he should be wearing a turban then.
But well, in the original Space Seed, he was. There's a painting of him wearing a turban.
Oh,
And,
okay. I didn't know that.
So Khan Noonien Singh ran during the eugenics wars. He conquered 1/4 of the earth. He basically the Muslim conquest all the way to India, and he was the best of the tyrants. And he was a Sikh, and that was the funny thing about Space Seed. When you watch it, by the way, Space Seed's dope, especially when you compare it to Wrath of Khan. That was the whole thing, is that he's a Sikh. And the first time I ever actually met somebody who was Sikh was I was working on X-Men 2. I flew up to Vancouver, and my cab driver was a Sikh, and he had a turban on. He was so great. He turns to me and he was like, "Have you ever met a Sikh before?" And I was like, "No."
Here it comes.
And he goes, "Do you know what Sikhs are like?" He says, "Sikhs are like potatoes." And I go, "Really? Why is that?" He goes, "Because everywhere you go, there are potatoes. And everyone loves potatoes. And everywhere you go is a Sikh." And I was like, okay. And I asked him if he knew who Khan Noonien Singh was, and he did not. But he was awesome. In Vancouver, I met many Sikhs, and I would ask people, "Do you know why Sikhs are like potatoes?"
Oh my god!
And they're like,
"I've never heard that." Oh my god, that's amazing.
Sikhs are like potatoes. Everywhere you go, there is a Sikh. And everywhere you go, there are potatoes. I was just like, that's amazing. But you know what's so funny? That guy was like the happiest dude ever. And I'm talking 2002 that I went to Vancouver to work on X-Men 2. So it was that long ago, and I still remember him. I don't remember his name, but I remember what he said about Sikhs and potatoes. And he was so happy and so proud, and he was like the happiest dude ever. And driving me into town from the airport.
Must have a last name of Singh. Probably Singh.
Well, probably. He probably did. But it was so funny. It was so funny because I talked about Star Trek and Sikhs, and he had no idea. And I'm thinking, well, why isn't Khan Noonien Singh like the poster boy of Sikhs in India? Because he did run 1/4 of the world's population. But
he's a villain.
They should have got Bollywood star for the
I know. Yeah, I mean, it was always
67. No.
Well, back then, yeah. I mean, you had a Mexican playing a Sikh.
Yeah,
but he was. If you see him, that episode. He's so good. I grow.
We're on very look with one before. Yeah, Ricardo, one part. Okay.
I got a question to ask you guys. Have you guys? Has anyone watched Stranger Things yet?
No.
I watched the first episode. We're talking season 5.
Stranger Things. They're not even calling it season 5. They're just calling it 5. Like they. It's like a. Oh,
I think it's done.
What's going
on? Kind of over it,
to
be honest with you.
Percolating with some thoughts in your head.
Yeah,
not a fan.
I look. I like Stranger Things a lot. My problem is, I lived through that era. Like I was there.
Yeah.
And it's so weird to. Okay, this is not fair. Not fair. But in the first season of Stranger Things, they have a Kenner Millennium Falcon in it. It's the wrong Millennium Falcon.
Oh my God.
And it's the later version of, it's like the 97 version of the. And
the re-release?
Yeah. And I'm like, this is not the 80s Millennium Falcon. And nobody would know that. The Duffer Brothers wouldn't know that because they weren't alive in the 80s. But when I looked at that, I'm like, okay, if you're going to buy into the fact that you're going to tell a story set in 83, 84, 85, your art department cannot show me a re-release of the Millennium Falcon that has the lattice work on the engine in the back. You can't do that. And most people wouldn't know. But my problem is you're not committed enough. You haven't done the work.
If I can get you Mego figures, they could get a Millennium Falcon. Okay, I mean, come on.
No, but the problem is getting a Millennium Falcon. I didn't ask them to set the show in the 80s. I didn't ask them to do it. I didn't ask them to get a Millennium Falcon as a set piece. But if you're going to put it on the set, and look, nobody cares. But I'm watching and going, you guys fucked up. That's not the right Millennium Falcon. If I know that, it doesn't matter to anyone else, but what it does do is it makes their show inauthentic to me. I'm like, you don't. But I also know that they weren't there. I can't. They're rich guys in Hollywood. They've done well, but they weren't there. They don't know the difference. You show them the Millennium Falcon. Oh, that looks great. It's a Kenner Millennium Falcon. Yeah, but the engines are different.
Well,
They're
you also
non-canonical.
But don't you rely on people who know that? Like Tony Gilroy or relied on people who knew about what set pieces to put in Andor. He didn't know shit. He's like, okay.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
It's true, but they all knew what they were doing. Because that's a difference. It's like when I watch modern Star Trek, I'm like, you guys. The real thing is, I've done the work, and I watch it. I mean, you guys haven't done the work. You haven't done the work, and I'm supposed to watch your fucking show.
The thing is, when they think they have done the work, it's like, oh, look, they got them in the right uniforms now. No, you don't. It's still those stupid marching band uniforms. You just change the colors.
Yeah,
the uniforms are comfortable. I gotta tell you that those uniforms were so comfortable.
Oh, I mean,
well, that's good.
Very good material.
Well, listen, kids.
The proper velour top would be even more comfortable.
It is 3:00 in the morning. This show's gone on for 5 hours. This is like my.
It's 6 o'clock here in Toronto. 6 a.m.
It's 6 a.m. right now, Tej?
In Toronto, yeah.
Almost 4 o'clock here.
God damn it.
Okay, it's Black Friday, boys.
So much. I just checked the
Hey, Rob, you remember we used to wait in line to get stuff from Black Friday? We didn't have to go online. We'd have to like wait in line to outside stores like Best Buy and buy stuff, and how exciting it was. Remember?
Yo, Ted, do you remember Future Shop?
Oh yeah, Future Shop was like the Best Buy of the U.S.
Well, hang on, guys. Since you're here, I want to give you your say. I want to wrap this up. I'm going to wrap this show up. Can't believe we're still on. I want to ask all of you, your for 2026. What are you looking forward to? I want to start with let's start with left to right. Actually, is it left to right? Do we know that's left to right?
Start with PJ.
Okay, PJ. Well, PJ is kind of in the middle, but all right. PJ, what do you think? Are you excited for 2026? Are you passionate? Do you have something you're looking forward to?
Not 2026 as much. The only film I'm interested in is Mortal Kombat 2, and that's the only one I can think of right now.
Okay.
However, 2027 is what I'm looking forward to.
What's in 2027?
Oh, there's a lot of stuff in 2027. It's stacked at this point.
Okay,
everything from Batman, Superman, Gremlins. I can go on, but yeah.
But what about Project?
A lot of sequels and remakes, though.
Project Hail Mary. It's gonna be the best movie of 2026.
I don't know anything about it though, so I'm interested.
You should read the book.
I like the fact that I don't.
Maybe not.
The fact that I don't know anything about it, so I might want to go in fresh.
There's a lot of you got the Odyssey, Spielberg, you got Doomsday, Dune 3 in 2026. Just saying. All right, but that's fair. 2027 is good. Tej, what's up? What do you think?
Okay. I'm not gonna brown nose too much, but I'm gonna say I'm looking forward to listening to you and not retire and keep going and doing your streams while I'm at the RZB suffering for 6 months in the cold. So please don't go off the air because I'm going to be listening to you as much as I can. And then your excitement for Project Hail Mary, which will entice me to go watch that in the theater somewhere.
I can't wait.
And Odyssey. And more hot toy figures that you can share with us. And also that I will be completing my Devastator Masterpiece Transformers Devastator, which is going to be about 3 inches tall.
Wow. So, all right.
Yeah.
So Yash, what's up?
Well, I'm a co-sign Tej. I'll be like, of course, going to be always looking forward to listening to you. Hopefully that hopefully that comes off as authentic as possible. And I'm
Oh,
not
hey, man, I
Genuinely, you
appreciate
already
it.
know how much
You've been
I
hanging out here for
respect that out of
hours.
you. So hopefully you keep doing your thing, and if there's any new projects, we're always going to be there for it. And for movies, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about 2026, talking about Super Mario Bros. And Avengers and Dune. But the one that's actually got me really hyped that no one is talking about, my favorite movie, I think, of 2023, I think about 23 or 22, was Evil Dead Rise.
Right, okay.
Lee Cronin's Evil Dead Rise. And people
lot
are
of fun.
forgetting that he's doing... Pardon?
It's a lot of fun.
It's really fun, and it's really well acted, and it's...
Look, man,
probably the
I have a
biggest
screen credit on Army of Darkness.
Oh yeah,
I worked on Army of Darkness as a whippersnapper, a young makeup effects PA, and my name is in the end credits of Army of Darkness.
Wow,
Oh, shoot.
I know, right?
Well, that's good to know. Next time I watch it, I'll try looking out for your credits.
And I have a
We'll learn something new
Japanese
from you.
laser disc of Evil Dead that says "Beast Witches," Sam Raimi.
Nice.
Oh, and Michael Jackson next year, right? The new the
Oh
biopic.
man, I can't wait to see that.
Michael's going to be out there, but next year, Lee Cronin's releasing The Mummy.
Oh, there you go. Okay,
So
good.
Warner Brothers is releasing Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. I thought it was Mummy 4.
That's coming out, I think, in April or something. I think they wrapped filming on it. I think there were some photos of like the wrap shot, like, you know, the little
I recall Lee
camera thing
Cronin
that they
being
used
Gene
to-
Kuntz.
Masters of the
Yeah,
Universe.
I know. It is Lee. It's Gene Kuhn's pseudonym.
But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And
Yes,
and
we're very
Alejandro
steeped in
Iñárritu's
background
movie
Star
with,
Trek lore. Okay.
and the new Tom Cruise movie.
The new Tom Cruise movie? Oh yeah, yeah.
Tom Cruise's Alejandro Iñárritu movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, whatever that
And,
is. That's gonna be
And
cool.
Cole Trickman. And then Cole Trickman, the sequel, apparently. Let's see what happens with that. That'd be so cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
and-
mean
and-
Cole Trickle? You mean Days
Cole
of
Trickle,
Thunder?
yes.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh,
man,
they better do that.
here's your F1 sequel.
They gotta do it.
You've got, and I was like, I said, call it Legends of Thunder. Cole Trickle comes back and races Brad Pitt, because Brad Pitt started in Daytona racing stock cars at the beginning of F1. So
And he
you've
got into an accident. Remember the accident?
Yeah.
He was on the ground. That could be Cole Trickle hitting him.
And
F1 is
there's
very
yours.
good choice, man.
Who wouldn't go see the F1 sequel? Call it F1, whatever. I said Legends of
I'll one-up
Legends
you.
of Thunder.
I'll one up you. If the Malcolm in the Middle reboot is any good, then you gotta get Frankie Muniz's ass in there too.
They shot Vancouver, the reboot, I think.
They
He
did.
just wrapped,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
in summertime.
Well,
they wrapped
he
it.
does
Yeah, yeah.
drive. You
Oh,
could
boy.
make him a driver. But
I'm
I'm just saying, I mean, it would be awesome. It would be awesome to
This
do.
man got that
both.
hair transplant. Looks like he's 23 again. So fuck it. Put him in anything. I'm here for Frankie Muniz.
He looks good for his age. Isn't he like our age, like 42 or something?
Yeah.
Frankie Muniz.
Ted, you're 42. The fuck? I'm 20.
Yeah, man, it's the acting. The acting made me young for 10 years. When I was in my 20s, I was an engineer. It made me look like I was 40. I'm not going to lie. It was rough.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm going through your IMDb, bro.
Oh, are you? Oh, don't. Okay, don't tell
This man
anybody.
went to Western. Oh shit, you an engineer? Okay, baby.
You know, okay, hey, Rob, but low key, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to go to the RCMP. I'm going to pretend I'm a cop. I'll pull a Daniel Day-Lewis for at least like a couple years. And I'll pull a Tom Cruise like in Edge of Tomorrow and be like a spokesperson, but not really go to war. And then just recruit people.
I'm
Well,
in.
I'll use the acting.
You guys are just like the FBI of Canada.
Pretty much.
You ride moose.
I'll call Rob. I say, hey, Rob, I got stuff in the evidence locker. What do you want to do with it? Let's take care of this.
Look,
Like,
man,
no
I just
cares.
want you to. I want you to get
It's
all
a
the
no
Michael
uniform.
Slade RCMP Special X books to the.
I have to
actual
get those
RCMP.
though. I actually have to get those.
They're
Thanks
so
for
good.
reminding me.
So good. PJ, what about you? What about? We already talked about that. I guess we know what you think about
Yeah.
2020. Bob.
Yeah, just get that Nelson Eddy uniform in with some pictures, okay?
Okay, well that's
All right.
well, gentlemen. I think it's now 5 hours into this stream that I never thought was going to
I want
happen.
to pass
But
on the story here. Yeah.
I want to. By the way, I want to thank you. You've cheered me up. Not that I was cheered up, but I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for participating. It was nice to have you guys here. Nice to have everybody here. I don't know who is here still. You know what's really interesting? I can look at the analytics. So let me tell you how that when you are actually looking at the real analytics of a show, you have to go to YouTube and you can actually see. So right now, there are 151 people watching this show right now.
Oh my gosh, that's nuts.
There are 151 people. And I would ask all of you, for the 151 people watching this, write some mad shit in the live chat right now. Somebody just watched, duh, I just got here. And,
yes, 5 hours to catch up with.
And so the 2,832 people watch this, and the average view time is 18 minutes and 29 seconds. This is so funny. Kerwin says, I missed the first 5 hours. Fuck me. Techniques one says, mad shit. And you guys are the best.
Just say random stuff.
Rob doesn't understand Reservoir Dogs. Oh my God, are we going into that conversation again? Oh my God,
I never heard you, so I never heard that conversation. So
it's hilarious. It's hilarious. The conversation about Reservoir. By the way, I totally understand Reservoir Dogs, and the person that says I don't is wrong. They're wrong about what's happening. It's so funny. That goes back years, that Reservoir Dogs. Good comment. Good. That's good. So here's why people think I don't understand Reservoir Dogs. So in Reservoir Dogs, there's the idea about the commode. Anyway, you know what? It's too hard to get into right now. It's 5 hours long. I'm too
I was just egging you on. I knew you were gonna.
I can't do it. I can't get into it. But
too much turkey.
I think it's in the text, and this person doesn't believe that. But it's kind of funny. We should get into it. But it is hilarious.
Next episode. You have to get those episodes in right before New Year's. You got to do some more episodes, right?
Joshua and Gonzalez says The Usual Suspects isn't great. Okay,
that's
maybe
incorrect.
I think so too. I mean, it's Clarence Maxwell says I just got here too. Joshua Gonzalez says, hey Rob. There's all kinds. Kirk lives. We're already dead, people. Just in from the UK. Captain Infinity Time Travel Police. Okay. If you're talking about Reservoir Dogs, I know who you are. I see you.
Get him on this link next time.
No, yeah. And they told me 3M was for posers. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Doomsday will barely hit 900 million. You're wrong about that, by the way. Mad Magazine guy. He like the things that do get some money and make something. Oh, I do too. Captain Infinity Time Travel Police says Rob remembers our debate. That's pretty impressive. No, I do remember your debate, and it's a long debate. It was very interesting, but you are wrong. You were wrong then. You're wrong now. But I love you anyway. Ghosts and Aliens says Scott Bakula for president. I guess that's referring to Mike Sussman's Star Trek project, which, by the way, isn't a real Star Trek project. It's a potential Star Trek project, but I would buy into it.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Sorry,
not going to
happen. Whatever happened to our former... Oh, this is interesting. Whatever happened to our former... This is a long time ago. Our former Chinese grad student blog writer in Canada turned scientist, Willow Yang. For those people that go back on this channel, Willow Yang, I don't know. You know, one of the things about channels like this, I mean, people come and go. Willow Yang was a Chinese woman, young Chinese student, who ended up getting her PhD, I guess, in like chemical sciences. She was a huge person. People loved her. And this is like 5 years ago. And then she graduated and got her PhD and became a scientist. And she had to write her. I remember reading her like dissertation, and she was delightful. Willow Yang was what she went by, and she did come on the channel once, and you could barely see her. Like mom was in the background. It was a big deal. Wait. Big Disc Energy says, "What was Like a Virgin about? Can someone please explain?" Like a Virgin is about a girl who wants a guy with a big dick. Dick. If you're a Quentin Tarantino fan, you'll know.
According to Madonna, that's wrong.
I thought it was from Madonna.
Willow will return in 2026. Robin, guys, what time will you all get up today? It's an all-night party. Well, it's 3:00. I mean, for me, here's I'll tell you what I do. So in our bedroom, our 4 dogs are now sleeping with Elizabeth. I will go into our bedroom and I will open the door and let them out to pee, and then they will want treats. So I have to take all 4 dogs and I will give them treats and pet them and love them up and all that, and then they'll do their business and all that, and they'll go out and run around. And then, after about 10 minutes of this, I will call them in. And then I will come inside, and I will go into the bathroom and put on my pajamas, and then get to bed. And then 2 of them will jump on the bed with me and cuddle up in various... I have to crick my legs in a certain way, and I have Sebastian and Isla, and they all have to be in a certain position. I can't move. And then they're done until 8:30. Then I will get up at 8:30, which is 5 hours. I will get up at 8:30, and then I will then let them out again. I will go put the coffee on. I will feed the dogs while the coffee is brewing. And when the coffee is done brewing, then I will take Elizabeth her coffee, open up the curtains so we can look out into the backyard, give Elizabeth her coffee, and we will sit in bed for about an hour and talk about what we're going to do. Then I will come down here and I will start editing, and she will invariably drive to her university and go do ceramics. And that's what our morning entails. So there you go. And then
very detailed.
There you go. But that's what's going to happen. Although I'm a little, to be honest, I've drank an excessive amount of alcohol on this stream. I haven't drank alcohol in weeks.
You have a nice stream then.
Well, I'm going to have a nice stream later. I'm going to feel water coursing through my urethra. God forbid. I hope so. More like, what time will you get down?
Oh my God.
I'll get down whenever I can, if you know what I'm saying. This is great. When I stay up late, I sleep on the couch as my wife sleeps light, and I will get in trouble. Rob, I'm on the East Coast. Hang on. It's funny because this is I have to make this bigger because hang on. Make it so I can read these. The live chat's very interesting. JDE Molay, Jed Molay says, Rob, I'm on the East Coast. I just woke up to go to work. You're still streaming. Laugh out loud. Clarence Maxwell said, is that straight vodka? Laugh out loud. No, this is water. I'm drinking water. This is water.
It's time to hydrate.
Oh, you're drinking vodka.
This was full of a.
Oh, you have 2 mason jars. Okay.
Yeah, 2.
Russian, no,
If you're drinking vodka at 3 a.m., where's the cocaine? That's a real problem.
Dude, I haven't bought cocaine in 20 years. I'm sorry.
You need a tester now.
I loved it. I loved Coke. It's great in moderation. But I didn't trust anybody.
Hey, you should have come to tip. They're giving out packets like it was like party favors.
I'd love to see. I would love to see cocaine come back. I'd love to.
It's back. Come to TIFF.
Yeah, but it's not. Oh wait, hang on. Yasma says also Lanterns delayed. John talked about it when he did a pre-recorded show this week. I wanted to know what you thought about it since you weren't on that day. It's really bad for the momentum of the DC universe, in my opinion. I agree. So for those of you who don't know, the Lantern series has been delayed till after Supergirl. So there will not be any DC Universe stuff. I don't know when the second season of Creature Commandos is going to drop, but I don't mind that because remember it's an HBO show, so HBO oversees it. I think what's good about it is I think Supergirl, because they'll do reshoots. There's more Superman in Supergirl, and Supergirl's a cosmic story, so it might lead into Lanterns in a way. I don't think you have to worry about it.
Did you read that leaked script for Lanterns by any chance?
No.
Rob?
Was it good?
No.
It wasn't good?
It's interesting.
I didn't read it.
I feel like
I'd love
they
to
might have
read
changed it after the leak script.
They might have, but they probably already shot it. So, Banjo Sandwich says no alcohol for 10 months here. Big Disc Energy sent 5 Burnettwork gift memberships. By the way, can I just say our last member call was also 5 hours, 5.5 hours.
Oh my gosh.
It was awesome. I love our member calls because so if you're a member of the channel, bi-weekly, it's usually every other week, we have member calls when the members come and show up and we just chat and you can ask, like right now, this is like a member call. I can't believe we're still live because why not? Why not? Why not still be?
I might just have to be a member come January when I need some friends.
You can be a member for 99 cents. So it's not.
I'll make it $1. I'll give you an extra cent.
Thanks.
Actually, it'll be $1. It'll be $1.50 here in Canadian.
Would you buy that for? I'd buy that for $1.
That for $1.
But it's really fun because everybody's
How
cool.
many members do you have right now, Rob? Like
that is a good. That's a good question. Hang on. I would have to go look. I'd have to go look on YouTube. That's a good question. I do not know. But you know what? You know what's sad though? I have a lot of members that have never come to the member chats. People who support the channel. And not that I look. So there's people that come to the member chats that don't show their faces, but they're in the chat, so they're hearing it all. But I'm like, we're a good bunch. It's a good bunch of folks. So, yeah, like there's a lot. Okay, hang on. Somebody has to tell me. Is anyone doing NNN? What does that mean?
Hell no. No,
What's
not November.
Oh, okay. NNN. I thought it was something
I'll make
else.
a point of violating that within 24 hours, okay?
Captain Infinity Time Travel Police says, I demand a gift membership from Rob himself. Why would I do that? Come on. You demand a gift membership? Not everyone likes to be on camera. That's right. And you don't have to be. So you can come to the member chat. You can be in it. You can participate in the live chat. And you don't have to show your face. But I just wonder because we have so many great members. Really cool. Which is a lot of fun. Not everyone. Oh, that was the last thing. So there's no one else. So I think we need to end this chat.
I wish to pass on.
It's 3:21.
I want to pass on the story here. We bring it back to the Jewish thing. There's a grandmother on the bus in Tel Aviv with her grandson, and trying to get him to respond and back and forth, and he kept responding in Hebrew. He said, "No, in Yiddish." And there's a soldier nearby. He sees it going forward. Like, why do you keep telling this child to respond in Yiddish? I want to remember he's a Jew.
It's pretty good. I like that.
Yo, Judge.
What's up?
Yeah, you have Instagram?
Yiddish covers the entire experience of the diaspora. Hebrew.
Are you on Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Hey, Rob, thanks for the ad, but No, he was just asking about me. But hey, thanks for adding me on Instagram, Rob. That's cool.
I didn't even. You know what? It's so funny. I should look more to like add people or whatever. Like, just I don't think about doing that kind of stuff. I didn't even realize people would message me on Instagram, and I'm like, holy shit! People have been messaging me for years, and I haven't gotten back to them, and I feel terrible.
I actually just followed you, Rob, on Instagram, but Ted, because actually, if you're in Markham, you're so close.
Oh my God! Yeah,
I
come to
don't know if
Markham.
I'm ever gonna meet you, or ever gonna meet me before you move to.
Well, I'm moving in a month, so you can come by.
Dude,
we can go to Pacific.
Am I? Look, Newfoundland.
Yeah.
And Toronto, and like we have 3 Canucks right here.
You gotta come, man. You gotta.
Do I have to go break out my Wolverine figures over there?
Do it.
I have like 5 Wolverine hot toy figures.
We'll take you to some nice Indian restaurants and pizza and whatever you want here. You got the whole.
Okay, I have to tell you. So I've been to Montreal, Calgary, Vancouver, obviously, Edmonton, but I think my favorite place in Canada that I've been to, Winnipeg.
Oh wow!
I was in Winnipeg in the dead of winter at a film festival.
Oh.
It was so fucking cold. This is the great thing about Winnipeg. So when I was there 25 years ago, the thing that struck me about Winnipeg is it's so cold, the snow is not wet anymore. It's dry. And so when you're like, you can watch it, you can sit out and it's like 40 below zero. And you're watching the wind, and it would sweep the snow out over the asphalt. And the snow is no longer wet, so it's like you're watching sand blow across the asphalt. Now,
like powder,
I didn't have a phone at the time. I mean, I had a phone, but I didn't have. There was no iPhones, so there's no cameras in phones.
Yeah.
But the image of Winnipeg, like you have houses, and it was so haunting. And there's a Canadian author named Mark Piper with a Y who passed away. I think he passed away. He wrote a book called Lost Girls. And I read that, and he actually wrote his own script and tried to turn it into a movie, which I didn't. I read his material. I didn't dig it. But I would love to make this book. So in the book Lost Girls by Mark Piper, a Crown lawyer in Toronto he's a very flashy guy, and he carries around a thermos with him all the time, and the thermos is full of cocaine, and he's always doing fatty rails and being totally, and he always gets guilty people off. That's his big thing. And so one day, the government comes to him and says, "Hey, man, up in like Winnipeg, there's a high school teacher, and 2 of the girls from his class have disappeared, and he won't say anything, whether or not he's involved. We need you to go up to Winnipeg and deal with him, like figure out." Did he kill these girls? Like, what's going on? And he goes up to Winnipeg in the dead of winter. And I had not been to Winnipeg when I read this book. But when I read the book, I'm like, oh my God, we have to make this movie. We have to shoot it in Winnipeg in the middle of winter. So this Crown lawyer goes up there and he starts interviewing the teacher, and the teacher's like, won't say a word. And this guy keeps doing more and more coke and becoming more and more paranoid. And he delves into the history of the town, and you wonder, is there some supernatural thing going on here? Is it Twin Peaks or whatever? And I really liked it. And it's a book by a man named Mark Piper, P-Y-P-E-R. And he wrote a book called The Demonologist, but it's called Lost Girls. And when you read it, I was like, I want to make this movie, and I want to set it in Winnipeg. So if you haven't been there, check it out.
Then you can cast me, and I'll come out retirement.
Yeah, come on in there. 100%.
Yeah, let's do it.
Everyone's going to sleep. Alan Moore's Lost Girls is weird. I have that. I have a slipcased hardcover version of that.
Alan Moore is weird too. So.
I love it. Somebody wrote, "That's every day in Norway, dude." My sister went to Banff this year. All right. What is that?
Hey Rob, did you get the new Terminator Hot Toys, by the way? The new T1000 and the new.
Not yet. They're not out
Arnold?
yet. They're not out yet.
Okay.
Yeah, but I will get them. Wait.
They look amazing, huh?
I can't get. Well, check this out. You want to see some vintage Hot Toys Terminator?
Yeah.
Satakana.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this. Look at the back.
Is that official or is it like in art? Because
No, this is official. This was the first Hot Toys Tech Noir Terminator figure.
Oh my gosh.
You're a couple cans short of 6-pack. Yeah, and this is old school. When you know what's funny, when you pick it up, this is chonky. I mean, look at this shirt. Look at this shirt. How awesome is that shirt? Look at that.
That is kind of, oh my god, that's crazy.
This is a great figure. I mean, although he's dropped his gun. Yeah, it's so. My Terminator 2 figure is buried underneath there because I've been moving stuff around. Yeah, I've got. I have lots of weird shit.
On a side note, I collect 1/12 scale like figures because I can't afford Hot Toys. But the in art Batman, I don't know if you've seen the 1/12 of it.
Oh
it
yeah, dude,
so
it's
amazing.
it's amazing. But even that's pricey. I mean, Mafex figures, those are $120.
Like yeah, like 100. Yeah, unless you get them like right when they release. Like I got them for like $90 to $100. But
Yeah,
sometimes Japan they charge duty. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Mafex figures. I have a few. Like I have the war. I was buying Mafex figures that are from movies. So like they did 4 figures from the Warriors that came in a tin metal box, which was.
Oh yeah, and they had the Superman. Oh no, that was Mezco. Sorry, Mezco's
Yeah, that was
also good,
Mezco.
too.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. Let's see. We've still got 140. There's 145 people here.
They don't want you to sleep. They don't want us to sleep.
That's some wild shit. You guys have been great. I mean, I remember I started this stream talking about my dead sister, and now I've been having so much fun for the last 3-4 hours. This has been great.
We cheered you up. That was our plan. We all cheered you up.
You did cheer me up. You did cheer me up.
You're a monster. All right.
No, it was great. And I went to get my Moonraker shuttle model, which by the way comes from a man in Denmark. Come on, how cool is that?
Did you finish building your enterprise, by the way, through what was it? The one that they send you a package like every month?
The Fanholm Enterprise D. Yeah, Eagle Moss. I did not. You know what? Never even started it.
I'm doing.
Oh my gosh,
Rob! You know
I have all the people. I have all the pieces. Didn't start it. I do have. There's other things I have, like for instance, like this box. What is it? What is in here? Here is like this is. I don't even know what this is from. But here are electronics for, I think this is the Arcadia.
Oh my gosh.
The Arcadia from my youth in Arcadia. Captain Harlock, if you know that. So.
No, I'm doing a 66 Batman.
You should give yourself a month to build everything. We will all pitch in. We can all do the stream for you.
By the way, you want to see something really cool? So Roberto Suarez, who runs my live streams, he made this. And with this box, all this design work, and you know what this is? Wow. This is Rocky from Project Hail Mary.
Oh, wow.
He made that?
Yeah, he custom designed a Rocky figure. And here it is.
Wow, it's first
based on the books. Based on the book. And it's very, very cool. And you can take Rocky off the stand. It's magnetized, so you can.
Is it 3D printed?
Yeah, I think he 3D printed it, but if you look at it, I mean, this is kind of different from you've seen the trailer. It's more, the trailer is weird and more angular, and this is a different thing, but this is just a take on Rocky from the book.
Character, is this the alien from the new Phil Lord Chris Miller movie?
Yeah, yeah, it's Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky. Okay, yes.
It's from the book.
I do not know the name of the character.
And if you look at, I mean, he did the whole container. It's all right out of the novel. So
I didn't watch the second trailer purposely. I don't want to.
The second trailer is great. Does it
give away too much though?
No.
Like I don't know. I want to be
No,
totally surprised.
what's really interesting is that the trailers only lead up to the first 6 chapters of the book. There's so much that, I mean, you see glimpses, but it doesn't ruin it. Okay. So it's so good. It's my most eagerly awaited, more than Avengers Doomsday, more than The Odyssey, more than Steven Spielberg's locked down film. It's great stuff. So
my favorite space related anything right now has been For All Mankind.
Oh, it's the great. Yeah. It's the Star Trek prequel. It's so good. I love For All Mankind. Is one of my favorite shows of all time.
It was pretty clear to me that like Matt Shankman or Shackman, how do you say his name?
Matt Chapman.
Shankman, right? Matt Shankman. Shankman's the other one. Yeah, he. I feel like that Fantastic Four script was pulling a lot of its ideas from For All Mankind, like the alternate reality, the alternate Earth timeline with the space people in the '60s, and the family dynamics. I felt like it was very, very influenced by For All Mankind.
By the way,
which made me like it ultimately, but the show itself is fantastic. So
it's so good. By the way, ACC 75I8Q says, I have a Bandai Space Battleship Yamato on my shelf. That you probably have the Bandai Soul of Chogokin. So Soul of Chogokin or Soul of Papanika is a Bandai line. And they have done Space Battleship Yamatos for 2199, 2202, and 2205. And I'm a huge fan. So that Bandai Yamato you have on your shelf is dope. I have.
Did you buy the Klingon? Did you buy the D? Was it the Klingon?
The D7?
D7. Did you buy that one yet?
Come on.
Uh-oh.
Bro, I supported that shit.
That's amazing.
You want to hear? You want to hear something crazy? So I love Space Battleship Yamato, and there's a company called Hachette in Japan, and so they have made Partworks kits for Space Battleship Yamato, and they've done 4. So this is. It's hard to explain what this is to people. But so I have a model that's not built. It's 1/350th scale. These are 3, you can't really see them, but 3 fighter jets that go to the Yamato. So if you know Derek Wildstar and you know the layout of the ship, and I will show you this. This is here is a Black Tiger ship, a fighter craft from the Yamato.
That means the ship must be quite big then.
Well, 1/350, yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
And yes, and here is Derek Wildstar's ship, or Kodai ship.
It looks like the Nemesis from Transformers.
So
that's cool.
Yeah, so these go with my 1/350th scale kit of the Yamato, which one day I'm going to get around to building.
You should just do a live stream. You should do like a 12-hour live stream just building it. I'm sure everybody will tune in.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't
We'll
know.
support you.
I would want.
We can be your commentary while
It's
you're
no
building it.
Moonraker shuttle.
Oh my god.
How cool is that? Come on.
It is pretty cool.
It's pretty
A
badass.
1/350 scale.
You need a little James Bond in like a spacesuit though. Like,
Well, they never made that. I do have Bond from Live and Let Die, but I don't have. I've got Roger Moore, and then I just have to fix the wiring, and I have the submarine car from Spy Who Loved Me. That's way bigger than this.
Rob, Muff Toys. You heard of them? Muff Toys. They made a Daniel Craig Bond, and it looks so good. It's 112. It's.
I was going to say Muff Toys. I've been looking for since I was 12 years old. Oh wait, what? I didn't know that. I mean, Hot Toys is doing a Craig Bond. So
they gotta do a Pierce Brosnan. They gotta do a GoldenEye Bond. That'd be great.
Oh, okay. Somebody says the ending to Yamato. The same guy says the ending to Yamato 2205 made me cry. Dude, I have not seen the ending. I gotta go on Crunchyroll. I've only watched 2199 and 2202. I have not seen 2205, and I have not seen Rebel 3199, which bums me out. So no spoilers.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be doing a James Bond collab, and hopefully when the edit styles be, which Bond do you want to do?
Yeah, well.
Well, Amazon will do everything now. They own it. So they'll do everything. They'll license everything.
Well, listen, gents. I need to go to bed. I can barely see straight, much less read. User, I can't even say TP8XK9XH3H says you need to promote Max Allan Collins and say what's going on in the C section of his motel. We do that every Sunday on Let's Get Physical Media. I don't
What's
know
with these demands? People are like demanding things from you.
I know,
like,
it's
you gotta
all right.
do this, you gotta do that.
Tony
Come on,
Stark,
relax.
CEO, says, Mr. Burnett, happy belated Thanksgiving. It's a pleasure. At some point, I'd like to extend an invitation to discuss an ongoing Blade Runner topic. I'm in, man. I'll discuss why Rick Deckard is in no way, shape, or form a replicant. How about that? Because he isn't.
If he is, he undercut the entire drama of the story.
I know. Let's see. Norwegian Plutonian says, is the childness what's missing in modern writing? No, I think the writing is what's missing in modern writing. Can we write better? Maybe read some books, live some life, buy a passport, travel around, have a one-night stand with a person you never met before. Did I already go back and talk to Steve about explain to me why Paul Giamatti, who plays an alien in Star Trek Starfleet Academy, hums? Yeah, we already talked about that.
Because the producers are idiots.
Yeah, he talks about that because they're dumb.
Before you sign off, Rob, I think it's fitting that we all four of us sing "Happy Birthday" to you, and then you can put this.
You know, that joke did kind of die.
We can bring it back.
Fizzled out. All right, well,
it's recycle it. It's like everything else, all the other movies. Just
if you want to, if you don't have to though.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hey, can we sing in the original Yiddish, or you want it in?
Yeah, you haven't heard it until you've heard it in the original Yiddish. What?
Wait, is it actually your birthday, Rob? I thought your birthday was in there.
Tachpa, tachpe.
Do you remember a show?
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Remember a show, Don Adams' Screen Test? Didn't run very long, but it was kind of a game show type thing, where they bring in strangers and then they have to get rid of a celebrity, and they recreate scenes from old movies.
I'm gonna recreate the death scene in about 6 movies, in very like we're now going into how long? Tony Stark, CEO, says, thank you for your time. Let's keep in touch. Well, gents, let me ask you this quickly, left to right. Vosh, what are you thankful for? I know you're not in the United States, but if you were, what are some things you were thankful for?
Belated Canadian Thanksgiving. They had a last one.
Can you not hear me?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I was
say
like,
Josh. Okay, I
watch
don't know why I
Clark and watch
Wash
him
or something
close.
like-
Do you
okay.
hear, Moy?
What am I thankful for?
Yeah,
I'm
what are
just
you
thankful for? I'm thankful for having my family. Thankful for my new friends that I always like. I met you guys. I'm thankful for you guys for committing to the stream, I guess. And
we've committed to this stream.
Yeah, no, we definitely did. We definitely did. there's not a lack of enthusiasm apparently based off of everyone who's sitting in this panel right now. But yeah, I'm just thankful for having people that are willing to have intelligent conversations, and trying to keep the spirit of America and Canada and everything just strong, and like trying to keep our heads above water. I'm just thankful that everyone's heads above water and we're living to die another day.
That's right.
Oh.
I like that. Tej, you're the newest newly minted RCMP.
Don't jinx me. Maybe
What
hopefully.
are you thankful for?
I think just basically I'm just thankful for having a roof under my head and being in a nice heated basement right now, because times are tough. A lot of people are struggling right now. They can't afford groceries and things like that, and you can't blame it on one person or one particular party or country, but it's just we all have the ability to express ourselves without sort of any harsh consequence, and I think just the basic being able to breathe and just enjoy this moment as we speak right now. I think I'm thankful for that.
I like that.
Because times,
Well, AJ from Newfoundland, what are you thankful for?
PJ.
Did I say AJ?
It's okay.
I apologize. PJ.
It's okay, RJ. I'm thankful for family and friends and being here and talking to you guys. And I'm thankful for the country that I live in. And I'm thankful for America as well, because I really love that country. It's given me all the best entertainment throughout my life. So I'm glad to be neighbors with such a great country, and just thankful to be alive and healthy right now, at least.
PJ, I will say one thing. A lot of the American entertainment that we appreciate from Hollywood was shaped by Canadians, all right?
Did you say DJ?
Lorne Michaels, James Cameron, Ivan Reitman. Don't make me go down.
Yeah, but they consider themselves American now.
Wait a minute.
They don't live here.
Well, because I'm a David Cronenberg fan, and Ivan Reitman did produce
Cronenberg too.
David
Yeah.
Cronenberg. Come on, and Adam Egoyan
and Denis Villeneuve.
Denis Villeneuve,
And Alanis Morissette.
But I still I called him AJ. Did you say DJ? Did you? Because I want to call him DJ because drop a beat. It's like one of my favorite videos. Have you seen? Do you guys know the Oral Knots? AURAL. Do you know them? Oral Knots. Okay, I want everyone right now, because this is one of the greatest videos of all time. The Oral Knots, AURALNAUTS. I want you all to go put this in your browser. Oral Knots, Freestyle Bane.
Oral Knots, Freestyle Bane.
Yep. Okay. And I want you to watch it right now, because it's one of the greatest videos of all time.
Why do I look like I'm staring at Tom Hardy as Bane?
You are staring at Tom Hardy's Bane. Just watch it and listen.
I was going to the list of Canadian actors and singers. I'm studiously avoiding Lauren Green.
Wait, just listen. Listen. Only you.
Anyone else care to challenge me? That's what I thought. DJ,
drop a beat.
That's right. Got that.
That's pretty great.
The audience reaction is the best.
Wow, it's cut so well.
Who said that?
The Oral Knots are one
That's
of the
pretty
right? It's like 10 years old.
Yeah.
And it's one of my very favorite things on the internet. The Oral Knots are amazing. And if you look at their work, what's really interesting about what they do is the level of comedy, like the fact that the things that they see and they decided to do that, like the idea that Bane's a DJ. You know, if you look at the concepts they're dealing with, I love these guys. I don't know them. I've never met them. But whenever they drop a new video, like their videos are amazing. They did a Lord of the Rings Michael Jackson video that is incredible.
Wow. I got to check that out.
Yeah, this is why the internet is great. When you have people like the Oral Knots, and they've been doing it, you know, for like no reason. Did you get to the Michael Jackson?
No, I haven't seen. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Right.
Yeah, but it's fucking hilarious. I mean, what's so great about them is their minds, like what they think about in terms of humor and how they get to where they're getting. Like that. Who thought of that Bane thing to be a freestyle Bane? Like, do you know who it was who had beaten me?
It's the cadence too. He's like. That's the cadence of how he speaks. They're like, oh, let's make this humorous.
Yes. Only you. I mean, it's such, they do, because all they do is audio engineering. Their Star Wars stuff's hilarious.
Oh, yeah, with Luke and the Empire, right? With Luke and Yoda.
Oh, and yeah, everything they've done is hilarious. And I don't know them personally, but I recommend
comment
you
in the
all.
chat that they broke up, but they'll probably still finish their Star Wars series before Mahler does his.
Wait, did they break up?
Apparently.
Broke up like Daft Punk, huh?
Oh my God. How dare they? How dare the Oral Knots break up? I haven't even met them yet. Shit.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm right, but like these guys have like a very like New Zealand, Auckland-esque sort of sense of humor. I don't know.
They do.
Like Fly the Conchords?
Yeah, kind of like Taika Waititi-ish. I don't know.
They do have that. By the way, there's another group of another group of Australians that I love, Bondi Hipsters.
Oh, are these guys Aussies? Craven, Morehouse?
They're Aussies, Bondi Hipsters. Bondi is a beach in Sydney. It's a tourist attraction, and I've been there many times. But Bondi Hipsters, watch that. That's
this is turned into a southern good
Australian girls, very nice.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Well, listen,
they come
kids.
Here to Canada.
I need to end this show.
I need to. Still talking all the way to the car.
I've been
on
Rob,
the show. You should visit
5
Canada
hours.
next year when you get a chance.
Oh fuck! It's 7 a.m. Yeah, I gotta call.
I gotta leave. It's.
I have an important meeting at 2. I got.
You know, it's over when Rob says he has
Alexa,
to go to bed.
turn off the lights.
Because Rob would always love to keep streaming, but you know it's.
I can't. I can barely keep awake. And
you have to do a show at Campia tomorrow.
No, because he's still driving cross country. As a matter of fact, John probably has already recorded today's show. And because he was recording them, he's probably either in the central time zone or I don't know where he is, because yesterday he was in Louisiana. And John Campy in the last 6 weeks has done, as Gaff would say at the end of Blade Runner, a man's job. He must have driven 20,000 miles. Unbelievable.
That's pretty.
He's so happy though. This Van has changed his life, that he doesn't have to retire now because he wasn't able to travel before. He is so happy. When I saw him in person, he was just excited. He was so happy.
Yeah, he's totally happy. I only went to one of the meetups in Vegas. It was amazing meeting people. It was awesome.
He's still catastrophically wrong about Star Trek, though.
I mean, well, John's not a Star Trek guy.
Clearly,
he's just not. He loves the Kelvin timeline movies.
His assessment of look, made how much more money? How much?
Rob, I don't want to go back to the whole thing about
inflation because ticket prices, like these two butts and seats.
Only thing I don't like
about make that much money compared to the original movie.
No.
The only thing I don't like about the comments on John Campia's show is that they're bagging on Ray too much. Ray is so funny. It's kind of sad he's not on screen anymore.
Ray's the best. I love Ray.
And people are
what
on
happened
his
to Ray,
case
by the way?
because people are making fun of him and stuff in the comments and bothering him. Like, no, I think it's probably that. That's why he's not on it.
Yeah, it's up to him. I mean, he just didn't want to deal with it anymore. I mean, the thing about Ray is Ray's such a great guy, and
he's hilarious. He's so funny.
Hilarious, and people look. It's the internet. People are mean.
I'm just saying, anybody who's watching your stream right now who is fans of John Campia or said anything mean against Ray, please stop that, because that type of stuff can affect people, and we're missing out on Ray's humor. Like when he did the episode once, like, oh, my people are represented. That I play that. That was amazing.
That was so funny. Ray, I love Ray to death. I mean, Ray Orr is the best.
Yeah,
and the funny thing is,
really like.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I liked when you, Chris, and Ray would just have those streams together. It just seemed a lot less. It's
just joyous.
It seemed a lot more relaxed and chill.
Yeah, no, we had no structure. We were off the res.
No, that wasn't the case. I thought you guys were structured just fine. I thought the flow was pretty nice. I didn't even know Ray was even getting dissed like that.
Yeah, well,
about him.
The funny thing is, Ray is the graphic designer. He was not. Yeah. He's not. And cutting to him was supposed to be. It's like going to Guillermo if you're on Jimmy Kimmel. That's what it was. And it was. I mean, Ray was always so funny because he was not thinking about movies or TV the way we did. And that was
exactly. But which is it's a good perspective to have. And honestly, I thought he was just genuinely like insightful and hilarious sometimes. Like some of his takes out there as they may have felt or been, they were still like they still resonated.
Yeah,
like they're kind of like hit pretty hard. Sometimes
he's a John McClane. He's the everyone.
It kind of makes sense.
Well, guys, I gotta end this stream.
Okay.
We've been going on for 6 hours.
All right.
YouTube,
Good night,
YouTube, whatever the YouTube thing is going, like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Why is it? Listen, I want to thank
you stream for this goddamn long.
I want to thank everybody for coming on this impromptu Thanksgiving show. I want to thank everyone for listening to me. I want to thank the community. I want to thank all of you guys, everybody watching. Like I said, it's been a rough year. It's been the good, and it's been the bad. I've had a rough year. Rough because, and every year can be rough, but this was, when death is involved, it gets a little rougher. And but at the same time, I've had go to the White Devils, not the White Devils, whitedevilsthemovie.com if you want to check out that. And truenoir.co, we signed worldwide distribution for True Noir, which is great. And doing all the perks, but I want to thank everybody for supporting the channel and being there. And thank you guys for being here this entire time. I opened the show to randos, and look what we get 6 hours later. So thank you. I want to thank everybody. Horsemen. Yeah, the Four Horsemen. I want everybody to enjoy Black Friday. So you guys do your worst. And by the way, I'm going to go to Hugo Drax's orbiting station in my Moonraker
fucking
shuttle.
God, just put that shit
away. I love this thing so much. I'm going to go put it back where it belongs. But I love it so much, more than anyone possibly could know. But anyway, on that note, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. Thanks to my moderating staff. Thanks. I don't even know if Tom Jr. Jackson is like, what the fuck are you doing, Rob? Anybody who's here, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for supporting the channel. And our next member call will be in December. Not this weekend, but the weekend after. We will be doing Let's Get Physical Media, and I will see you all then. So, gentlemen, let's broaden our minds.